My name is Li Xiangyang. The first thing I did after coming back to life was trade a rock-solid, everyone would kill for it government job for a barren mountain where even grass couldn't grow. Everyone thought I'd lost my mind. But what they didn't know was that buried under that mountain was the key to the rest of my life. Hold on. Let me back up and lay it all out for you. The moment I opened my eyes, my whole life flashed through my mind like a spinning lantern. The last image that froze in my head was me taking down the Qin father and son with me. Blood, fire, and that crippled leg of mine that had long since been ruined. And then, everything reset to zero. When I opened my eyes again, I was staring up at the smoke-blackened roof beam above me, the earthen walls papered over with old newspapers, cobwebs in the corners, and beneath me, a rock-hard heated brick bed. This shabby little place. Yet after I'd grown up, it was the very place I dreamed of coming back to. I pinched myself hard, it hurt. So it wasn't a dream. I climbed up and walked over to the mirror, looking at that slightly roguish, slightly handsome face staring back at me. 6'1", young, both legs sound, brimming with strength. I really was back. Back to October 1st, 1982. That year, I was 18. Right then, footsteps sounded in the courtyard, along with a woman's voice pitched deliberately high. Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang. What's taking you so long? Get out here. Your grandpa wants you to draw lots. My heart lurched. That voice belonged to my stepmother, Qin Jinhua. Drawing lots. That's right, it was today. This was exactly where my last life got completely destroyed. I ignored her. Instead, I turned my attention to that thing that had just popped into my mind. 9 squares, hovering in my consciousness. 6 of them had weapon icons. One had an animal, one had a sprout, and the last one was a horse-drawn cart. With a single thought, I roughly understood what this thing was for. The weapon slots could hold weapons, and I could switch between them seamlessly. Just picture it, 6 semi-automatic rifles, empty one, and instantly swap to the next, firepower never breaking. Just thinking about it made the blood rush to my head. In these times, what big beast in the Xing'an Mountains could stand up to me firing like that? The plant slot could grow things, though sadly it could only hold one kind. The animal slot could bond one animal companion, which would automatically unbind after a year. The cart slot could park one vehicle. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got. Right on the edge of the village was virgin forest, treasure everywhere. Back in those days, there wasn't even a whisper of wildlife protection laws yet, and you could buy a hunting rifle no problem. As long as I put in the work, paired with this system, becoming a 10,000 yuan household in 2 or 3 years would be a piece of cake. By then, I'd build myself a mountain estate, ride a tall horse, keep a pack of hunting dogs at my side, and perch a hawk on my arm. Just imagining that life felt good. But you've got to eat one bite at a time. Right now, I had to get past this current hurdle first. I lifted my leg, and a long-forgotten lightness surged up through it. A good leg, not that crippled one that had been broken. I clenched my fist. My whole body was full of strength, my mind crystal clear. I even remembered those old ginseng patches my third uncle had once told me about, the ones where wild ginseng had turned up. As for this lot drawing, I remembered every detail. Here's how it went. My grandfather, Li Shichuan, was a war veteran. He had an old comrade in arms who'd managed to get him a spot as a ticket seller at the Forest Railway Station in Daqing Town. Do you understand what that means? An iron rice bowl, a job so secure it would never break. A way to escape farm life for good. And if you played it right, 3 generations could live off the railroad. But there were 4 grandsons who qualified, and only one spot. My grandmother had grumbled at my grandpa about this many times, and in the end, he made the call. Draw lots. Whoever had the luck of the draw would get the job. My uncle's household had me and my older brother, Li Xiangdo. Second uncle's household had Li Xianghua and Li Xiangbin. Third uncle only had one daughter, so he was out of it. In my last life, I was lucky beyond belief. I grabbed the paper slip with writing on it in one try, and off I went, thrilled, to work at the Forest Railway Station. And the result? The rest of my life was completely ruined. I became a cripple, my grandfather was killed by the Qin father and son, and my loved ones were dragged down one after another. I dragged my crippled leg around working odd jobs for people, just eating and waiting to die, drowning myself in liquor every single day, my whole life rotting away in the mud. I shook my head, driving these miserable memories out of my mind. Things were different now. I was back, and there was still time to fix everything. The grandfather who cherished me was still alive. My birth mother, my sister, my little brother, and my third uncle, they were all still safe and sound. Living this life over, there was no way I'd walk down the same old road as before. And right now, the most urgent thing was to turn that cliff mountain at the east end of the village into my own private plot. Word had already gone around the village that in the next couple of days, land would be divided up among households, private plots, and private mountains, all parceled out together. As for that cliff mountain, everyone who looked at it just shook their heads. The cold spring up there had dried up nearly 20 years ago. Nothing would grow. All the trees close to the village had been chopped down long ago, and all that was left was some sparse scrub and bare rock. In everyone's eyes, it was a worthless mountain. But I was the only one who knew that come next spring, along with a faint tremor deep underground, that cold spring, dry for 20 years, would gush forth again. When that happened, the cliff mountain would no longer be worthless. It would be a genuine treasure. And according to policy, as long as your household registration always had someone on it, the right to use a private mountain could keep passing down. In plain terms, it would basically be mine forever. This was the first stepping stone to turning my life around. I took a deep breath, pressing down the surging feelings in my chest, pulled on that old patched-up short jacket, and pushed the door open to head out. In the east room of the main house, the atmosphere was so heavy you could practically wring water out of it. My grandfather sat in the seat of honor, face stern, puffing away at his dry tobacco pipe, ring after ring of smoke curling up so you couldn't make out his expression. My spineless father, Li Changming, stood off to the side, rubbing his hands together, his eyes darting around avoiding everyone. My stepmother, Chen Jinhua, stood beside her son Li Xiangdong, a fake smile plastered on her face. Second uncle stood in a cluster with his two sons, while third uncle, Li Changwu, stood off by himself. I walked in and went straight to third uncle's side. In this whole room of people, apart from Grandpa, third uncle was the closest to me. Seeing Grandpa and third uncle both standing right there, alive and well, made my heart ache, but I didn't dare show it on my face, afraid it would seem out of character. Grandpa knocked his pipe bowl, swept his eyes across the four of us grandsons, and pointed at the cardboard box on the table with just a single slit cut into it. Everyone's here. There's only one job. No matter who draws it. Not a single word of complaint. Understood, Grandpa. The four of us quickly answered. I glanced at that box and sneered inwardly. In my last life, Grandpa had me draw last, and I'd always thought it was him looking out for me. Only later did I find out. That paper slip with the writing on it had been secretly glued to the inside wall of the box by Li Xiangdong with paste. He'd calculated the order and was counting on me reaching in and fumbling for that exact spot. This older brother of mine looked honest, but he was full of scheming. Sure enough, Grandpa spoke up. Xiangdong, you go first. Set an example for your younger brothers. I jumped in right away. Grandpa, I'm the youngest. Shouldn't I go first? The moment I said it, the whole room froze. In my last life, I'd never said anything of the sort, but I knew exactly what I was doing. With that slip glued to the inner wall, being the first to reach it was the safest bet. Nobody could snatch it away. The longer this dragged on, the more could go wrong, and I couldn't leave any room for surprises. Grandpa sighed and asked the other three, "You boys don't mind, do you?" Li Xiangdong stuck out his chest, all confidence. "No problem at all. I'll go whenever." Little did he know that very confidence was walking him right into the trap I'd dug for him. Then Xiangyang draws first, Grandpa decided. I put on a face full of nervousness and anticipation, stepped forward, reached my hand into the box, and felt along the inner wall. The glued-on slip landed right in my grip. A gentle tug, the paste stretched just a bit, and it came loose. Throughout the whole thing, I didn't blush, didn't so much as flinch. My movements were smooth, and no one caught a hint of anything off. The other three drew their slips one by one. "Open them," Grandpa said gravely. For paper slips unfolded, and every pair of eyes in the room snapped straight to my hand. Only mine had writing on it. Even Grandpa looked surprised. As for Li Xiangdong's face, it was a real show, disappointment, shock, and fury all crammed together. Chen Jinhua rushed over, all fawning smiles. "Xiangyang, this job, how about you give it to your big brother?" According to the script from my last life, This was where it should have ended. Last time, I flatly refused her absurd request and then plunged headlong down that road of no return. But this time, I was going to do the opposite. I turned to Grandpa. Grandpa, this job, can I decide what to do with it? Grandpa gave me a meaningful look. The job's yours now. You can decide. Then, I paused, my gaze sweeping over the room full of people wearing all sorts of expressions, finally landing on Li Xiangdong's ashen face. This job, I can give to my big brother. That one sentence blew the room wide open. What? Everyone thought they'd misheard. Li Xiangdong's head snapped up to look at me, his eyes first full of confusion, then instantly turning to wild joy. But Grandpa's eyes narrowed, and he asked me in a low voice, Xiangyang, what did you just say? I didn't catch it, say it again. I said, this ticket seller spot at the Forest Railway. I'm giving it to my big brother, Li Xiangdong. But why? My father couldn't help asking. I didn't look at him. I stared straight at Li Xiangdong and Chen Jinhua. But I have 3 conditions. Li Xiangdong instinctively asked, what conditions? I took a deep breath and dropped them one by one, like hammer blows. First, I turned 18 this year, and I want to split off from the family. Today, right now. Second, that cliff mountain at the east end of the village. When the private mountains get divided up, I want it. The area is a bit large, I know, but my uncle on my mother's side is the village party secretary. He can figure out a way. Third, since land's being divided up now, I want all my land swapped over to that stretch of wasteland around the base of the cliff mountain, and give me a bit extra. My house plot. 2. Approve it over by the cliff mountain. Split off from the family. And trade an iron rice bowl that everyone was green with envy over for a godforsaken barren mountain? The whole room looked at me like I was insane. Li Xiangdong was the first to snap out of it, practically shouting, unable to wait. You mean it? No taking it back. In his eyes, I was a colossal fool, trading a golden bowl for a pile of rocks. Chen Jinhua's mental abacus was clicking away. Splitting off was great. Actually, it'd kick out this lazy freeloader of a stepson, and better yet, maybe drag along my big eater simpleton little brother, Li Xiangtao too. As for the cliff mountain, a worthless heap, giving it away was no loss. Her older brother, the party secretary, was already tearing his hair out over the land division. The dozen-odd households slated to be assigned to the cliff mountain absolutely refused to go along with it. Now, trading a worthless mountain for an iron rice bowl for her own son? That was like pie falling out of the sky. Terrified I'd change my mind, she quickly turned to Grandpa and my father with an ingratiating smile. Pa, Changming, look how sensible Xiangdong is. Since Xiangyang is willing to give it up, let's just let him do his brother this favor. I'll go find my big brother about this right now. My father didn't dare make a peep, just gazed pleadingly at the old man. But third uncle frowned and turned to ask me, Xiangyang, what are you thinking? Isn't being a ticket seller a good thing? And you want to split off from the family. Once you're out on your own, what are you going to eat? What are you going to live on? You couldn't really blame him for worrying. In my last life, my reputation as a lazy freeloader was known for miles around. All day long, I'd tag along as a lackey to a bunch of no-good friends. But was that entirely my fault? A motherless child is like a stray weed. My real mother wasn't around, and my stepmother would have been thrilled to watch me go bad. Before I could answer, Chen Jinhua leapt up first, jabbing her finger at third uncle. Li Changwu, what business is it of yours? Quit sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Enough. Everyone quiet down. Grandpa roared. He turned to me, his voice carrying an unmistakable disappointment. Xiangyang, have you really thought this through? Trading an iron rice bowl for a barren mountain? I'll tell you straight up front. This private mountain, if it isn't sufficiently reforested within 3 years, gets taken back. I met Grandpa's eyes and said each word slowly and deliberately. Grandpa, I've thought it through. Split off from the family, trade for the mountain. To others, it was a worthless mountain, a burden. To me, it was my lifeline. Besides, I'd had my fill of this household. Not one more day could I stand it. Every single day, the 2 of us brothers were fed nothing but cornmeal cakes, and never enough to fill our bellies, while her own son's family secretly gnawed on white flour buns. My father knew perfectly well what was going on and played dumb. I'd rather go dig myself a dugout to live in than look at Chen Jinhua's face every day. Let me tell you what kind of person this Chen Jinhua was. Back in the day, she'd had 2 children, then got lured away by some city man in 61, abandoning her husband and kids and divorcing. That was when my father married Li Xiangdong's real mother, Su Yunxia. Then, 8 years ago, this woman came slinking back to Sifeng village with her tail between her legs, forced Su Yunxiao out, and rekindled her old flame with my spineless father. Tell me that's not infuriating. Once I split off, no matter how much money I made down the road, I wouldn't have to worry about her having her eye on it. Grandpa fell silent, taking one drag after another on his pipe, the wrinkles on his face deepening. After a long while, he tapped out his pipe. Fine. If your mind's made up, then we'll do it your way. But I'm telling you plainly, no taking it back. When it's all settled, come let me know. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked out. My father's mouth worked a few times, but in the end, he didn't dare say a word. He had no say in this. The others drifted out one by one, until the room held only Chun Jinhua, third uncle, and me. Once Grandpa was far enough away, Chun Jinhua immediately fixed her eyes on me. Xiangyang, I'll go find your uncle, Secretary Chun, this afternoon. Tomorrow they'll measure the mountain and mark the boundaries, and the day after, we go to the town and county offices to get the stamps. Since you're splitting off, hurry up and pack your things. Fine, I'll move out right away. The second she was gone, I turned and leaned close to third uncle, lowering my voice. Third uncle, could I stay at your place for a couple of days first? Until I've finished digging my dugout, then I'll move. Third uncle's eyes widened, and he even looked a little upset. What kind of outsider talk is that? Stay as long as you want. Oh, so that was your plan all along. That works out, actually. At least at my place, I'll make sure you eat your fill. Oh, and I snared a roe deer this morning. Your third aunt took your sister to gather wild celery over on the east side of the cliff mountain. Tonight we'll have celery and roe deer dumplings. Roe deer, wild celery, east side of the cliff mountain. The instant those words hit my ears, my mind went buzz, and the blood in my whole body ran cold. Damn it, how could I have forgotten this most fatal thing of all? In my last life, it was on this very afternoon after the lot drawing that third aunt took my sister Li Wan to gather wild celery by the mountain at the east end of the village, and ran smack into a young black bear that had just left its mother, weighing around 100 pounds. Mountain folk called black bears black blind men. Third aunt, protecting her daughter, was killed with a single swipe of that beast's paw. My sister Li Wan got clawed across the face, disfigured, and blinded in one eye. By the time Li Wan came crying back to the village for help, third aunt was already too horrific to look at. That one blow, third uncle never recovered from for the rest of his life. My sister lived buried in guilt, couldn't even bring herself to keep going to school. An entire family just collapsed like that. Third uncle, I grabbed hold of him. Forget about the family split. Why did you let third aunt and them go into the mountains east of the village? Yesterday, over by the cliff mountain, I saw black bear droppings and tracks. From the size of them, it's a young one that's not full grown yet. What? Third uncle's face changed in an instant. He was an old hunter. No one knew better how vicious a half-grown black bear could be. Those things were even more reckless than full-grown ones. They'd attack anyone they came across. Xiangyang, is this for real? Third uncle, would I joke about something like this? Come on. Before I'd even finished speaking, I was already rushing out of the courtyard. Go, let's get the gun from my place first. Third uncle caught up right behind me. Out on the dirt road, Grandpa hadn't gotten far. He was ambling toward the east end of the village too, since third uncle's house was at the far eastern edge of the whole village. Hey, what are you two running for, uncle and nephew? Grandpa called out to us. Grandpa, urgent business. We'll explain when we get back. I didn't even turn my head. Just as we were nearly at third uncle's door, disaster struck. Third uncle was in too much of a hurry, stepped on a jutting brick, and got flung forward by his own momentum, his forehead smashing into the stone by the doorway, his knee scraped raw with blood gushing out at once. My grandmother, Chen Xiuqin, was in the yard chopping meat filling. One look at the commotion and she dropped her cleaver and rushed over. Changwu, what are you running so fast for? Look how you've fallen. Xiangyang, hurry up and help your third uncle. Third uncle clutched his forehead with one hand and shouted at me. Never mind me. You go first. The guns are in the usual place. You know where. I didn't know. In my last life, I'd been over to third uncle's plenty. He was sentimental, and the layout of his house had barely changed over the years. I dashed into the bedroom, threw open that big cabinet like I'd done it 100 times. Inside were a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, a Mosin Nagant, two Hanyang rifles, an Eagle brand double-barreled hunting shotgun, and an old muzzleloader. Except for the Eagle brand and the old muzzleloader, which were his own, the rest belonged to the village militia unit. My third uncle was the militia captain of Sifong village. I grabbed the Type 56 semi-auto and loaded a stripper clip of rounds. Then I loaded the Eagle brand double barrel with two 16-gauge slugs. I slung both guns over my shoulder, stuffed another stripper clip and two slugs into my pocket, and tucked a bayonet at my waist. Rushing out into the yard, I unleashed the two big hunting dogs from their tethers. Big Yellow, Charcoal, come with me. Grandmother stood there, her face gone pale. Xiangyang, what on earth is going on? No time to explain. Let third uncle tell you. I broke into a sprint, the two dogs falling in one ahead of me and one behind. The moment I got out the door, I ran straight into Grandpa, who'd hurried over after us. One look at me with two guns slung over my shoulder and panic all over my face, and he understood everything. Without a word, he charged toward the house. After running a stretch, I stored both guns, the bayonet, along with the stripper clip and slugs, into those weapon slots in my mind. 3 weapon squares held the guns and the blade. 1 square held ammunition, and it even clearly displayed the quantities. Instantly lightened. With this body's inexhaustible strength after my rebirth, I ran like the wind. Honestly, my heart was pounding. In my last life, third uncle and I had only ever hunted a few rabbits at most. I'd never actually gone up against a big, fierce beast, and all my shooting practice had been on fixed targets. Now that I was really about to face a black bear, my calves were practically cramping. I'd already worked it out in my head. The moment we met face to face, first hit it with 2 slugs, then follow up with a full magazine. We Chinese, after all, that fear of insufficient firepower is carved into our bones. After running a little over half a mile, just as I rounded the cliff mountain, I heard third aunt and my sister crying out up ahead. Xiao Wan, run. Ma. Never mind me, run. The instant Big Yellow and Charcoal heard the voices, they let out a howl and shot off into the underbrush, gone in a flash. As I ran, I pulled out the Type 56 semi-auto, flicked off the safety, released the safety on the double barrel too, then stored it back in the slot. Bursting through the dense forest, I saw it in a single glance. About 50 meters off, third aunt was holding up a digging sickle, planting herself desperately in front of my sister, facing off against a black bear. A woman may be weak, but a mother is fierce. Third aunt's frame in front of that beast was like a single leaf, yet she hadn't retreated half a step. The 2 dogs crouched in front of her, snarling with bared teeth, about to lunge at her any second. The black bear was reared up on its hind legs at that moment, baring its fangs and clawing the air, threatening third aunt. Here was my chance. I raised the Type 56, aimed at its head, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Wouldn't you know it? I was still nervous. I'd aimed for the head, but the bullet caught it dead center in the chest. Still, the effect wasn't much different. This Type 56 was an equalizer. That shot to the chest was fatal for a 100-pound young black bear. It staggered and crashed to the ground, limbs twitching. The moment Big Yellow and Charcoal heard the shot, they pounced and tore into it. I'd only half relaxed when Big Yellow suddenly whipped around and started barking furiously in my direction. Something was wrong. I spun my head around. 10-odd meters off to my front, an enormous bear's head poked out from behind a tree, locking eyes with me across the distance in a tender, soulful gaze. My mind exploded on the spot. Wasn't it supposed to be just one young bear? Where the hell did this second one come from? And it was huge. My hand trembled. That shot I'd just landed on the small one was already beyond my usual level. And now here came a big one, right under my nose too. It'd be a lie to say I wasn't panicking. But there was no time for panic. 10-odd meters. That big thing would close the gap in under 2 seconds. I brought up the Type 56 and let loose a full magazine at it. Thankfully, my surging strength was a huge help. I clamped down hard on the recoil, and most of the rounds hit home. The instant the Type 56 ran dry, I seamlessly switched to the double-barrel shotgun. Boom, boom. 2 thunderclaps, and that big black bear, halfway through its charge, crashed to the ground with a tremendous thud. I didn't dare let my guard down. I quickly reloaded the Type 56 and reloaded the shotgun too. I slung the shotgun over my shoulder, held the Type 56 in my hands, and drew the bayonet as well. I strode over to Third Ant and my sister and shoved the shotgun into Third Ant's hands. "Auntie, hold this and keep watch for me. I need to deal with these two first, or the bear bladders will be ruined." Third Ant had handled a gun a few times before, so keeping watch was no problem. Her voice was trembling. "Xiangyang, thank goodness you came, or your sister and I. This time, we'd probably have really been done for." My sister Liwan stood off to the side, shaking like a leaf, but the look in her eyes when she gazed at me was pure adoration. "Third Ant, you two were way too reckless. If something had happened, how would Third Uncle go on living?" I said, even as I deftly slit open the small black bear's belly to extract the bladder. Wait too long, and the body reabsorbs it. It was a grass bladder, not big, worth 200 or 300 at most. Then I walked over to the big one. Not taking any chances, I raised my gun and put another round in its head. When dealing with fierce beasts, you can never be too careful. Dying beasts lashing out in a final struggle was all too common, and you don't gamble with your life. Getting a closer look at the wounds, my heart sank halfway. The whole bear was riddled with holes, a full magazine, plus 2 slugs all dumped into its body. With my heart in my throat, I slit open its belly and felt around. Well, damn. All I pulled out was an empty bladder sack, with barely a trace of bile left inside. The bear bladder. I'd shot it to pieces. That right there cost me at least 600 or 700. The firepower suppression had felt great, but the price stung. I felt down about it for a moment, then thought it over. Sitting on a mountain this big, with a system in hand, was I really going to worry about not getting more big game down the road? Once I let it go, my mood evened out right away. I took out both bear hearts and set them aside. These would go well with liquor when I got back. There's an old saying, the heart of a bear, the gall of a leopard, and hunters all believe this stuff bolsters their courage. I also cut off some good cuts of meat, fed part of the innards to the dogs, and hung the rest up in a tree as an offering to the mountain god. Once I'd finished, I plopped down on the ground. I was genuinely worn out. Liwan came over, looked at the stone-dead black bear on the ground, her eyes shining. "Brother, you're amazing." My face went hot. Amazing? I'd blown the bear bladder to bits. Truth was, I just brute-forced it with firepower. The bit of hunting know-how I'd picked up from Third Uncle in my last life was mostly theory. The moment it came to the real thing, I fell apart. That's exactly why good hunters in the forest region are so valuable. Everyone knows the trade makes money. Bag a wild boar, and it can feed a whole family for half a year, but the work is deadly. Your average person only has an old muzzleloader in hand. Too far, and you can't reach. Too close, and there's no time. The somewhat better hooked or sleeved barrel guns aren't stable, and if you mess up, they can even blow up on you. A genuinely good gun is ridiculously expensive, and good marksmanship has to be fed one bullet at a time, and bullets aren't cheap either. People with poor skills can't even get near their prey, so where would they get the money to buy dogs and keep them? A vicious cycle. But I noticed that after being reborn, aside from those slots, I picked up whatever I did or learned fast. Just those few shots I'd fired, and I already felt like I was getting a feel for it. At the very least, I wasn't so scared anymore. Less than half an hour later, Grandpa, my father, second uncle, and third uncle, limping along with his knee wrapped in cloth, showed up hauling all the remaining guns from home. Bringing up the rear was a fellow built like a little tank. My own little brother, Li Xiangtao, only 14, but nearly as tall as me, weighing 190 pounds, with a discarded roof beam hoisted over his shoulder. That physique of his wasn't the sharp-cut kind of muscle. It was the thick, solid, fat-wrapped kind that hid its power, with strength surging like an undercurrent beneath his bronze skin. This little brother of mine was half a beat slower than most people in the head, but that raw strength of his was truly beyond question. The second Liwan saw her father, she burst into tears and threw herself into third uncle's arms, sobbing. She'd truly been terrified. "Xiangyang, how'd it go?" With this mountain in the way, we couldn't tell much from the gunshots. Grandpa asked. "Grandpa, 2 black bears total, both taken down. See for yourself." Grandpa circled the 2 bears, pointed at the dense scattering of bullet holes on the big one, and gave me a look of "you good for nothing." "Xiangyang, I kept telling you to practice more, and you wouldn't. Look at this. You've practically turned it into a sieve. Where's the bear bladder? It's not busted, is it?" I said nothing, handed over the intact grass bladder, then pointed at the shot-up bladder sack on the ground. One look and Grandpa nearly keeled over. "You busted one." The others around me all cast looks of regret. The most valuable thing on a bear is the bladder. Ruin one, and it's cold hard cash gone. Grandpa sighed and grumbled at me for a while, turning the good bladder over and over to inspect it. "Count yourself lucky, kid. This one's undamaged, and you got it out in time, too. It'll sell for 200 or 300. He glanced again at the two dogs happily eating away, and the innards hung up in the tree, and nodded. "All right, at least you did some things right. Your marksmanship's just plain sloppy. Since you're dead set on splitting off from the family, from now on, stay away from those no-good friends of yours and learn properly from your third uncle." My father stood off to the side, dumbstruck. "Xiangyang, you shot both of these?" Second uncle wore the same look of disbelief. And no wonder. A good-for-nothing who couldn't even carry a load yesterday had, in a single day, become a tough guy who could hunt down 2 bears. That kind of turnaround would leave anyone stunned. Once Li Wan had calmed down a bit, third uncle came over, his eyes rimmed red, and thumped me on the shoulder with a fist. "Xiangyang, we've got you to thank this time. If not for you, then. That's enough. Third uncle, we're family. No need for such talk." I cut him off. "The reason Xiang Tao and I made it this far growing up was all thanks to you and third aunt helping us out. Otherwise, we'd have starved to death long ago." The moment I said this, my father's old face flushed red. That was exactly the point. I wanted to needle that useless father of mine. Li Xiang Tao ambled over, still cluelessly hauling that big wooden pole. "Brother, why didn't you call me to go hunt the black bear? I've got plenty of strength." I shot him a look. "Why don't you toss that log already? Don't you know how heavy it is?" Without another word, he swung his arm, and that roof beam crashed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust that got everyone in the face. From that racket alone, that beam had to weigh at least 100 pounds, but in his hands it was like a stick. I gave him a light kick, not putting any force into it. "I told you to toss it. Couldn't you toss it a little farther? Now you've kicked dust all over us." "Brother, it's not like you don't know I'm slow," he said, not the least bit offended, grinning wide. "Next time just tell me to toss it far, and I'll get it." I fell silent for a moment. For nothing but this heartfelt trust from my little brother, I'd make sure to find him a wife in this life, no matter what. "All right, hurry up and get these 2 things back home," Grandpa said, eyeing the dense forest warily. "This wild, desolate place is no spot to linger." "Grandpa," I said, picking up the bayonet, "let me mess up the bullet holes on this one some more. When we get back and people ask, we'll say third uncle shot them with a hunting shotgun. If people find out it was the Type 56. I was only doing this because I had no choice. My stepmother's older brother, Chun Baohua, was the village party secretary. If he found out, he'd definitely want a cut, and not the kind you could brush off with a bit of meat. He'd have his eye on the bear bladders too. Even worse, my grandmother, Chun Xiuqin, was Chun Baohua's own aunt. And my father had been adopted. It was all these tangled, roundabout connections that had caused so much trouble in the first place. Saying third uncle shot them was the only version people would believe, all because I'd been such an idle loafer. Grandpa got it at once and immediately took on the authority of the head of the household. "When we get back, no one is to say a word. If anyone asks, Changwu shot them with the hunting shotgun. Especially you. Changming, you can't keep that mouth of yours shut. If your wife finds out, I'll break your legs." My father shrank his neck down. "Pa, don't you worry, I definitely won't say anything." Looking at his sorry, spineless self, I curled my lip. At Grandpa's word, the big black bear was split into 2 halves. Li Xiangtao, bare-chested, hoisted one half over his shoulder while still dragging that wooden beam with his other hand, a sight that made people wince. The other half, my father and second uncle, carried between them. I handed the guns off to Grandpa and shouldered the small bear all by myself. Third uncle's fall had been a bad one. He'd been running on pure willpower alone. Now that he saw his wife and daughter were safe, the tension drained out of him, and even walking became a struggle, so third aunt and Li Wan supported him along. Xiangyang, don't push yourself. Rest a bit if you're tired, Grandpa said with concern. I'm fine, Grandpa. This little guy's only 70 or 80 pounds gutted. I carried it like it was nothing. The perks of rebirth really were sweet. On the way, I asked casually, Grandpa, how'd these two black bears end up together? Grandpa was an old hunter. All of third uncle's skills had been learned from him. He thought it over. Most likely the small one had just become independent, and the mother bear wasn't at ease, so she was still hanging around nearby protecting her cub. That's probably it. Third uncle nodded. Li Xiangtao and I walked at the very front carrying our loads, chatting and laughing. But the others behind us watched, clicking their tongues in amazement. 100-some pounds bearing down on each of us, and you couldn't see a hint of strain. Li Xiangtao was one thing, but where was I getting all this strength? Only I knew the answer. Third uncle's house was at the far east end of the village, but with our big crowd hauling two bears, the villagers still got a good eyeful. The moment we set the bears down in the open space in the yard, third uncle put the guns away and replaced the ammunition with rounds he'd secretly stashed away before. Third aunt and Li Wan went into the inner room with grandmother. After a fright like today's, they needed to properly recover. Grandpa had just finished boiling water and was about to go inside to dip the bear bladders in water to preserve them, when someone showed up at the courtyard gate. Village party secretary Chen Baohua, face dark, barged in with his two sons and a whole crowd of villagers. Chen Jinhua trailed behind. No need to ask, she was the one who'd tipped them off. Grandpa shot my father a vicious glare, and my father flinched, shrinking his neck down. Third uncle frowned and stepped forward to meet them. Secretary, what's all this? He didn't call him cousin. Chen Baohua was a man who loved putting on airs, and he'd laid down the law long ago that everyone was to address him by his title. Chen Baohua was full of official pomp. So, I heard your Li family bagged two black bears? I've come to take a look. That's right. I shot them, third uncle said gravely, silently thanking his lucky stars for that warning of mine. They were in the forest over by the cliff mountain. These two beasts nearly hurt my wife and daughter. The words were barely out when Chen Jinhua leapt out, her voice shrill. Brother, someone saw them head out with the militia unit's guns. These bears were definitely shot with the militia's guns. The bear bladders, the bear meat. They've got to be split evenly. The moment she said this, the whole family's expression changed. Using militia weapons without authorization, put on the table like that, and we really didn't have a leg to stand on. This woman was truly vicious enough. I sneered inwardly. Sure enough, she'd pulled this move. This was exactly why I'd been so determined to split off from the family. I took a step forward, blocking both third uncle, who was about to argue, and grandpa, whose face had gone ashen, behind me. When it came to a battle of words, our Li family was no good at it. And even with a story we'd agreed on, the worry was that someone would get flustered and let something slip. Unhurried, I said. Chen Jinhua, you can't just make things up. Who saw us use the militia unit's guns? She turned and scanned the crowd, and seeing no one speak up, she steeled herself and put on that shameless attitude of hers. I saw it. They took the Type 56 and the Hanyang rifles. Oh, I strolled over to the bear, flipped it over so the fur faced up, and pointed at the bullet holes I'd long since stabbed into an unrecognizable mess. Chen Jinhua, open your eyes and take a good look. This Type 56 you're talking about. Where is it? Chen Baohua's face darkened, and he quickly leaned in to peer at them. Most of the holes really were impossible to identify by what gun made them. Only two spots that were still relatively intact clearly bore the marks of hunting shotgun slugs. He was stuck in a bind. On the surface, using the militia unit's guns was off limits, but anyone in the village who went into the mountains would occasionally borrow one for protection. That was common enough. If he really cracked down on this rule, no one would ever be able to borrow one again. What's more, he had one of the best Type 50 SIXS sitting in his own house. And besides, the Li family was no pushover in the village. My grandfather was even his own uncle by marriage. Making too big a scene would look bad, and third uncle was the militia captain, after all. So Chen Baohua just stood there, unable to advance or retreat. Behind him, Chen Chong watched this former little tag-along of theirs now speaking with reason and evidence, utterly impervious to pressure, and was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. I shot third uncle a glance, and he caught on immediately, stepping forward. Secretary Chun, these bears have nothing to do with the militia unit's guns. But as the old saying goes, mountain wealth shouldn't be enjoyed alone. Our Sifong village has more than 80 households, 1 pound of bear meat for each family. How does that sound? That one line instantly turned the whole situation around. This too was something our family had discussed beforehand. Even though land was being divided among households now, handing out a bit of meat could win people over. Country folk always operated on you help me, I help you. What could Chin Bao say? Stand on the opposing side and blow this up into a mess, so nobody gets any meat? He'd come here aiming to seize the bear bladders, never expecting the Lee family to have prepared for it in advance. His expression was ugly, but he squeezed out a smile worse than a grimace. Well, since the village's guns weren't used, and you're willing to share meat with the folks, then naturally it's a good thing. With that, he shot his own younger sister a fierce glare, gave a cold snort, turned, and left. Then no need to go door to door, Secretary Chun. I called out to his back. On your way home, just stop by the village office and give a shout over the loudspeaker. His steps paused, and he grumbled out one line. Got it. The moment Chin Bao left, all eyes swung, snap, onto Chen Jinhua. My stepmother, Chen Jinhua, having made such a scene of things, couldn't keep her face. She barked at my father, Li Changming. What are you all staring at? Once the meat's divided up, hurry home. And with that, she spun around and stormed out of the courtyard. My grandfather Li Shichuan looked at my father's spineless state and couldn't hold back his fury. He stepped over and gave him a kick. Don't be fooled by the old man's 70 years. He was still nimble as ever, mainly because my father didn't dare dodge at all. Honestly, watching my father take that kick, I felt nothing but satisfaction. Serves him right. My fifth brother, Li Xiangtao, stood in the back sneaking a laugh too. Once third uncle Li Changwu had divided the meat among the villagers gathered around, and the crowd had dispersed, the courtyard immediately quieted down. We took the bears' noses and kneecaps off both black bears and set them aside, and chopped off the bear paws as well. Everyone inside. Let's talk about this black bear business. Grandpa clasped his hands behind his back and headed into the main room, with the few of us following. The old man lit up his pipe, took a deep, satisfying drag, and seeing me watching him, asked with a smile, What? You want a puff too? I waved my hands repeatedly. This tobacco was too strong. I'd snuck a few puffs in my last life, and it left me dizzy for half a day afterward. Grandpa, this stuff's too much for me to enjoy. You keep it for yourself. Grandpa looked at me, a flicker of gratification in his eyes. He probably figured that even though this grandson had been mischievous and idle before, deep down, he was still a good kid who respected his elders. Little did he know that the person standing before him was, in fact, someone living his life all over again. The old man raised his head, looked around the room, and said in a low, firm voice, Whatever happened here today, nobody breathes a word of it outside. Especially you, oldest boy. Can't you show a little sense for once? Once we butcher this big black bear, there ought to be over 100 pounds left. We'll keep the smaller one for ourselves to eat and take the rest, along with the bear paws, to the supply co-op in town to sell. Then Grandpa shifted his tone. Xiangyang here is the hero of this family today. Thanks to him, nothing terrible happened to us. So all the money from selling the bear meat, the paws, and the gallbladder goes to him. It just so happens he's about to split off and start his own household. You three don't have any objections, do you? The old man swept his gaze over his three sons. None. It's only right, the three answered in unison. Just then, a gruff voice called out from beyond the courtyard gate. Brotherly, I heard your nephew here took down 2 black bears. The moment Grandpa heard that voice, he hurried out to greet him. Standing in the yard was a stocky old man in his 60s with a grizzled beard, none other than Liang Songzhou, the village barefoot doctor. This old man's medical skills were extraordinary. Even people from the town made special trips to have him treat them. For folks in our own village, he basically only charged for his costs, so his reputation here was sky high. Brother Liang, that's right, we got 2 black bears. I was just thinking about sending some bear meat over to you. Grandpa said with a smile as he went to meet him. No rush on the meat. This time I mainly came to buy the gallbladder and the bear's nose. I need them for medicine. Liang Songzhou said. No problem at all. Xiangyang, go bring out the goods for your Grandpa Yang. I hurried into the inner room, took out the gallbladder, the bear's nose, and the kneecaps, and laid them out neatly on a wooden board. Liang Song's-ho lifted the gallbladder up to his eyes and examined it carefully, then nodded. Not bad. This one's been handled well. It's a grass gallbladder. This grass gallbladder plus the 2 bear noses, 350 total. How's that? Grandpa Liang, whatever you think is fair, I said with a smile. The old man pulled a stack of 10 yuan bills from his bag, counted out 35 of them, and handed them to my grandfather. Brother, count them. Count them. Nothing. As if I couldn't trust you, Brother Liang. Grandpa waved him off, then asked, Oh, by the way, Brother Liang, are you going to be riding your bicycle this afternoon? I'll be home mixing medicine this afternoon, won't be riding it. Why you need it? Grandpa pointed at the meat on the ground. It's still hot out, the bear paws and meat won't keep. I want to borrow your bike to run down to the supply co-op in town. Then you'd better sell it quick. The bike's parked right by my gate. Here's the key. Grandpa took the key and shot me a look. I caught on instantly, grabbed a knife, and cut 3 or 4 pounds of good meat off the big black bear, then caught up with Liang Song's-ho just as he was about to leave. Grandpa Liang, take this meat home and give it a taste. It's the white fatty kind, really good. Liang Song's-ho kept refusing, but I shoved it at him. Just take it. In a bit, once the village loudspeaker makes the announcement, every household will have some. Only then did he accept. After seeing Liang Song's-ho off, I pushed the bicycle back into the yard. Grandpa stuffed the money he'd just gotten into my hands. Xiangyang, your third uncle banged up his leg and can't get around easily. You cut off the thick bear fat sections, then set aside about 70 portions of meat, roughly a pound each, and take the rest to town to sell. Keep this money. We'll be happy just eating a little meat along the way. Looking at those 35 crisp 10 yuan bills in my hand, 3rd series renminbi, which I hadn't seen in years in my past life, I took the money without a shred of guilt. There were plenty of things I needed cash for right now. All right, I'll get on it. As I cut the meat, I called over to my dad. Dad, go home and grab the household registration book for me. I want to see if I can buy a hunting rifle in town. Buy what? Just take mine and use it. Take the Type 56 semi into the mountains. Third uncle spoke up right away, but I already had a plan worked out in my head. If nothing changed from before, at the end of this year, the next town over would have a major armed crime case. When that happened, every militia firearm in the county would be collected and locked up at the County Armed Forces Department, only briefly released during the autumn harvest and kept under tight control. I had to get myself a few guns now, otherwise my weapon slot would just go to waste. Buying a hunting rifle right now just meant taking the household book and registering for a hunting license. Sporting rifles and air guns were even easier. Right now, they counted as sporting goods, plain and simple. The Type 56 semi was the tricky one. An ordinary person couldn't get their hands on it at all. It was best to have a forest ranger position, then get a certificate from the forestry department, and it still had to be put on record. Of course, you could also buy one on the black market. My plan was this: buy one out in the open and hunt down a few more on the black market to stuff into my weapon slot. Kept hidden and used quietly like that, the chance of getting caught was extremely low, and I wouldn't have to worry about jealous people reporting me. When it came down to it, the problem was money. If I had cash, the easiest thing would be to just grab a couple of Type 56 semis off the black market and use them on the sly. Third uncle, we really do need to buy this gun. Better to buy it now than later. Down the road, when we go into the mountains hunting together, your one gun won't be enough. Third uncle thought it over and figured that made sense. All right then, buy one. The money should be enough. The Eagle brand I bought before was only 230 some. Don't know if prices have gone up lately. Third uncle, I'm not planning to buy the Eagle brand. I want the Tiger head over under double barrel, chambered for 12 gauge shells. Now that's got some punch. Fine, get whatever you like. Hurry up and go. This afternoon the village is auctioning off the collective's property. If you're back early, you can still take a look. That reminded me, there really was such a thing happening. The village was dividing up the land to individual households. The old production brigade had been reorganized into a hamlet, and all the livestock and farm tools were being auctioned off to the villagers. I'd been eyeing those few old flatbed carts in the hamlet for a while now. After all, I still had an empty horse cart slot. Perfect timing. Going into town, I could also stop by and talk to my sister, Li Shui, about splitting off from the household. There were 5 of us siblings. The oldest, Li Xiangdong, and the second, Li Xiaohua, were born to Chen Jinhua. The third, Li Shui, the fourth, me, and the fifth, Li Xiangtao. The 3 of us shared one mother. My sister was currently working as a temp at a bakery in town. I quickly finished cutting up the meat, tied the rest to the back seat of the bicycle with hemp rope, loaded up the bear paws, slung the hunting rifle over my back, tucked the household book away, and headed straight for Daching town. With that huge slab of bear meat riding on the back, I instantly became the center of attention in the village. A gang of kids ran chasing after the bike, and everyone I passed asked where I was headed. I answered each one, off to town to sell meat. Just as I left the village entrance, Chun Bao's voice came blaring over the loudspeaker, his tone tinged with frustration. Attention, attention, villagers. Send 1 person from each household to Li Chongwu's place at the east end of the village to collect 1 pound of black bear meat. I rode for the better part of an hour before I reached the Daching Town Supply Co-op. They weighed the meat at the counter, bear meat, 30 cents a pound. Seeing that price, I could only give a helpless, bitter laugh. Even though policies have loosened up now, there were still no private buyers of mountain goods in town, so the co-op drove prices way down. Give it another couple of years, and it should get a lot better. The 8 bear paws sold together for 210 yuan. After tucking away the money, I strolled over to the firearms counter and looked up at the hunting rifles hanging on the wall. Squirrel brand, Eagle brand, Tiger head brand. They had them all. Comrade, how much for that tiger head over-under double barrel? The clerk was a young girl. Maybe because I was decent looking, she answered especially warmly. This one's 286, chrome-plated, chambered for 12-gauge shells. Do I need any paperwork to buy this gun? You need a hunting license from the forestry department. No license, no sale. I glanced at the clock on the wall, already 3 in the afternoon. If I want to get the license now, I'd definitely miss the property auction back at the hamlet. Besides, with third uncle's leg injury, he wouldn't be able to go into the mountains for a while, so I could just use his Eagle brand to get by for now. Never mind then, I'll come back another day. I turned to leave. Hey, comrade. The clerk lowered her voice and called after me. We just got a shipment of Janwei 9 sporting rifles. Small caliber, better accuracy than the Janwei 8, plenty good for rabbits and roe deer. They count as sporting goods. No paperwork needed, just register and you're set. I stopped in my tracks. Glancing over at the sporting goods counter, I only saw a Janwei 8 and a few air guns on display. That's the Janwei 8. The boss said to put out the Janwei 9s once these sell out. The clerk said as she opened the cabinet below and took out a rifle with a noticeably longer barrel. I recognized it at a glance, the Janwei 9. In my past life, after I'd gone lame in the leg and couldn't get into the deep mountains, I'd had to make do with hunting rabbits and roe deer with a small caliber, and I'd used this gun a few times. It was an improved model of the Janwei 8. The rifling went from 4 grooves to 6, and the barrel was thickened and lengthened, giving it a good boost in accuracy. Looking like being handsome really did have its perks. I mulled it over. Hunting rifles were fine for big game, but with small game, they'd ruin the pelt. This small caliber was a must-buy. In my past life, the small caliber was what I used most comfortably. After all, once 1989 rolled around, hunting was banned, and the hunting rifle lost most of its use. Excuse me, do you have a Janwei 20? That was a semi-automatic sporting rifle that held 10 rounds, up to 11 at most, nicknamed the 11-shooter. It had a loading hole on the right side of the stock, and you could pour the bullets in like grains of rice. The barrel and body could even be disassembled. Janwei 20? The girl looked completely baffled. Only then did it hit me. This gun hadn't been copied and produced yet. It wouldn't be for another few years. My mistake. Oh, I got it mixed up. Won't buy it for now. Next, I wandered over to the tobacco and liquor counter, and only after asking did I realize I'd made another blunder. These days you needed coupons to buy tobacco and liquor. That was no big deal, though. I slung the gun over my back, walked out of the co-op, and set out to find a coupon scalper. The moment I stepped outside, a shifty-eyed, dark, and scrawny fellow sidled up to me. Hey buddy, sold a fair bit of stuff just now, huh? You want to buy a gun? My heart tensed up. This guy had probably been watching me for a good while. Quietly, I pressed my hand against the hunting knife wrapped inside my jacket. The moment he saw that move, he hurriedly backed up 2 steps and waved his hands. Easy, easy, I don't mean any harm. No problem if you don't want to buy. Hearing that, I actually got curious. Go on, then, what guns have you got, and what's the price? All kinds of hunting rifles, single barrel, double barrel. What model do you want? You got the Tiger Head over-under double barrel? How much? That one's 260, comes with 10 shells thrown in. Cheaper than the co-op, though this definitely wasn't his rock-bottom price. What about the Type 56 semi? If you really want one, I can get it, just a bit pricier. That gun's tightly controlled, got a serial number, 1100. The co-op only sells it for 760. You're marking it up way too steep. I pointed back behind me. The fellow instantly got prickly. 760? Can you even buy one without the paperwork? That's just for show. I haggled with him a while longer, then asked, you got any other guns? Buddy, let's not stand here chatting. Come around behind that big tree over there. You can pick for yourself, see what you want. I glanced at the tree he pointed to and shook my head. Forget it. I'm not going over there. I wasn't about to put my life in someone else's hands. Besides, I'd just shown off my wealth. Hauling around that huge slab of bear meat was way too conspicuous. In most people's eyes, if you had bear meat, how could you not have a gallbladder? The words had barely left my mouth when a flash of inspiration struck. Bro, you got a Browning SA-22? I'd suddenly remembered. The Janway 20 was a copy of exactly this gun, and the Browning SA-22 had been made way back in 1914, so maybe I really could track one down. The fellow was taken aback. Well, I'll be damned, buddy. You actually know your guns. I do happen to have one of those. Came in from up north, brand new, never been fired. I was ecstatic inside, but I held down my excitement and asked calmly, how much? 320. Bro, isn't that price a little too cutthroat? I had the feeling I was being fleeced like a fat sheep. Pricey? You know your stuff, imported goods and domestic goods. You think the steel's the same quality. Of course I knew that. In those days, imported guns really were better in quality, longer lasting, fewer malfunctions. I was just playing dumb to knock the price down. 280. If that works, bring it over and let me inspect it. I chopped 40 right off the top. Deal. 280 it is. Wait here, I'll bring it for you to see. The fellow agreed cleanly and decisively, without a moment's hesitation. I was dumbstruck on the spot. Oh no, I'd bid too high. About 5 minutes later, the fellow came back and opened up his overcoat. Hanging inside was exactly the Browning SA-22. I took it and checked it over. It really was a brand new gun, never used. I skillfully assembled the stock and barrel. Yep, still that same feel. To make up for botching the haggling just now, I insisted on getting 50 rounds of .22 ammo. Then, figuring that wasn't enough, I gritted my teeth and added 20 yuan for 200 more. 250 rounds in all. That number, 250, slang for a fool, seemed to be mocking me for my lousy bargaining. Still, with the weapon slot, the more bullets the better, obviously. Restrictions on buying guns and ammo were only going to get tighter down the road, so I'd stockpile whatever I could. Anyway, tossed into the weapon slot, it just showed up as a number. I also bought some Eagle brand 16-gauge birdshot, buckshot, and slug rounds. Birdshot was for birds and small animals. Each round packed full of steel pellets for a wide spread pattern. Buckshot was for medium-sized game, holding a dozen or so lead pellets inside. Slugs were for the big ones, with tremendous stopping power. The most delightful surprise was, all the bullets, no matter the type, could be stuffed into the same weapon slot. This was absolutely a huge stroke of luck. I traded for some tobacco coupons, liquor coupons, and sugar coupons, then went back to the co-op and bought 4 packs of filter-tipped ginseng cigarettes to let Grandpa and third uncle try. As for liquor, the little shop in the village had that. I also weighed out 2 pounds of White Rabbit milk candy. After this whole shopping spree, the 560 that hadn't even warmed up in my hand was more than half gone. Only 200 left. That was when it hit me. That big spending habit from before my rebirth really needed to change. Back then, this little bit of money was nothing, but here and now, it was more than half a year's wages for an ordinary person. I hopped on the bike and headed back. Passing the town hospital, I parked the bike, grabbed a handful of White Rabbit candies, and went into the nurse's station. After a few sweet words and handing the candy out to a couple of young nurses, I spent 4 yuan and got 8 nearly new tourniquet bands in exchange. Now these were good stuff. I planned to take them home and make slingshots. Before I crossed over, my two best skills were sporting rifles and slingshots. Practicing with slingshots, my left hand had taken plenty of hits from ricocheting stones. Passing a repair shop, I couldn't keep my hands to myself again. 5 yuan for 2 pounds of steel ball bearings. I stuffed them into the ammo slot and took a look. Wow, 1,560 of them. When I got to the bakery gate, the gatekeeper stopped me, so I could only crouch there counting ants. I didn't wait long before I saw a good-looking girl come out carrying something. About 5'7", round little face, braided pigtails. Xiangyang, I grabbed you some reject bread. Give it a try, see if it's good, my sisterly Shui said with a smile. I took the bag and looked inside, and my heart warmed. It was all red bean paste bread, my favorite. Sis, I came back to tell you something. I'm splitting off from the household. I'm not living with Chun Jinhua anymore. Splitting off? Is Chun Jinhua not giving you two enough to eat again? I'll go back right now and have it out with her. My sister flew into a rage on the spot. No, she's the same as always. It's just that I really can't stand her constant snide remarks. I want to go build a house at Cliff Mountain, the east end of our village. Cliff Mountain? That miserable place where even grass won't grow. What are you going there for? Besides, it's so close to the big forest. What'll you do when black bears and wild boars come around? No way. As the saying goes, an eldest sister is like a mother. My sister immediately took on her big sister authority. Sis, look, that's why I bought a gun. With a gun, what's there to be scared of? I flashed the brand new Browning slung on my back. Only then did my sister spot the gun. She stepped forward and grabbed me by the ear. So you've grown a spine now, huh? You thinking of going up the mountain to hunt? You think hunting's that easy? These past few years, in our village and the ones nearby, do you have any idea how many hunters have died? Ow, ow, sis, that hurts. I quickly begged for mercy. Hurts or not, no? You stay put at home and behave yourself. Or how about I ask my factory manager to let you come work as a temp at the bakery? There are lots of women working there. Easy to find a wife. Only then did she let go. I rubbed my reddened ear, dropped the grinning monkey act, and said seriously, Sis, I've made up my mind. This household has to be split. I've had enough. When it comes to hunting, I'll only work the outer edges. Didn't you see I bought a small caliber? That put my sister a little more at ease. Small caliber, big caliber, I don't care. You are not allowed into the deep mountains, you hear me? I had no choice but to agree for the moment. Sis, are you coming back for the land division? Your household registration should still be in our village, right? They're dividing it up tomorrow morning. I divorced a few months back, so mine and Wanwan's registrations both got transferred back to Sifong Hamlet. You just handle the arrangements however you see fit. She brushed the hair off her forehead, unconcerned. Hearing that, I was delighted. I knew that once that cold spring on the mountain started gushing again, the plot of land at the foot of the mountain would be a treasure. Most importantly, I didn't want anyone farming right outside my door, with everyone coming and going right under my nose. What kind of arrangement would that be? Right now, it was still parched, low-grade land, but once the cold spring erupted, people would be fighting tooth and nail over it. I had to claim it first. If you're not going, then I'm off, sis. This afternoon, the hamlet's auctioning off the leftover property. I've got to go see if there's anything valuable. My sister circled around me twice, then laughed. What's this? You struck it rich? Talking so big, buying guns, buying property. I slapped my forehead. Forgot to tell you, this afternoon was really touch and go. Third aunt and little one almost got mauled by a black bear. I was right there when I told her everything that had happened that morning, start to finish. My sister listened, shuddering at the danger, and when she heard that I'd blasted a solid iron gallbladder to bits with one shot, losing 700 or 800 yuan, she couldn't help sighing. Who wouldn't ache over that? But at least she finally understood how I'd suddenly become such a big spender. How much did this gun cost? She pointed at the Browning on my shoulder. 300. I shrugged. 300 yuan. My sister grabbed my ear again. Couldn't you use that money to get yourself a wife? Weren't you getting along pretty well with Yang Xiaoyu from Xiushui Hamlet? The moment I heard the name, Yang Xiaoyu, a surge of anger shot straight up in me. Oh, wonderful, just wonderful. In my past life, the one who framed me and trampled me the hardest was this very young Xiaoyu. Sis, nothing's even settled yet. And besides, I'm not old enough. Not old enough. You can still get engaged first, she counseled earnestly. Sis, stay out of my business. I tossed out that line and turned to leave. Seeing me about to go, she hurriedly called out, Aren't you going to find time to visit Mom in Fengshui Hamlet? My steps halted. In my mind rose the image of my mother, Su Yunxia, a gentle, frail country woman. She was now living at her parents' home in Fengshui Hamlet, helping my sister look after her child. For years ago, through Chun Jinhua's behind-the-scenes maneuvering, my sister had been married off to her daegu. After the wedding, it was nothing but beatings and cursing, and in the end, she divorced and left with her 3-year-old daughter. All right, on the way back I'll be passing right through Fengshui Hamlet. I'll drop by and see Mom. I miss her too. Once I get the house fixed up, I'll bring her back to live with me. You miss Mom? And you're going to bring her back to live with you? Don't try to fool me. My sister's face was full of doubt. She wasn't wrong. The old me spent his days fooling around. When would I ever have thought about my own mother? But things were different now. I won't argue with you. You'll see when the time comes. With that, I hopped on the bike and rode off. Fengshui Hamlet was about 10 miles of mountain road from Sifang Hamlet, though it was closer to town. Before long, I spotted the landmark old scholar tree at the village entrance. Doing the math, if I raced back to Sifang Hamlet now, I'd more than likely miss the auction anyway. So there was no rush. Instead of heading straight to my grandmother's place, I started wandering around the village first. I'd often come to Fengshui Hamlet as a kid. This time I had a purpose, so I went straight toward the brigade courtyard. Before I even got close, I heard a commotion. Stepping into the courtyard, I saw the village party secretary, Su Guofu, standing in the middle with a few others, pointing at an old horse and a scrawny mule tied to a wooden post, saying something. Only when I got closer could I make out what they were saying. The commune's been dissolved. We can't just keep feeding this old horse and skinny mule for nothing, right? The land's about to be divided up among each household. Everyone'll be on their own. Who's got the grain to feed these two money losers? This mule's got a big frame, but no strength. Looks good on the outside, useless for actual work. I listened to the crowd for a while before I understood. It turned out Fengshui Hamlet was also dealing with its livestock that afternoon. An ox and a donkey had already been auctioned off, leaving only this 20-some-year-old horse and a mule just over a year old, and nobody wanted them. In my past life, when I was working odd jobs, I spent time at a private horse ranch. Now, thinking back, all that knowledge about horses in my head was suddenly crystal clear. I was secretly astonished. Rebirth even gave me a perk like this? My skills had been enhanced too? I looked at the horse first. It really was very old, a white horse. You have to understand, horses generally live around 30 years, and once they pass 20, their strength drops off sharply. Its coat was matted and dull, and you could tell no one had been taking proper care of it lately. But from its thick, sturdy frame, you could still glimpse the glory of its younger days. It must have been a draft horse imported from the north years ago. I only gave the old horse a glance. What really caught my eye was the mule beside it. To be precise, a hinny. No, a mule sired by a horse from a female donkey, which is what horse mule means. A horse mule is often larger in build than either parent. This horse mule was so thin its ribs stood out one by one, and like its mother, its coat was dull and matted. But it really did look striking, snow white all over, without a single stray-colored hair. Black mules were common, but white mules were quite rare. Though it was thin, its frame and legs were unusually solid. At just over a year old, it already stood over 5 feet 3 at the shoulder, radiating a spirited, magnificent air. Right now, it was on high alert, its lively eyes fixed intently on a figure not far off holding a small knife. I recognized that man. He was the village animal gelder, and he was clutching a lump of something in his hand. Oh damn, you've got to be kidding me. I quickly glanced under the mule. Sure enough, there was a wound. It was over. This poor mule was probably in for a joyless rest of its life. I also glanced at the feeder standing nearby, well-fed and stout, but his eyes kept shifting evasively. From the looks of it, this guy had definitely been skimming the animal's feed. Feeding livestock meant adding beans, corn, and bean meal, all things people could eat too. This unlucky mother and son pair went hungry every single day. and the fact that they were still alive meant they were tough as nails. Just then, someone in the crowd asked, "Secretary, what are we doing with the horse and the mule?" Su Guofu conferred with a few cadres beside him. The old horse, 300. The mule, 100. The moment those words came out, the villagers erupted. "Secretary, can this old horse even weigh over 1,000 pounds? After you slaughter it, you'd have 700 or 800 pounds tops. You couldn't even sell 300 pounds worth of meat." Right, right, make it cheaper. That scrawny mule's all frame and no meat, under 200 pounds at most. Isn't 100 too pricey? I noticed that the one shouting that the mule was too expensive was that very feeder. My first thought, there was something fishy here. Hearing the villagers grumble about the price, Su Guofu called out loudly, "Does anyone want this horse? If nobody does, we'll slaughter it for meat. And the mule, does anyone want it?" At this point, the feeder stepped forward, wearing an ingratiating smile. "Guofu, once this feeding yard breaks up, my heart's gonna feel so empty. How about you let me take the mule for 80 and feed it, just to have something to remember it by?" Hearing that, I understood right away. This feeder was definitely up to no good. He'd probably caught wind of things and deliberately starved the mule to this state. And now he was playing the sentiment card to snag it cheap. "Second uncle, can I buy this mule?" I parted the crowd and walked up to Su Guofu. Everyone's eyes snapped to me at once. "You're not from our village, are you?" Su Guofu eyed me with puzzlement. "Second uncle, I'm Su Yunxia's son." Only then did it click for him. "Oh, I remember now. Your family's in Sifong Hamlet, right? You're Xiangyang. Haven't seen you in years, couldn't even recognize you." Su Guofu wasn't my blood uncle. We were distant relations well beyond the 5th degree, but by generational ranking, I had to call him uncle. "Hey, you outsider, what are you doing here stirring up trouble for?" That feeder jumped out again. "Second uncle, doesn't this mule go to the highest bidder?" Su Guofu looked a little troubled. "Uncle Li Min, you can see for yourself, this Xiangyang counts as half a villager here at least." "No way. Not one of us is not one of us. What's this half business? Outsiders don't have the right to buy." Zhao Limin hollered at the top of his lungs. "Zhao Limin, what are you yelling about? Asking for a beating, are you? Fine, Xiangyang's not from our village. We'll buy it. That works, right?" A big, burly man with a full beard parted the crowd and stepped out, with 2 more strapping fellows behind him. "Eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle." I was both surprised and overjoyed. Looking at these 3 husky men, my sense of security instantly went through the roof. These 3 were my real uncles, Su Daqiang, Su Erqiang, and Su Sanqiang. I have to say, the Su family had great genes, every one of them broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. My 5th brother and I took after that too. "Xiangyang, you came all this way and didn't even go inside to sit? Your grandma's been hoping to see you God knows how many times." Su Daqiang said, "That's my fault. I should come visit Grandma more." I quickly answered, "All right, save all that for later." Su Daqiang turned his head, glared fiercely at Zhao Limin, and asked menacingly, "Do I have the right to buy this mule?" Behind him, Su Erqiang and Su Sanqiang clenched their fists, glowering. Zhao Limin shrank his neck and wilted. "You've got the right, you've got the right." The 3 Su brothers were famously fierce in Fengshui Hamlet. In the countryside, having lots of sons meant standing tall. No doubt about that logic, let alone 3 big bruisers like these. Whoever picked a fight with them just wasn't in their right mind. Seeing Zhao Limin cave, Su Daqiang turned to Su Guofu. "Guofu, can this mule go any cheaper? It's starved down to nothing but bones." Su Guofu now had a splitting headache too. Zhao Limin offered 80. "Brother Dazhuang, if you want to buy it, you've got to go higher than him, right?" "Then I'll offer 80 yuan and 1 dime. Anybody got a problem with that?" After saying it, Su Daqiang swept his gaze around the courtyard. Not a single soul dared make a sound. Zhao Limin, choked with resentment, went livid but didn't dare raise the bid again. Seeing no one respond, Su Daqiang leaned in toward me, looking a little embarrassed. "Nephew, you're the one who wants this mule. So you'll pay for it, yeah?" We didn't bring any money. He didn't even need to say it. I knew exactly what shape Grandma's household was in. Eldest uncle and second uncle's weddings had drained the family dry, and third uncle's marriage still wasn't settled. The 3 uncles ate as much as 2 men each, and eldest and second uncle each had 2 or 3 kids. Right now, Just getting enough to eat was a struggle. Other families might not eat well, but at least they ate their fill. Grandma's household worried about grain every single day. I handed 9 10 yuan bills to Su Daqiang, who passed them straight to Su Guofu. Guofu, make the change. Hold off on the change for now. I cut in. Second uncle, since the village is getting rid of all the horses and mules, that cart, the halter, the saddle, they're all useless now too. How about you throw those in for me as well? I pointed at the beat-up cart and pile of odds and ends in the corner of the courtyard. Su Guofu discussed it with a few of the cadres. If you want them, we'll count them as 20. Just add 10 more and it's done. By now, Zhao Limin had gone completely quiet, not daring to pop up again and call me an outsider, and none of the other villagers tried to compete with me either. Deal. I walked over to the wooden post and untied the reins. The horse mule shrank back a bit in resistance, glaring at me warily. I didn't yank hard. Instead, I gazed into its intelligent big eyes and slowly reached out to stroke its neck. This was a skill I'd honed at the horse ranch in my past life, and now the effect was outstanding. Don't be afraid. From now on, no one can hurt you, and you'll never go hungry again, I said sincerely. The horse mule seemed to understand, letting out 2 brays. The villagers, especially Zhao Limin, had been waiting to watch me make a fool of myself. This mule had just been gelded, so it was agitated and highly aggressive. Seeing me calm it so easily, they were all thoroughly let down. Seeing how much it understood, I smiled and said, "From now on your name is Erden, in memory of your lost youth." As I said it, I even glanced at the 2 things in the gelder's hand. Hearing that name, the villagers roared with laughter. I pulled out another 10 yuan bill and handed it to Su Guofu, then took the receipt the accountant had written up. Second uncle, I'll be taking my stuff and heading out then. I didn't linger. I handed the reins to eldest uncle, had third uncle help me push the bicycle, walked over to the corner of the courtyard, and tossed that whole pile of odds and ends onto the cart. I didn't have Erden pull the cart. I grabbed the handles myself and headed toward the courtyard gate. Just then, there was a sudden commotion in the courtyard. I turned to look. Erden had knelt down, facing the old horse. My heart lurched, but asking me to buy the old horse too just wasn't realistic. The villagers murmured among themselves, and a few of the more tender-hearted ones even got misty-eyed. This mule's got a good heart. It understands people. Lived this long and never seen anything like it. I knew I'd struck gold. A mule this intelligent was hard to come by. Zhao Limin glared daggers at me, unable to hide the jealousy in his eyes. I had no intention of using an animal slot contract on Erden. For a domesticable work animal like this, I couldn't bear to waste a precious contract slot. I focused my attention on the animal slot, and a more detailed prompt popped up. Animal slot can contract 1 animal companion, unbindable after 1 year. Before contracting, the animal must bear no hostility toward you, and intimacy must reach the required level. After 1 year, the contract is automatically dissolved. The companion relationship remains unchanged. The meaning was clear. Only 1 contract per year, and the slot wouldn't open up until the year was through. As intelligent as Erden was, I was confident I could handle it even without a contract. The animal slot had to be saved for something truly useful for hunting. I'd rather contract something like a golden eagle or a brown bear. Even though Erden's kneeling moved me, having lived 2 lifetimes, I still didn't stop walking. After it finished kneeling, Erden followed along out, coaxed by eldest and second uncle. I had more pressing matters. The money I'd made today was nearly all spent, leaving just 91 yuan in hand. It was already October, and I still had to split off from the household. Freeloading at third uncle's forever wasn't right. Digging a root cellar, stockpiling winter vegetables, preparing to hole up for the cold season. Every single one of these was urgent, and every single one cost money. The 3 men were crouched at the base of the wall, busy as bees, while Li Xiangtao stood off to the side watching eagerly. Once the trimming was mostly done, I went to the storehouse and found a piece of leather and a few strands of copper wire, then brought over the tourniquet bands to bind it all up. Third uncle had a few spares over there, more than enough. Before long, several sturdy elmwood slingshots were freshly made. I casually picked up a few small stones, drew the slingshot, and fired one at a liquor bottle not far off. 3 shots in a row, crack, crack, crack. Grandpa and third uncle watched with smiles. Seeing my skilled moves and graceful stance, they figured the bottle would shatter with a bang. But it got awkward. Not a single one hit. What's going on? I was even baffled. In my past life, I'd played with slingshots, with a high hit rate within 20 meters, and my touch was fine. How could this be? Xiangyang, use these. Third uncle reached out his hand, a dozen or so clay pellets in his palm. It dawned on me. The problem was the stones, with their irregular shapes. Third uncle's clay balls were made of yellow clay. You first sun-dry the yellow earth, grind it up, sift it, add water, and pound it over and over, knead it into balls of roughly the same size, then air dry and bake them, and in the end they're as hard as stones. The key thing was, they had a regular shape, easy to control. I took the clay balls and drew the slingshot again. Just one shot. Crack. Boom. The liquor bottle shattered into bits. Nice. Grandpa cheered loudly. Xiangyang, you're pretty good with this slingshot, steady and accurate. Third uncle said, his face full of admiration. In my past life, I was a master with the slingshot and the sporting rifle, and after rebirth, my physique had leveled up too. So naturally, my accuracy rose right along with it. Don't underestimate the slingshot. Done well, it could earn money too. A slingshot was quiet, so it didn't spook game. A sporting rifle, however light, would still scare game off the moment it fired. Besides, squirrels were small. The only valuable thing on them was the pelt, and if the pelt got torn, all you had left was a little meat to eat. That morning in the woods, I'd spotted quite a few of them. For lunch, we had bear-fat flatbread rolled with shredded potato, spread with soybean paste, and mashed garlic. The whole family ate to their heart's content. Bear fat really was great stuff, especially the fat from this white-fatted black bear. Hardly any gamey smell. After resting a bit, in the afternoon, I went into the mountains alone. Li Xiangtao went into town with Li Wan to buy things. Early tomorrow morning, she'd be catching the train, transferring buses, and heading to the capital for college. Li Wan was the first college student from Sifong Hamlet. In my past life, because of a black bear, she'd been clawed and injured during the National Day holiday. In this life, with me there to save her, her fate had completely changed. College students these days are extremely precious, totally unlike the later era when a bachelor's degree wasn't worth much and master's holders were a dime a dozen. Getting in not only cost you no living expenses, they paid you money, gave you a salary, and assigned you a job upon graduation. Thinking about it made me ashamed. She and I were only a few months apart in age, yet I just couldn't put my head into books. I took the hunting rifle, the sporting rifle, and 2 slingshots, and headed into the big mountains. I crossed Cliff Mountain, went over 2 ridges, and reached a stand of red pine, where I found several plump little squirrels bounding about in the branches. I'd already stowed the hunting rifle, the sporting rifle, and 1 slingshot into the weapon slot. The one in my hand I loaded with a steel ball and crept forward carefully. The woods were too dense, and the squirrels were up high, so I had to work around the branches. These little things were wary. The slightest sound, and they'd look around every which way, though they wouldn't run far. I picked out an opening and slowly drew the slingshot. Whoosh. Crack. The steel ball struck it right in its little head. This time I didn't use my full strength, because there was an idea in my head I wanted to test. So it fell onto the thick pine needles without dying, still twitching. I went over and pressed my hand down on it, to see whether the animal slot could contract it. With this test, the system gave a new explanation. For an animal to be contracted, it must bear no hostility toward the host. To eliminate hostility, 100 yuan the first time, for 100 yuan the second time, doubling each time thereafter. It can raise the contracted animal's growth ceiling and increase its intelligence. The contract duration can also be shortened, charged the same way, with escalating fees. I could even eliminate hostility? Didn't that mean I could directly contract an adult golden eagle, an adult Siberian tiger, an adult brown bear? And the contract time could be shortened too. Spend 100 yuan, and I could clear a slot, then go right on to contract the next one. This system really did love to milk your wallet. If you didn't pay up, you could only pick ones that already had no hostility, and you had to wait a full year to contract the next. Every single slot had to be carefully calculated. I shook my head. Even if I could eliminate hostility, how was I supposed to first subdue those big beasts and then press my hand on their heads? Most important of all, right now I had no money. I was broke. The notion of catching an adult brown bear or golden eagle as a pet, I snuffed out just like that. For these big beasts, raising them from cubs was more reliable. They could be tamed, but they were just too hard to come by. Why did I want a brown bear and not a black bear? Brown bears were far bigger than black bears. A full-grown one could reach over 1,000 pounds, while the biggest black bear was only 300 or 400. When starving, a brown bear would even hunt and kill a black bear. Of course, best of all would be to have both a brown bear and a golden eagle. But just looking at that pay-to-win price tag made my head throb. For now, the top priority contract target was a good hunting dog, a Mule hound, also known as the big dumb dog. These days, a big dumb dog can generally grow to 80 or 90 pounds, and a fine specimen over 100. This kind of dog could watch the house, guard the yard, and hunt, all in one. Intelligent, imposing in build, fierce and loyal in temperament, and especially good at withstanding the cold. Third uncle's two dogs were exactly this kind, but sadly they were both getting on in years. I shook my head, thinking about all this was too far off. Bagging squirrels came first. When I got home, I'd have third uncle ask around. Among these 10-odd villages, there was no shortage of good dogs. Having achieved the purpose of my test, I used my knife to bleed the squirrel and remove its innards. If you don't deal with it quickly, it really affects the meat quality. Then went looking for the next unlucky victim. In under an hour, I'd bagged 8 of them, and I'd even found a squirrel's food cache, with a good 2 or 3 pounds of nuts inside, which I gladly took for myself. Seeing it was getting late, I turned and headed home. When I got back, Li Wan and the others still weren't back. Third uncle saw me carrying a string of bloody things and asked in surprise, "Xiangyang, what did you catch this time?" Third uncle, "It's nothing, just a few squirrels, testing out the slingshot." Little Wan loves stewed squirrel, doesn't she? She's leaving tomorrow, so no matter what, we've got to let her have a good meal of it. Slingshot got these. Third uncle took a look. The fatal wounds were all on the head, the pelts perfectly intact. "Well, I'll be. Your slingshot's downright magic. Skin these and cure them. Send them to the purchasing station, and each pelt could sell for about 5 yuan. Hearing third uncle say that, I remembered something else. On the way back, I thought I'd caught sight of road deer tracks. Now that critter, plenty of meat on it. Auntie San heard the commotion and came out too. She was thrilled at the sight of the 8 gray squirrels. "These gray ones are nice and fat. Let's stew them tonight with some hazel mushrooms." My mouth started watering. I love that dish. Uncle San was over there skinning them, but he didn't forget to call me over. "Xiangyang, come here, watch and learn. Skinning is a real skill too." Truth is, I already knew how, but I didn't want to spoil his fun. Uncle San's knife work was smooth, and he explained as he went. To play along, I grabbed one and showed just the right level of skill. Uncle San clicked his tongue in amazement. "Xiangyang, you were born for this hunting life." Soon all 8 pelts were off, the fat scraped away, and they were nailed onto boards to keep them from shrinking. Uncle San looked them over, satisfied. "Just from this slingshot skill alone, I believe you can build a good life for yourself, as long as you don't go back to fooling around like before." I smiled. "Uncle San, sell these pelts and count the money as the family's. Help out a little." "No way. What you catch is yours." Uncle San quickly waved his hands. "Why so formal with me? Xiaotao and I are eating and staying here. There'll be plenty of times we'll be bothering you down the road. Take it. It'll put us 2 brothers at ease." My tone was firm. Seeing that I wasn't just being polite, Uncle San stopped refusing. "Good boy. All right. I'll hold on to the money for you when it sells." "Oh, right, you want to raise a dog? You should get one. Big Yellow and Blackie weren't raised by you from puppies, so they don't work well with you. I'll ask around. I plan to get a big, sturdy dog and raise it before winter set in. With the animal pen bonus, it would basically be combat ready by next spring. For now, Blackie and Big Yellow would fill in." Grandpa also praised me up and down when he got back. But Grandma Chen Xiuqin's attitude toward me was hard to describe. After all, we had no blood relation, and she had a bad history with Chen Jinhua. I could understand it. Li Wan and Li Xiangtao came back from shopping, and it was mostly school supplies. Poor kids really do grow up fast. I patted Li Wan's head. "Sis, how come you didn't buy anything else?" She slapped my hand away. "Li Xiangyang, How many times have I told you? Don't touch my head. Then she came at me to twist my ear. As for why she reacted so strongly, once she'd heard me muttering while patting Big Yellow's head. Still not as nice as patting Zhuanzi's head. And she'd gotten into a huge fight with me over it, feeling like I was treating her like some little animal. Auntie Sen hurried to pull her off. Xiaoan, stop it. Let me tell you, this afternoon when Xiangyang heard you're leaving tomorrow, he went into the woods especially to catch these gray squirrels for you. Gray squirrels? Li Wan's eyes lit up, her foodie nature exposed. Li Xiangyang, want me to blow on your ear to make it feel better? I quickly waved my hands. Forget it, forget it. There was still a while before dinner, so I carried Uncle San's toolbox back to the West Wing room, took out a leftover piece of elm branch, and started fiddling with it. In my past life, once I'd lost all direction, I'd dabbled in a bit of everything, so carving a little trinket by hand was no problem for me. Slowly, a chibi version of the little leaf flying dagger took shape in my hands, round and plump, quite adorable, with a hole drilled in the handle for a string. My favorite character was Li Xuanhuan, the #1 handsome man of the martial arts world, and since my own surname was Li, I had a special fondness for the little leaf flying dagger. That night, we had the stewed gray squirrel and hazel mushroom soup, along with bear fat flatbread, and I got pulled into drinking quite a bit again. Near the end of the meal, I pulled out that little flying dagger and set it on the table. Sis, congratulations on getting into college. I didn't give you a gift when the semester started, so here's a makeup gift. I made it this afternoon. Wow. Li Wan snatched it up. So cute. Xiangyang, you can do this too. Of course. Oh, right. If anyone bullies you at school, just write home and I'll go settle the score for you. I thumped my chest hard. It's a deal. It's a deal. Lying in bed, listening to my little brother snore, I made my plans. Weapons were enough for now, but if I was really going to head deep into the mountains, I'd better stock up a few guns in the weapon slot for some serious firepower. I remembered the exhilaration of hunting that black bear, holding a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and pouring on the fire. But that stuff was too expensive, prices went up every year, and the controls got stricter and stricter. Without a hunter's license, money alone couldn't buy it, only through dealers. Hunting rifles were simpler. Get a hunting permit, and you could buy one at the supply co-op. Next year, the village's Type 56 rifles would all be collected by the town's security office. I made up my mind. I had to make the most of these few years before the hunting ban. There was also that patch of forest Uncle San mentioned where ginseng had been found. I needed to find time to go look around. Once the snow fell, everything would be a blanket of white and impossible to find. Once I had it all figured out, I sank into a deep sleep. Li Wan, though, tossed and turned in her room, clutching the little flying dagger I'd given her. Early the next morning, we saw Li Wan onto the bus to Daqing Town. When we got back, Li Xiangtao and I grabbed axes, shovels, picks, and nails, packed water and flatbread, and headed for Cliff Mountain. We picked a good spot, staying clear of where the house would be built next year, and marked out about 30 square meters. 4 meters wide north to south, 8 meters long east to west, dug down 5 feet. This was no small project. For the next several days, we two brothers lived the dugout digging life. If we didn't push harder, the snow would be here any day. In between, I'd also go into the woods to catch some gray squirrels and stockpile the pelts. Luckily, Cliff Mountain wasn't far from the forest, making it easy to cut trees. We brothers cut a lot of thick logs to use directly, since we'd be building a brick house next year anyway. Over those 2 days, I also taught Li Xiangtao how to make mud bricks. Mix yellow clay with straw into mud, pack it into a mold and tamp it firm. Pop off the mold, and it holds its shape. Then let it dry in the shade for a few days. I planned to use these mud bricks for the foundation of a firewall, then buy red bricks for the main structure. I wasn't building a Kong. I wanted to divide the dugout into 2 rooms with a firewall in the middle so both sides could stay warm. When we built the brick house later, I also planned to install a floor heating channel, stuff it full of wood and sawdust once, and it could burn for 2 or 3 months. Uncle San, Auntie San, and Grandpa came to help too, and with more hands, the work went faster. We stacked logs around all 4 sides, secured them with mortise and tenon joints and iron nails, and got the beds made and set inside first. The door was made small, so once the roof went on, they couldn't be brought in anymore. My brother and I shared one room, and the other had a big bed, 2 by 3 meters, prepared for Mom, Li Shui, and little Wan Wan. The roof was laid with thick logs side by side, and the section by the fire wall was fireproofed. Underneath, we leveled it with yellow clay mixed with woolly grass, covered it with plastic sheeting, spread on yellow mud, laid down reed mats, and finally slathered on a thick layer of mud. Uncle Sin started wondering if there was any job I couldn't do. Finally, we dug a small door on the south side, left a glass window, and built a big stove for the fire wall. Erden, his knife wound now healed, was wandering around nearby, and he'd clearly put on a good bit of weight lately. Last, we fenced in the yard to guard against wild animals, still using thick logs buried more than 3 feet deep. Building this dugout over these days had nearly eaten up all the money from selling that bear gallbladder. Uncle San guessed I was out of money too, so he handed over all the gray squirrel pelts he'd saved up and told me to go sell them. I was truly learning that money flows like water. With winter hibernation season nearly upon us, I had nothing stocked up besides the little bit of grain I'd gotten when the family split. Just then, I remembered a ginseng spot Uncle San had mentioned in my past life. He'd said someone had dug up a 30 or 40-year-old ginseng on the shady slope of Old Black Mountain, but nobody knew the exact location. October wasn't a good season for ginseng hunting, and it'd be hard going, but I was flat broke and couldn't afford to be picky. If I didn't find any, I'd have to hurry and bag some big game, or I'd have trouble even feeding myself. I made up my mind. Tomorrow I'd go dig ginseng. Early in the morning, I called my brother, grabbed the hunting rifle and some flatbread, and tucked away a few wild garlic bulbs. Uncle San, I'm going to take Big Yellow and Blackie into the mountains, see if I can bag some mountain goods. Uncle Sen looked up. It's cold now. Why not wait till it snows? After a snow, big game stands out, and you can track their prints, much better odds. Uncle San, the dugout's built, but I still haven't gotten bedding, pots, and bowls. Money's tight. However much you're short, I'll have your Auntie San give it to you. Nah, forget it. I'll go take a look in the mountains. Maybe I'll dig something up. I insisted on going. Uncle San stopped trying to talk me out of it. All right, take the dogs so there's a warning, and don't go in too deep. Then I remembered the deer bone probes, little short rods ground from deer rib bones, rounded and springy at the tip so they wouldn't damage the ginseng roots when digging. Uncle Sen fetched me 3 from inside the house, and I carefully put them away. I had to cross 5 mountain ridges before reaching Old Black Mountain. I felt my way along based on the terrain Uncle San had mentioned in my past life. The shady slope was hard to find. Old Black Mountain was just too big. After searching most of the day, I finally found a shady patch with thick humus soil and tall trees. But when I looked around, it was all withered ferns and thick brush. Where was there any sign of ginseng? By October, the ginseng leaves had turned yellow and dry, blending in with the fallen leaves, making them even harder to spot. I used my elm stick as an index rod and searched inch by inch in a zigzag pattern, my eyes straining until they ached. More than 2 hours passed with nothing to show for it. My water nearly gone and half my flatbread eaten. Did I remember wrong? Or did someone already dig it up first? My heart sank. This was probably my only hope of getting money fast right now. My brother and I rested against a giant tree stump. That stump had been fallen for who knew how many years. It was hollow inside, filled with a thick layer of rottenwood shavings and dirt, with moss and a few short plants growing on it. Bored, I gently brushed aside the surface with my stick. Suddenly, my hand stopped. Right at the edge where the rotting shavings met the black soil, pressed against the inner wall of the stump, a few dark red, chicken claw-like tiny fruits were half buried and half exposed. Withered though they were still faintly recognizable, ginseng seeds. My heart started pounding. I carefully cleared away the debris and followed the withered, curled remnant stem downward. That was it, the rhizome neck. There really was a ginseng plant. I tied a red string. That was the tradition passed down from the old-timers. I took a deep breath, suppressed my excitement, took out a deer bone probe, and began digging with extreme gentleness. The slightest carelessness could snap the root fibers. Bit by bit, I picked away the dirt, and the fine feeder roots and the spreading main roots slowly emerged, the bowl marks on the rhizome neck perfectly clear. More than an hour later, a complete ginseng plant was lifted out. Look at this rhizome neck, 30 years old at least. I examined it closely. The neck, the vestigial stems, the body, the roots, and the ring patterns are all decently formed, but it's a pity the sap vigor is a bit lacking. The best time to dig ginseng is summer and fall. Seeing that Li Xiangtao wasn't looking over this way, I put the ginseng into my plant slot, and a new prompt floated up. Ginseng, root integrity over 70%, transplanting available. A flash of understanding rushed into my mind. If root integrity exceeded 70%, it could be perfectly transplanted with an added plant improvement effect, enhanced adaptability, and better flavor. But after transplanting, if it wasn't transplanted a second time through the plant slot, the improved traits would disappear. Good, good, good. I was so excited I shouted 3 times. From now on, at the very least, I could be an agricultural tycoon just with this plant slot. I didn't let a single one of those little ginseng seedlings nearby go to waste. I put them all into the plant slot, planning to plant them at Cliff Mountain next year. I dug for nearly another 2 hours and pulled out 9 plants total, ranging in age from a few years to 20 years. As for that big ginseng, I carefully wrapped it in moss and bark and packed it into a wooden box. I could truly feel that ever since I'd been reborn, my luck seemed to have gotten a lot better. I didn't dawdle. I took my brother and quickly headed down the mountain. Back at Sifong village, Uncle San and Grandpa were fretting anxiously. "Grandpa, Uncle San, guess what we got?" I shouted the moment I walked in. Uncle San ventured a guess. "Ginseng?" I set the wooden box on the table and opened it. Whoa, all 5 features present. Look at this rhizome neck. Look at these roots. Grandpa examined it closely. Uncle San's face was full of envy. Digging up ginseng wasn't just about the money. It was a mark of experience, a kind of honor. Too bad it wasn't dug in summer. If it were summer, it'd weigh a good bit more. "Just being able to dig one up is good enough," I said with a smile. The sky gradually darkened. I noticed Grandma Chen Xiuqin sneak out once. No telling whether she'd gone off to tip somebody off. Early the next morning, I hurried to the mountain goods purchasing window at the Daqing Town Supply Co-op. A middle-aged man wearing glasses took the wooden box, pushed his glasses up, and inspected it carefully, checking the rhizome neck, counting the bowl marks, rolling the roots between his fingers. A wild mountain ginseng, about 30 years old, in decent condition, but the season's a bit late and the sap vigor's low. The state purchase price has set rules. I'll give you 600 yuan. If I hadn't been reborn, I really might have been fooled by him. Even in 1982, a ginseng like this wasn't something you could get for 600 yuan. Selling now was actually a loss. Wait a few years, and it'd be worth more than 10 times as much, but I couldn't afford to wait. 700, take it or leave it. I closed the box and made as if to leave. "Hey, little brother, 650. Seeing me walk straight to the door without turning back, he quickly changed his tune. All right, 700. Only then did I turn around and walk back. Then I plopped the gray squirrel pelts on the table. The man flipped through them, and his expression toward me changed, every single one intact, not a single flaw. When he tallied it all up in the end, it came to 773 yuan. Getting 7 stacks of crisp 10 yuan bills, I tucked them into my inner pocket, my heart mostly at ease, and made up my mind. From now on, any ginseng I found, I'd definitely keep and transplant to Cliff Mountain after the spring erupts again. I rushed off to the hardware store, but didn't notice that a familiar figure at the door had been watching me the whole time. I bought nails, tar paper, an iron pot, a shovel, a pick, and other supplies. When I got to a spot with no one around, I let out my beat-up flatbed cart, loaded everything up, then put it back into the tool slot, and only let it out again to carry by hand when I was nearly at the village. Back at Uncle San's, Uncle San pretended to be annoyed. "What did you buy all this for? If you need stuff, just take it from home. Can't be taking things from here every day. I'll have to buy it sooner or later," I said with a smile. Just as I was about to tell them about selling the ginseng, 3 shifty-looking young men sauntered in. The one in front, tall and skinny with narrowed eyes and a cigarette dangling from his lips, was Du Yujiang, the well-known head of the troublemakers in Sifong village. Behind him were his 2 sidekicks, one called Scabby Lai and the other Yellow Hair. "Hey there, Brother Xiangyang, keeping busy?" Du Yujiang's smile didn't reach his eyes. Uncle San's face darkened, and he stood up. I set down my tools too and slowly straightened up. "Du Yujiang, you need something?" "Nothing big. he said, blowing a smoke ring as he stepped closer. Heard you struck it rich lately, brother? First bear gallbladder, now ginseng. Us brothers are strapped for cash, can barely afford to eat. How about helping us out? The two behind him snickered, their eyes darting around the yard. I was a bit at a loss for words. Back in the day, I really was a mess, lumped together with Du Yujiang and a guy named Chun Chong as the three scourges of Sifong village. The less said, the better. Before I could open my mouth, Uncle Sin spoke up sharply. Du Yujiang, extortion, is it? Get the hell out of here now. Du Yujiang wasn't intimidated in the least. Old Li San, this is none of your business. Then he lowered his voice and threatened me. Li Xiangyang, be smart and cough up some money. I won't hide it from you. I saw you at the co-op door this morning. Sold the ginseng, didn't you? Otherwise, the mountain paths get slippery in a couple of days, and your home might not stay peaceful either, you get me? That was a naked threat. I looked at his sickening face and suddenly smiled. A cold smile. Help you out. I took a step forward, less than a meter from him, my gaze sharp as a knife. Du Yujiang, what the hell are you? You think you deserve my charity? You. He hadn't expected me to be so tough, and his face changed. Listen up, I said each word deliberately, my voice not loud, but carrying a vicious edge. My money. Me, Li Xiangyang, has nothing to do with you thieving, good-for-nothing lowlifes. Not before, and definitely not from now on. Anyone who wants to take money from me and thinks his life's cheap enough, come give it a try. My gaze swept over scabby Lai and yellow hair, and that chill made both of them instinctively take half a step back. Now, get out of my Uncle San's house, right now. I suddenly barked. Set foot in this yard again, or dare to make a move on my family, and I promise you'll wish you'd never been born. As I spoke, a terrifying aura burst out of me without warning. In my past life, after I'd played around enough, the sheer resolve I'd had when I took down the Chun family with me was not something ordinary people could muster. It was the kind of madness that put life and death completely aside. That sudden burst made all three of them, Du Yujiang included, shudder inside. Du Yujiang's face went ashen. He hadn't expected me to be this hard. Take it by force. He looked at my build, my icy eyes, then at Uncle San standing beside me, glaring with an axe in hand, and my dim-witted little brother with his monstrous strength. If it actually came to blows, the three of them might not come out ahead. And besides, if I really turned deadly, he was genuinely scared inside. Fine. Li Xiangyang, you've got guts. Du Yujiang viciously threw his cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out. We'll see about this. What goes around comes around. Leaving behind that parting threat, he slunk off with his two sidekicks. Pa, what a piece of garbage. Uncle Sin spat at their retreating backs, then turned to me with worry. Xiangyang, these scumbags hold grudges. Whatever you do in the mountains from now on, keep your guard up. I know, Uncle San. My eyes were cold. If they don't bother me, fine. But if they dare come, humph. I didn't finish, but Uncle San caught the chill in it. He'd felt the aura I'd burst out with just now, and it shocked him deeply. It was not something an ordinary person could have. After this incident, I felt even more strongly that I had to bring Mom and the others over as soon as possible and rush to finish the dugout, so we'd have a place of our own. Uncle San didn't ask how much the ginseng sold for, and neither did Grandpa, so naturally I didn't say. With over 700 in cash on me, I felt plenty confident. Staying at Uncle San's all day and having to watch Grandma Chun Xiuqin's moods, couldn't hit her, couldn't yell at her, was miserable. After lunch, I went across the way to Uncle Guanquin's house to borrow an ox cart, planning to go to Fengshou village and bring my mother back. From a distance, I saw the big pagoda tree at the head of the village. I crossed the village's only proper street and reached my grandmother's house at the far end. My mother, Su Yunxiao, was still there washing what seemed like a never-ending pile of laundry. I could tell. Those two aunts by marriage seemed honest on the surface, but deep down there was a slyness to them. This pile of laundry my mother was washing clearly wasn't just hers and Wan's. Xiangyang, Su Yunxiao cried out in delighted surprise. The kids playing in the yard immediately swarmed around me, calling out Big Brother this and Big Brother that. I pulled out the white rabbit candies I'd prepared and gave each of them a few, then walked over to my mother and, addressing her and my grandmother sunning herself against the wall, said, Mom, Grandma, The land's been divided over at Sifong village and the dugouts built. Come live over there with me. My mother had been hesitant, afraid of being a burden to me, but my attitude was firm, and on top of that, my big sister Li Shui wanted to live a peaceful life too. My mother was honest, but not foolish, no matter how little she and Wanwan ate. Over time, those two sisters-in-law were bound to have complaints. All right, then let's pack up and go to Sifong village, she agreed. My grandmother, Sun Yui, was a little worried. Xiangyang, is it really built? Don't worry, Grandma, it's all built. Just missing a few small things, and once we fill those in, it'll be fine. While packing, my mother still wanted to finish washing the leftover laundry, but when I asked, there wasn't a single piece of hers or Wanwan's in the whole pile. Sitting on the ox cart, Wanwan wrapped her little arms around my neck and asked in her sweet little voice, "Uncle, where are we going?" "To Uncle's, Grandma's, and Mommy's home. Can we eat meat there?" She looked at me full of hope. That little expression melted my heart. Yes, once we got there, you could eat all the meat you wanted. We made it back to Sifong village before dark. It was late, so we could only make do at Uncle San's for the night. To welcome my mother, Uncle San and Annie San made a full table of dishes. Little foodie Wanwan ate with grease all over her mouth. Raw deer meat, roasted squirrel. Her little mouth simply couldn't stop. Grandpa was fairly kind to my mother, but Grandma was a bit snide. Early the next morning, all the luggage was moved to the dugout. Uncle San loaded all the grain I'd gotten from the family split onto the cart, not keeping a single bit, and even added 100 pounds of corn. For safety's sake, he told me to take Big Yellow and Blackie to the dugout, and to bring the hunting rifle too. I didn't refuse. I remembered all of it in my heart. Looking at the log-fenced yard and the two spacious dugout rooms, my mother's face broke into a smile. "Xiangyang, this place is really nice. At the very least, it puts you in a good mood." "Sure does. Here you can do whatever you want. Nobody to boss you around. So free." Wanwan and Li Xiangtao started playing in the yard, and I led Erden into the wooden shed and put out some fodder. With my mother and Wanwan here, I finally got a taste of the warmth of home. I pulled out 100 yuan and pressed it into my mother's hand. "Mom, take this. The dugout's still short a few small things. Buy some when you get a chance." No, Mom still has money. Keep it for yourself." We went back and forth for a good while, and in the end she took it. Just as we'd nearly finished settling in, Uncle Li Changwu brought good news. "Xiangyang, remember that good puppy you asked me to ask around about? I've got word. At old hunter Wang Zhen's place over in the neighboring Shewa village, his hunting dog is the best in these parts. It was bred last year and had just one single pup. With just one pup, it gets plenty of milk, so it's usually sturdy. He's raised it for 4 months now, and it's grown big-headed and burly, with a large frame and plenty of guts. Isn't that perfect?" My eyes lit up. But it's a shame," Uncle San sighed. A few days back, Wang Zhen took his dog into the mountains to chase wild boar and ran into a big loner. The dog charged too hard, got gored by the boar. Its belly ripped wide open and couldn't be saved. In trying to save the dog, Wang Zhen fell into a ravine and now walks with a limp. He's lost heart, and that's why he wants to sell the pup. Says looking at it stirs up bad memories. Doesn't want to see it anymore. The dog was over 4 months, nearly half grown, and I heard it had been pretty much trained up already. Hearing this, I felt sorry for the hunting dog that died, and I got interested in the pup too. A single pup from a litter isn't common. Their frames are all solid and thick, and if the appearance is even a little good, it's truly 1 in 100. After that business with Du Yujiang, I needed an alert, loyal, fierce dog to guard the home all the more. Uncle San's 2 dogs were fine for temporary use, but since I hadn't raised them by hand, their obedience always fell short. Most importantly, my animal pen ought to open for business. Leaving it empty was a waste. With its bonus, this dog would surely be a huge help to me. "Uncle San, are you free right now? If so, let's go now, before something comes up to spoil it." I decided on the spot. If Uncle San could get wind of it, others surely could too, and a step too late could mean missing out. True enough. Then let's go now. If we're quick, we can be back by noon. I tucked away my money and headed for Shewa village with Uncle San. The whole way I kept feeling how inconvenient it was not having a bicycle. When Erden grew bigger, it could be ridden, but Mom and my sister could use a bike too. I made a silent note. I had to buy a bicycle. Along the way, Uncle San told me all about Wang Zhen's character. An old hunter, stubborn-tempered but upright, and utterly devoted to his dogs. Wang Zhen's house was at the edge of the village. The yard was run down but kept clean. A man in his 50s, dark-complexioned, one leg wrapped in bandages, sat in the yard silently smoking a dry tobacco pipe, a puppy with glossy yellow fur lying at his feet. I felt relieved. The dog was still there, no one else in the yard, and we were the first ones there. The pup wasn't fat, but its frame was thick and large, its limbs solid, ears half-standing, and a pair of small eyes sharp and bright. At the sight of strangers, it immediately stood up warily, growling low, planting itself in front of Wang Zhen. A fine dog. I took a liking to it at first glance. Old Wang, Uncle San called out. Wang Zhen looked up and forced out a slight smile. Chongwu, you're here. Then he sized me up. Old Wang, this is my nephew Li Xiangyang. He's looking for a good dog, and I heard about your place. Uncle San got straight to the point. Wang Zhen looked at me, then lowered his head to look at the pup, his eyes full of grief and reluctance. He was silent for a long while before speaking in a hoarse voice. It's a good dog. Its mother was a lead dog, and its father was a top-ranked fierce dog too. This pup's got plenty of spirit and courage. It's just cursed with a hard fate. It took its mother down with it, and it cost me this leg too. He gently patted his lame leg, his tone bitter. Uncle Wang, a dog is a loyal servant. Its mother died protecting her master. She's a hero. If you're willing to part with this pup, I promise to treat it well and never do it wrong. I sincerely crouched down and slowly extended my hand. The pup watched me warily, neither backing away nor biting, its nose twitching slightly. Wang Zhen looked at me, then at my patience and gentleness toward the pup, and his expression softened a bit. You really want to buy it? I won't sell this dog cheap. Name your price. He held up 3 fingers. 30 yuan, not a cent less. I thought for a moment. Uncle Wang, may I take a close look at the dog? Of course. Go ahead. It won't bite with me here. I stepped closer and examined it carefully. This was an absolutely authentic big yellow country dog. In my past life, I studied dog appraisal, and the more I looked, the more delighted I got. Thick eyelids, small eyes, high brow bone, deep red scariflex, a spotted tongue, a tile-capped nose, a broad chest, a straight flat back, and a curled-up tail. I ran the dog appraisal principles I'd learned against it, and most of them matched. I lifted it by the scruff of its neck, and the pup arched its back, growling in its throat. Absolutely a fine dog. These days, 30 yuan for a half-grown dog was a sky-high price, but I thought it was worth it. Seeing how much I knew about dogs, Wang Zhen clicked his tongue in admiration too. Just as I was about to pull out the money, there was a sudden commotion outside the yard gate. Old man Wang, heard you're selling a dog? Let us brothers have a look. Before the words even finished, Du Yujiang came swaggering in with Zhao Zhiming, Yu Xiaodong, and 2 other troublemakers. My eyes went cold in an instant, and Uncle San's brow furrowed too. This Du Yujiang really was like a ghost that wouldn't leave. Du Yujiang spotted me at once and froze for a moment, then sneered. Well, Li Xiangyang, you're here too? What a coincidence. What, you've got your eye on this dog too. The moment Wang Zhen saw the group of them, his brow knotted up and his tone turned harsh. Du Yujiang, what are you here for? You're not welcome in my house. Old man Wang, don't put it like that. Du Yujiang grinned shamelessly, his gaze landing on the pup, his eyes lighting up. This dog's not bad, fat and strong. Us brothers happen to be short a dog to mess around with. I'll take it. Name your price. Not selling. Wang Zhen's face was cold. Heh, you'd rather spit on a favor, huh? Zhao Zhiming glared. Brother John's buying your dog. That's him doing you a kindness. Du Yujiang waved a hand, putting on airs. Don't scare Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, how much is he offering? He pointed at me. Wang Zhen said nothing. I said coldly. Du Yujiang, there's a thing called first come, first served. First come, first served? He scoffed. Highest bidder wins. Don't you get it? Old man Wang, whatever he's offering, I'll give 10 more. Wang Zhen's face grew even uglier. He wasn't stupid. He could see this was a deliberate attempt to stir up trouble and target me. I clenched my fist and pressed down my anger. Uncle Wang, we just agreed on 30. I'll pay right now. I'll pay 40. Du Yujiang cut in directly, looking at me smugly. Li Xiangyang, aren't you rich? Match it. The atmosphere in the yard suddenly grew tense. The pup seemed to sense the malice and barked wildly at them. Uncle San was about to speak, but I stopped him. I knew Du Yujiang was just here to spite me and drive up the price. He might even want to grab it for free. Whether to sell or not was still Wang Zhen's call. Wang Zhen looked at the smug Du Yujiang, then at me, silent but firm-eyed, then lowered his head to look at the pup baring its teeth and growling at Du Yujiang. Suddenly, he gave two cold laughs. Du Yujiang, your money's too filthy. I'm not selling to you. You. Du Yujiang's smile froze. Then he flew into a rage. You old bastard, you really don't know a good thing when you see it. Don't force my hand. Get out. Wang Zhen suddenly grabbed the hunting rifle leaning against the wall. Though he was lame, the fierce aura of an old hunter erupted in an instant. Keep raising hell in my house and I'll blow your head off, you little bastard. Du Yujiang was so spooked by that old rifle that he took a step back, his face going from red to white. He knew this old bachelor had a fiery temper and would do anything if pushed too far, and he'd heard the man's son-in-law was a cop in town. Fine. Wang Zhen, Li Xiangyang, you just wait. He gnashed his teeth, but didn't dare actually make a move, and left cursing and swearing with his sidekicks in tow. The yard fell quiet again. Wang Zhen set down the rifle and caught his breath, then said to me, Kid, 30 for the dog. Take it and treat it well. If I ever find out you've abused it or used it to do bad things, I'll pay with my old life to make sure you don't get away with it. Moved, I solemnly took out 3 10-yuan bills and offered them with both hands. Rest assured, Uncle Wang. I'll treat it like family. If you ever need help with anything, just say the word. Wang Zhen took the money, fetched a collar, and put it on the pup, then handed the leash into my hand. He waved his hand and turned away, as if he couldn't bear to look anymore, only saying softly, Take it and go. I crouched down and patted the pup's head. It looked at me, then at Wang Zhen's retreating figure, whimpered softly, as though it understood this handover, and then nuzzled my hand with its head. Little guy, let's go. Bidding farewell to a dejected Wang Zhen, Uncle San and I left Xiaohua village. It wasn't until we'd walked quite a distance that I put my hand on the pup's head and activated the animal pen. Mule dog, big country dog, male, 4 months old, no hostility, contract available. Contract. The system information refreshed. Mule dog, big country dog unnamed, male, 4 months old, constitution enhanced, spirit elevated. I felt as though a bond one couldn't quite put into words had formed between me and this pup. Looking at those 2 words, unnamed, I racked my brain for a name. Calling him Big Yellow would be easiest, but that name was way too common. Shouted in the village and a dozen dogs would come running, and Uncle San's house even had one. I thought about it until my head hurt, and finally I got a bit superstitious too. Since I wanted to make money this life, I'd call him Laifu, fortune comes. Once I decided, the name in the system changed accordingly. Laifu, Mule dog male, 4 months old, constitution enhanced, spirit elevated. Laifu, I called out. The pup cooperatively gave a woof. Watching me carelessly naming the dog, Uncle San still felt a lingering fear. That Du Yujiang bunch really are like ghosts that won't go away. Xiangyang, you need to be doubly careful from now on. I looked toward Sifang village and said calmly, Uncle San, I know. If it's good fortune, it won't be a disaster. If it's a disaster, there's no dodging it. If they don't come bother me, everyone's fine. But if they dare come, heh. I knew full well that, just as Uncle Sen said, Du Yujiang and his lot would never let it go. I used to run with them. And then suddenly I was hunting black bears and digging ginseng. These people were green with envy. Classic case of being jealous when your buddy comes into fortune. In this life, aside from your parents, how many people truly hope you'll do better than they do? Leading Laifu back, he was uneasy at first, sticking close to my leg, but he was soon drawn in by the new things along the road, sniffing here and looking there, though his tail never fully curled up, keeping his guard. Watching this, I grew even happier. This dog really did have plenty of spirit. Uncle San, though, felt heavy inside. From what he knew of those troublemakers, this wasn't over. He couldn't help but speak up. Xiangyang, be careful on the way back. There's no telling what dirty trick those guys are cooking up. I nodded, my gaze sweeping the sparse woods and dry brush on both sides of the road, my right hand instinctively touching the browning on my shoulder. I know, Uncle San. Sure enough, before we'd gone even 3 li, at a bend flanked by dirt slopes, with no village ahead and no shop behind, 3 figures came out and blocked the road. None other than Du Yujiang and his 2 lackeys, Zhao Zhimeng and Yu Xiaodong. Du Yujiang had a cigarette in his mouth again, a cold, sinister glint in his narrowed eyes. Zhao Zhimeng was holding a wooden club as thick as an arm, and Yu Xiaodong leaned against the dirt slope, gripping a short knife. Well, if it isn't our big money man Li Xiangyang. Got the dog, did you? Du Yujiang said snidely, his gaze falling on Lai Fu as he licked his lips. TSK, this pup's raised nice and fat. The meat's got to be firm. It's getting colder and colder. Whip up a dog meat hot pot with some chili peppers in it, and man, TSK. Zhao Zhiming gave a fitting cackle, planting his club on the ground. Brother Zhang's right. This dog meat's tender. Stew it up, and it'll smell great for sure. Yu Xiaodong sneered too. Li Xiangyang, be smart. Leave the dog, and lend us brothers some money, and we'll let you through today. Otherwise, haha. He hefted the short knife. What are you trying to do? Rob people in broad daylight? Uncle San was so furious his face went red as he stepped forward and shouted. Old Li San, none of your business. Get lost. Du Yujiang waved a hand impatiently, staring at me. Li Xiangyang, I'll put it plainly. You made me lose face back at Wang Zhen's place. This dog, and the money on you. If you don't hand them over, don't even think about getting past. Lai Fu sensed the intense malice and suddenly lunged a step forward, planting himself in front of me, his back bristling, baring his not yet full set of milk teeth in a ferocious growl, his small eyes fixed dead on Du Yujiang. I patted his head, truly a fine dog, protecting his master. My face showed nothing as I quietly watched the 3 of them put on their show. What? Gone mute? Scared stiff. Seeing me say nothing, Du Yujiang assumed I was afraid, and his arrogance flared even higher as he took 2 more steps forward. Get moving. Don't force my hand. Uncle San was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead, and he tried to get in front of me. At that moment, I moved. The motion was so fast Du Yujiang didn't even have time to react. My right hand reached back, and when it came up again, there was already a gun in it, sleek in its lines and gleaming with cold metallic light. Click! A crisp sound as the safety came off. The black muzzle pointed steadily at Du Yujiang. Time seemed to freeze. The arrogance on Du Yujiang's face instantly stiffened, and the cigarette nearly fell from his lips. The club Zhao Zhimeng had raised stopped in midair, and the short knife in Yu Xiaodong's hand clattered to the ground. Even the wind across the wild seemed to stop, leaving only Lai Fu's suppressed growl. Beyond 10 paces, the gun is fast. Within 10 paces, the gun is both fast and accurate. Xiangyang, don't be rash. Uncle San was so terrified his soul nearly left his body, and he grabbed my arm. You can't shoot. Kill someone, and you'll pay with your life. My arm was steady as a rock, the muzzle not moving a hair. As I calmly looked at the ashen-faced Du Yujiang, my tone cold as ice shards. Don't worry, Uncle San. I know what I'm doing. This wasn't recklessness. It was absolute confidence in the marksmanship I'd honed across 2 lifetimes. The .22 rounds had limited power, but extremely high precision. At this distance of 5 or 6 meters, it was the perfect choice for both deterrence and precision strikes. Du Yujiang's throat went dry, his calves cramped with fear, and he snapped in fury. Li Xiangyang, you dare shoot? Killing's against the law. Don't dare shoot. A cold curve tugged at the corner of my mouth. You lot are holding clubs and knives, blocking the road to rob me first. This is self-defense. Even if I shoot you all dead, you brought it on yourselves. Don't talk nonsense. Who robbed anybody? Zhao Zhiming shouted, blustering to hide his fear, but the club in his hand drooped down on its own. Whether it's robbery, you know full well in your heart. My muzzle rose slightly, no longer aimed at his head, but at the crumpled green army cap on it. Du Yujiang, weren't you being so arrogant? Didn't you want dog meat hot pot? First shot, your cap. Before the words even finished, I gently squeezed my finger. Bang! The crisp report tore through the silence. It wasn't loud, but in Du Yujiang's ears it was like a thunderclap. He only felt a rush of cool air graze the top of his head, And that army cap, as if yanked hard by an invisible hand, suddenly flew backward and landed with his smack a few meters away, with a small, clean-edged hole now sitting right in the brim. Du Yuzhong let out a howl, scared out of his wits, and instinctively reached for the top of his head. Second shot. Your cigarette. My muzzle adjusted by the tiniest fraction. Bang! Another shot. He only felt a burning sting on his fingers, and when he pulled his hand back to look, the half-lit cigarette had been snapped in two by the bullet, sparks scattering as it fell to the ground. Du Yujiang froze completely, cold sweat instantly soaking through the back of his shirt. My muzzle moved once more, this time slowly lowering, aimed at his crotch. Third shot. My voice was like death whispering. If you ever dare come bother me again, or make a move on my family. Bang! The bullet flew grazing past his crotch and struck the dirt slope behind him, kicking up a puff of dust, less than 3 centimeters from his family jewels. Ah! Du Yujiang let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. His legs buckled, and he flopped down onto the ground, a large wet patch spreading across his crotch. His face was white as paper, his eyes vacant, filled with nothing but boundless terror. Zhao Jiming and Yu Xiaodong had long been frozen stiff with fear, standing there like 2 wooden posts, their weapons tossed aside, their whole bodies shaking like leaves. When had they ever seen anything like this? One wrong word, and this guy actually opened fire, and with dead-on accuracy at that. This Li Xianyang was clearly a living demon from hell. I slowly lowered the gun and coldly spat out a single word. Get lost. That single word was like a pardon. The two of them snapped out of it, scrambling to haul up Du Yujiang, who had turned to jelly and stumbled off into the distance without a single backward glance. They were so pathetic, they looked like they wished they'd grown extra legs to run faster. Only after all 3 had disappeared at the end of the road did third uncle finally let out a long breath, his own back drenched in cold sweat. He looked at me, holstering the gun, calm-faced, even bending down to pat Laifu's head, and his emotions were beyond complicated. Xianyang, that was way too reckless. Third uncle, with bullies like that, the kind who fear the strong and prey on the weak, reasoning does no good. Only when you've scared them, hurt them, will they learn who they can mess with and who they can't. My tone was calm. If I don't put them in their place today, there'll be no end to the trouble. Don't worry, I know my limits. Third uncle opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he just sighed and let it go. He had to admit, those 3 shots had probably worked better than an actual beating. Du Yujiang had completely humiliated himself today. From now on, his legs would go weak at the mere mention of my name. Let's go, third uncle, back home. Laifu, come on. Laifu wagged his tail excitedly and followed along, as if he understood that his master had just stood up for him. Back at Sifang village, third uncle couldn't hold it in. He told Grandpa the whole story from start to finish, then looked at the old man with concern afterward. But to his surprise, after hearing it, Grandpa took a couple of puffs on his pipe, and a flash of sharpness crossed his cloudy old eyes. Instead of scolding, he nodded. Xianyang did the right thing. Huh? Dad, this. Third uncle was dumbfounded. With scoundrels and rascals like that, when reason won't get through, showing them your fist so they know who they're dealing with isn't a bad thing. Grandpa tapped out his pipe. As long as we're in the right, they were the ones who provoked and threatened first, and Xianyang fired a warning shot without hurting anyone. We've got nothing to fear no matter where this goes. Self-defense, plain and simple. The old man straightened his back a little, his voice carrying a firmness that hadn't been seen in a long time. Tell Xianyang to focus on his mountain and raising his dogs with a clear mind. As long as he walks straight and sits upright, and doesn't go around bullying folks, he doesn't need to worry about anything else. If the sky falls, these old bones of mine will hold it up. I'd like to see which fool dares lay a hand on the grandson of Li Shichuan. Third uncle felt a warmth rise in his chest. He knew the old man had been out of the army for many years, but back in the day, he'd earned merits in the service, and his connections and reputation still carried weight. Those medals in the house weren't just for show. With Grandpa's words, I now had a rock-solid anchor in the village. When third uncle relayed all this to me, my heart warmed. I knew Grandpa's background, and I understood the weight of those words even better. As long as I stood firm and stayed on the right side of the law, Between Grandpa's legacy and my own abilities, there really weren't many people in Sifong village who could push me around. Grandpa came out into the yard and squinted at Lifu, who was romping around me. Broad frame, deep chest, big paws, ears that stand upright, bright eyes. This is a fine pup. That old rascal Wangjin sure knows how to raise dogs. What a shame about his lead dog, though. The old man seemed to recall some past event and shook his head. 30 yuan isn't expensive. Raise him well, and down the road he'll be a fine helper, guarding the home and running the mountains. You called him Lifu? Good name. Down to earth, easy to raise. Lifu seemed to sense that Grandpa meant him no harm. He came over, sniffed his pant leg, and wagged his tail. The old man rarely smiled, but he did now, and patted the dog's head. Back at the dugout, I saw a bicycle parked out front, and Wanwan and Li Xiangtao were playing in the mud in the open space by the door. Doggy, puppy. Wanwan had sharp eyes and was the first to spot Lifu. She called out in her sweet little baby voice and came toddling over, not the least bit afraid. Lifu cocked his head and sniffed her curiously. Li Xiangtao ran over excitedly too. Bro, a dog. Is it our dog? He had no resistance whatsoever to fuzzy little animals and reached out to scoop him up. Lifu got a little nervous. After all, Li Xiangtao's hulking 6-foot frame was pretty intimidating and shrank behind me. I smiled and crouched down to soothe him. Lifu, this is Wanwan, and this is Xiangtao. They're all family. From now on, you've got to protect them, understand? Lifu understood and gradually relaxed, letting Wanwan carefully pat his head and Li Xiangtao clumsily stroke his neck. Then I led him over to Da Huang and Haitan so they could all get acquainted. Before long, the three of them, Wanwan, Li Xiangtao, and Lifu, were all playing together. Wanwan's giggles, Li Xiangtao's simple, hearty laughter, and Lifu's occasional barks echoed in front of the dugout. Mom heard the commotion and came out. Seeing the harmonious scene, a smile spread across her face. Finally, this life of ours held a bit of hope. Oh right, Mom, who came to visit? I pointed at the bicycle. Who else? Your sister. She heard we'd moved, borrowed a bike from a coworker, and came back to check on us. Sis is here, I said, walking into the dugout as I spoke. Inside, it had already been tidied up nicely, simple but clean and neat, pots and pans all in their place, finally looking like a home. Sis, I called out to Li Shui, who was by the stove. Hey, Xiangyang, you're back? Hurry and wash your hands, and go call Wanwan and shout out for dinner. Once everyone was gathered, lunch was set on the table, griddle cakes stuck to the pan, plus cabbage stewed with glass noodles. Mom sounded a little apologetic. Xiangyang, there's nothing else to eat at home, so make do for now. Winter's about to hit hard, and we really ought to stock up on vegetables, or we'll be gnawing on nothing but pickled radish lumps. I nodded. Mom's right. I've been thinking about that. Tomorrow, let's go around the village and buy some potatoes, squash, radishes, and cabbage, and get a few big crocks too, plus some coarse salt to pickle the cabbage. This afternoon, we'll dig a root cellar first, otherwise there's nowhere to store it all. After lunch, I got right to work. I called Li Xiangtao, and we started digging on a sloped patch of ground not far from the dugout. Li Xiangtao couldn't handle complicated tasks, but when it came to raw strength, he was second to none. The two of us went at it, one hacking, one shoveling, working up a real sweat. Lifu ran back and forth alongside us, occasionally pawing at the dirt to help, which was really just making a mess, but it added a lot of life to the scene. I wanted to get the cellar dug and the vegetables stored quickly, and once that was mostly done, I planned to go take a look in the woods. Right now, the hardy kiwi, also known as bowervine berries or round berries, hailed as the king of vitamin C and quite famous in later years, was fully ripe. There might also be date plum trees in the woods. Their scientific name is Diospyros lotus, part of the persimmon family, and you can't eat too many of them. Right now, all kinds of wild fruits were ripening across the lesser Shingon Mountains, and the wild animals were feasting away. I wanted to stock up on a batch of wild fruit too, to save as winter snacks. The cellar definitely had to be dug big. We had a lot of mouths to feed, so we needed to stockpile plenty. A few 100 pounds of vegetables wouldn't be enough. Both Li Xiangtao and I had enormous appetites. In my previous life, I read a few apocalypse novels, and you could tell at a glance the authors weren't from the lesser Shingon region, the The content was more than a little exaggerated. The moment the apocalypse hit, they'd stockpile a few hundred pounds of grain and vegetables and figure they were set for years. Wasn't that a joke? What they didn't realize was that up north, stockpiling winter vegetables was done by the hundreds of pounds at a time. The two of us dug a pit nearly 3 meters deep and about 1.5 by 2 meters wide, then hollowed out a 2-meter square storage chamber off to one side at the bottom, propping it up with thick wooden poles to prevent collapse. We opened a doorway in the side of the pit, laid thick wooden poles side by side across the top as crossbeams, covered them with tar paper, and topped it all with 30 to 40 centimeters of soil. After finishing the cellar, I thought of the mule, Erden. In winter, the mountain winds blew fiercely, and even though I'd built him a simple straw shed, it still wasn't warm enough. A thought struck me. Why not dig him his own simple dugout too? With the experience from before, this one went even faster. I dug a pit over 2 meters deep and 4 meters square, leaving a gentle slope on one side for going in and out, and lined one corner of the bottom with a thick layer of dried marsh grass, soft and warm. Above ground, it rose about a meter, with thick poles set up in an A-frame roof, covered with tar paper and thick thatch, then topped with soil. Erden, come try out your new home. I led him over. At first, he hesitated a little, but I pulled him up the slope, and the moment he went in, he felt the dry ground and soft marsh grass, much warmer than outside. He snorted contentedly, walked over to the grass-lined corner on his own, and lay down, his big eyes narrowing, completely at ease. Horses and mules only lie down in places where they feel completely safe. Otherwise, they sleep standing up, so it seemed Erden had fully settled in. Huh, you really know how to enjoy yourself. I patted his neck, and Erden affectionately rubbed his big head against me. Even without a contract, he was naturally full of intelligence, and he understood most of my commands. By the time I finished all this, the moon had already risen high. Even though I was worn out with an aching back, looking at this home taking shape, a livable dugout, a cellar for storing vegetables, and even a private room for Erden, my heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. Mom and my sister had heated up water, and the two of us brothers went back to our own dugout to wash up. The stove was stuffed with big chunks of wood, and the firewall was blazing hot, not the least bit cold. After washing up, refreshed and clear-headed, Li Xiangtao and I went over to Mom's room. The two dugouts weren't connected. They were separated by the firewall, giving each its own privacy. The moment we walked in, Wanwan threw herself into Li Xiangtao's arms, calling out "Uncle" over and over. It seemed the two of them had really hit it off today. "Mom, what's for dinner tonight?" I asked, sitting down at the table. Mom pointed to the stove. "Wanwan said this afternoon she wanted dumplings, so I got a bit of meat from your third uncle's place. Cabbage and pork filling. That's good. We've even got dumplings. Looks like Uncle here is riding on your coattails." I picked Wanwan up and kissed her on the cheek. "Slobber, bad uncle." The moment Wanwan's tender little voice piped up, everyone burst out laughing. After dinner, I chatted with my sister Li Shui for a while, and then the two of us brothers went back to the other room. Lying on the simple but sturdy solid wood bed, listening to my little brother's steady snoring, with the occasional alert bark from Lai Fu outside the door and the calls of Da Huang and Haitan, my heart felt more settled than ever before. Behind me was Cliff Mountain, and before me were 40 mu of wasteland, all waiting for next year's first spring thunder, when this barren land would burst into life. October 10th on the solar calendar. The mornings in the lesser Xingan Mountains already carried a distinct chill, and every breath came out as white mist. My sister Li Shui got up before dawn. She had to hurry back to the food processing plant in town for work, and it would be several more days before she could come home again. But I could tell that since moving to the dugout, she'd become much more cheerful. No matter how nice Grandma's house was, it wasn't her own home, and even though this place was just a dugout, it had the feel of home. Quietly, she made breakfast, a pot of cornmeal porridge, a few griddle cakes, and some pickled radish. She ate a few hurried bites, said goodbye to Mom, and rode off on her bike. Listening to the sounds next door and her footsteps fading into the distance, I thought to myself that I needed to get life up on the mountain flourishing as soon as possible, so my sister wouldn't have to rush around like this anymore. The room slowly warmed up. Someone had added wood to the stove. I steeled myself and crawled out from under the covers to get dressed, Today there was an important task, stockpiling vegetables for winter. The cellar was dug, but I still hadn't bought the big crocks for pickling vegetables and holding water. After breakfast, I went to Uncle Guancoin's place to borrow the ox cart. Erden was still in a wild growth spurt and couldn't pull a cart yet. I drove the cart alone to Daqing town, 20 li away. The town was livelier than the village, and I had a clear goal. I went straight in and bought 6 large porcelain crocks, each taller than a person. These were the main workhorses for pickling cabbage. I also got plastic sheeting and white cloth to seal the crock mouths, plus coarse-grained salt, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, sugar, and 2 bottles of Beidakang liquor. I loaded everything onto the ox cart, cushioned it with marsh grass on the bottom, turned the 6 big crocks upside down, and tied them down with rope, just enough to fill the cart. On the way back, I didn't dare go fast. With 6 big crocks on the cart, one careless move and they'd shatter right before my eyes. Controlling the speed, I got home close to noon. Mom had lunch ready. Cabbage stewed with glass noodles. The cabbage still came from third uncle's place, and there weren't many heads left, plus freshly steamed white flour buns. The 2 of us brothers each wolfed down 3, and these were buns the size of a bowl. The crocks are bought. This afternoon we'll go collect vegetables, I said as I ate. Mom, tell me what all we need to buy, and which households have plenty. Let's have a plan in mind. Mom had already worked it all out. We need to pickle 2 or 3 crocks of cabbage, at least 6 or 700 pounds of cabbage. Store some radishes, and definitely don't skimp on potatoes. In winter, we'll be relying on them as a staple. We should pickle a few kinds of vegetables too: radish strips, Jerusalem artichokes, mustard tuber, cucumber curls. The only problem with this place is how much of a hassle it is to get water. I'll figure out the water. Let's buy the vegetables first. After eating, mother and son got moving. Mom was well liked, and lately I'd hunted a bear and bought a mule, and not long ago I'd handed out a pound of bear meat to each household. Most people didn't know about ginseng, so everyone greeted us with smiles. In Sifang village, as long as you weren't lazy, opening up a bit of land and growing vegetables was easy, and the rules weren't strict, so nearly every household grew quite a lot. Except me, of course. Before, I'd been a good-for-nothing, and when the family split, I'd only gotten grain as my share. First we went to Zhao Liahan's place at the west end of the village. His vegetable garden was big, and his cabbage grew well. Zhao Liahan was squatting on his doorstep, smoking his pipe. Uncle Zhao, is your cabbage for sale? I just split off from the family and need to buy some for winter. He stood up and smiled. Xiangyang wants cabbage? Yes, what's selling? Just take it and eat. It's homegrown, doesn't cost anything. Uncle Zhao, that won't do. If you won't take money, I won't take the cabbage. Tisk, Yunxiao, look at this kid. Zhao Liahan turned to my mom with a helpless look. Mom smiled and said, Old Zhao, just name a price. It's not like we're taking 1 or 2 heads. Zhao Liahan couldn't win the argument. Then let's say 3 cents a pound. I can probably spare about 200 pounds of the good stuff. We'll take it all, I said without hesitation. Then we went to several more households. Widow's son's water radishes were crisp and sweet. Wang Lao's potatoes were even-sized, and old lady Lu's Jerusalem artichokes were as big as little fists. Going from house to house, the ox cart gradually piled up like a small mountain. 800 pounds of cabbage, 200 pounds of big radishes, 500 pounds of yellow-skinned potatoes, plus all sorts of odds and ends for pickling: radish greens, Jerusalem artichokes, red and green sweet peppers, carrots, small cucumbers, cowpeas, cilantro, celery stalks, green onions, and pot herb mustard, filling the cart, with gunny sacks stacked on top. All these vegetables cost just over 60 yuan in total. The buying power of money right now was terrifyingly strong. I also made a point of buying 100 pounds of soybeans. This stuff had lots of uses. You could press oil from it. Soybean oil made stir-fried dishes fragrant, and the leftover bean cake was excellent feed for livestock, which Erden needed. But this small amount of beans wouldn't press enough bean cake, so I'd have to buy more later. Li Xiangtao and I unloaded everything, and the yard was piled high. There'd be plenty to keep us busy next. Looking at the mountain of vegetables and thinking of my shrinking wallet, I still had 500 yuan, but if I happened upon a suitable contract creature, I'd need money to speed up the process. Otherwise, I'd have to wait a full year for Laifu's contract slot to open up. Every year before the 1989 hunting ban was precious, and anything money could speed up was no problem. Thinking of it this way, I felt fully recharged. No money was easy to fix. I'd just asked that big forest to the east for it. Looking at the mountain of vegetables, Mom was both delighted and worried. So many vegetables, we've got to get them sorted quickly. It's just the water. And indeed, pickling and washing vegetables took an enormous amount of water. Near the dugout, there was only a small seepage hole, not much water and not clean. Hauling water from the village meant borrowing the ox cart, which got troublesome after too many trips. Don't worry, Mom. I'll handle the water. We've got the cart, don't we? I pointed at the flatbed cart I'd hauled back from Fengsho village, which I'd been reluctant to use, worried Erden wasn't grown enough. I called Li Xiangtao, hitched the flatbed to Erden, and loaded up every big wooden barrel and tin bucket at home that could hold water. Shout out, come on, let's go with your brother to third uncle's to haul water. Haul water. Help Mom with the work. Li Xiangtao happily climbed up onto the cart shaft. I yanked him right back down. The two of us are walking. He rubbed his head and gave a simple, hearty grin. Third uncle's yard had a hand pump well with good, plentiful water. I drove the cart up to the well. Shout out, go pump the water. Third uncle came out to help too, while Grandpa stood off to the side smoking his pipe and watching with a smile. My brother and I helped share the load off Erden, and we hauled the heavy water cart back and forth. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3 trips. I scrubbed the newly bought crocks clean and filled them with water, the clear well water glinting in the setting sun. We worked until dark, and finally the water problem was solved for the time being. The next day, the great pickling battle officially kicked off. I assigned jobs to the whole family. Mom, you've got the skills. You handle pickling the cabbage and the vegetables. Shout out, you assist Mom. Carry cabbage, wash vegetables, peel radishes. I'll go up the mountain and get some meat. Vegetables alone won't cut it. Looking at the mountain of vegetables, Mom felt reassured. All right, go on and don't worry. I've got your brother here with me. Be careful and come back early. Wanwan happily hopped around me too. Yay, I want to eat meat. I rubbed her head, feeling a bit guilty. I was a pretty inadequate uncle if I couldn't even satisfy my niece's craving for meat. Don't worry, Wanwan. I'll definitely get you meat to eat today. I went back inside and carefully checked over the Browning, loading it full with 10.22 long rifle rounds. This kind of bullet was quiet, had barely any recoil, and was extremely accurate, perfect for dealing with small and medium game. I brought the Eagle brand double-barreled shotgun too, and tucked away my trusty elm cudgel and slingshot. Finally, I called over Da Huang and Haitan, whom I'd grown close to. Lifu was still too young to be of use. Let's go. 1 black dog and 1 yellow dog followed excitedly at my side, and 1 man and 2 dogs crossed over Cliff Mountain, heading deeper into the mountain forest. The late autumn mountain forest was a riot of colors, yet carried an air of desolation, fallen leaves covering the ground and rustling underfoot. The 2 dogs stayed off to my front, their ears constantly swiveling to catch any sounds. I was in no hurry, observing as I walked. With my sharp eyes and the almost mystical luck I'd had since being reborn, I soon had results. Chi-chi, not far off, a few plump gray squirrels were hopping about on a pine branch. I stopped and signaled the dogs to be quiet, took out my slingshot and loaded a steel ball, held my breath and took aim. Whoosh thwack. 1 dropped right on cue, and the rest scattered in fright. Da Huang immediately charged over, retrieved the still twitching squirrel, and set it at my feet like he was claiming credit. Good dog. I patted him, picked it up, bled it, and put it in the sack. I didn't use the slingshot again, worried about disturbing the area, and continued on. After walking for about an hour or so, having bagged 3 more squirrels along the way, I came to a forest clearing dense with shrubs. Suddenly, Da Huang stopped, his nose sniffing rapidly at the ground, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Haitan's ears pricked up warily too. I looked in the direction Da Huang indicated. The fallen leaves under the shrubs showed signs of being disturbed and trampled, and there were some black-brown dung pellets, a bit bigger than sheep droppings, sand grouse tracks, and roe deer droppings. My heart leaped with joy. Sand grouse like to forage for grass seeds and insects near thickets like this, and there were roe deer around too. I took the Eagle brand shotgun from my weapon slot and switched to birdshot. signaling the two dogs to stay close so they wouldn't get hit by accident, then leveled the gun and slowly searched. Suddenly, from the shrubs 3 or 4 meters ahead and to the right, flap, 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 4 or 5 plump sand grouse burst into flight. Startled into the air, they weren't very fast. My reactions were lightning quick. I raised the muzzle and, almost without aiming, pulled the trigger on instinct. Bang! A fan-shaped spray of shot rained down, and several froze mid-air and dropped straight down. There was movement on the left, too. More of them flushed up, and I smoothly swung the muzzle around. Bang! Several hit the ground nearly at the same time. Woof woof! Heighten excitedly rushed to retrieve them one by one, while Da Huang stayed by my side on guard. In just a few seconds, 8 plump, tasty sand grouse were in my hand. I hefted them. Each had to weigh over half a pound. I bled and bagged them one by one. These birds weren't much bigger than quail, and whether stewed in soup or roasted, they were absolutely top-notch. A good haul, but this was just the beginning. I'd just seen roe deer droppings. I led the dogs along the game trails the animals frequently used, heading toward the mountain hollow. The deeper I went, the denser the trees became, and the more complex the signs. After walking for another half hour or so, I reached the bottom of a shaded hollow, where there was a small pond, its muddy banks soft. My eyes immediately narrowed. Pressed into the wet mud were several clear rows of hoof prints, bigger than sheep hooves, split into 2 toes, and pressed fairly deep. Roe deer, and fresh ones at that. It had left not long ago. Judging by the size and direction of the tracks, there might be more than one. It looked a lot like a small herd. Shoo! I lowered my voice, signaling for silence. The 2 dogs immediately crouched down low, using only their eyes to fixate on the direction of the hoof prints. I squatted to carefully read the orientation and depth, judging which way and how far the roe deer had gone. Roe deer were curious yet timid, highly alert, but they moved in patterns and liked to follow familiar routes. Come on, keep up. I gave the order in a low voice, silently tracking along the hoof prints. My steps were light and nimble, avoiding dry twigs and leaves as much as possible, and the 2 well-trained dogs stayed at my side. This tracking skill was also a legacy of my previous life. More than half the work in hunting is in tracking, and those with poor aptitude can't master it in 3 to 5 years, and even once learned, it's easy to grasp the basics, but hard to become truly good at it. Once you're in the forest, you have to find the game first before you can even talk about whether you can shoot it. Since being reborn, with my improved physique, this skill has risen right along with it. After tracking for over 20 minutes and crossing a low ridge, a sunny slope covered with low shrubs and dead grass appeared ahead. I stopped and hid behind a big tree, cautiously peeking out. At the edge of the slope, beside a few clumps of dense Rosa rugosa shrubs, 6 or 7 earthy yellow figures were lowering their heads to nibble on grass roots and tender twigs. Roe deer, a small herd. They were very wary, ears constantly swiveling, big eyes gazing around blankly, but they hadn't yet noticed the hunter behind the tree dozens of meters away. The distance was about 60 meters, within Browning's effective range, but it would require extremely high accuracy. I slowly drew in a breath to calm myself, gradually raised the gun, and steadily aimed at one of them, the biggest, plumpest buck. PhD. The gunshot was faint but deadly. The buck's body shuddered violently, as if struck on the head by an invisible sledgehammer, and without even a cry, its forelegs buckled and it collapsed to the ground, twitching faintly. The others, startled, raised their heads and looked around in confusion, but incredibly, they didn't immediately flee. They froze in place, seemingly searching for the source of the sound and their fallen companion. The foolish roe deer lived up to its name. How could I miss this chance? This was where the semi-automatic Browning showed its advantage. No need to reload, with 9 rounds still inside. PhD. 2 more shots, and 2 more bucks followed suit, likewise dropping dead on the spot from headshots. Only then did the remaining does and half-grown fawns snap out of it, letting out terrified cries and turning to dart into the shrubs. I hesitated for a tenth of a second, but in the end I still lowered the gun. With my marksmanship, taking down 2 more would have been no problem, but I had my own principles. As long as I wasn't going hungry, no shooting and no shooting the young. The 3 I'd just killed were all antlered bucks. A bountiful harvest. Woof, woof, woof. Only now did Haiten and Da Huang rush out excitedly, circling the fallen roe deer to confirm they were dead. I holstered the gun and strode over quickly, looking at the 3 plump roe deer, my heart full of joy. Finally, meat to eat. Roe deer meat was delicious and rich in fat, a top delicacy from the mountains. I didn't do much processing on the spot. I just took out my hunting knife and quickly bled them, cut them open, and removed the innards, keeping the hearts and livers, hanging the intestines on a tree as an offering to the mountain god, and cutting some meat and a set of hearts and livers to feed the dogs. Once the 2 dogs had eaten their fill, I released the handcart from my transport slot, loaded the 3 roe deer, the sand grouse, and the squirrels into the cart bed, and stowed it all away again. Thank goodness for that slot. Otherwise, carrying 3 roe deer over mountain trails would have been exhausting enough to make me puke blood. With the well-fed dogs, I set off on the return journey. Only when I decided to call it a day and head home would I let the dogs eat their fill. As I neared home, I took the game out in a secluded spot, bundled it up, and hoisted it onto my shoulder. It was only because my strength had greatly increased that I could carry it. In the past, I really wouldn't have been able to. Even with the innards removed and some cut off to feed the dogs, what remained still weighed around 200 pounds. I carried the 3 heavy roe deer and the bulging gunny sack back to the dugout. Mom, who was busy in the yard, got a fright. Aya Xiangyang. This is roe deer? 3 of them. And there's stuff in the sack too. She rushed over, both alarmed and delighted. Li Xiangtao, who'd been huffing and puffing washing radishes, dropped his work and ran over too, eyes wide as saucers. Bro, meat. So much meat. Wan's eyes lit up as well. Got lucky. Ran into a whole family of them. I smiled and set the roe deer down. Mom, now we've got meat. It's cold, so it'll keep well. Mom looked at my sweat-dampened hair and sturdy shoulders, feeling both proud and pained for me. Go rest. You must be worn out, right? Let me get you some water. I'm not tired. I waved my hand, picked up my hunting knife, and skillfully began skinning and butchering. Roe deer hide was a good thing. Properly tanned, it could be made into a mattress pad or sold for money. Squirrel pelts could be sold too, and the sand grouse feathers I'd save for Wan to make a shuttlecock. The temperature was already quite low, so the meat wouldn't spoil easily. I cut most of the roe deer meat into strips, rubbed them with coarse salt, and hung them under the shed I'd prepared for Erden, keeping the hearts, livers, and a portion to eat in the coming days. I cleaned the squirrels and sand grouse and rubbed them with salt to store as well. Once done, I cut off 2 roe deer legs, picked them up, and headed out. Mom, I'm going to bring some meat to third uncle and Uncle Guancoin. Go on. You should. We've used the Guankun's ox cart plenty these past few days. I went first to Uncle Guancoin's place, right across from third uncle's. Uncle Guancoin was a shrewd farmer, a bit balding. Seeing me deliver such a generous gift, he rubbed his hands and kept saying he felt embarrassed, declining for a good while before finally accepting. Xiangyang, drink a bowl of water before you go. No thanks, I still haven't dropped some off at third uncle's. Then when you're done, come by and sit a while, his wife chimed in. Got it, Andy. Next, I carried the remaining leg over to third uncle's place. The moment I stepped into the yard, I heard a woman's shrill voice coming from inside. I frowned. That was my stepmother Chen Jinhua's voice. What was she doing here? Going inside, sure enough, there she was, sitting on the edge of the Kong, spraying spittle as she went on about something to Grandma. Third uncle sat with a dark face smoking, and third aunt was stitching a shoe sole. Both of them wore sour expressions. Oh, if it isn't our family's big shot. Chen Jinhua had sharp eyes and immediately spotted the hefty roe deer leg in my hand. Greed and envy instantly flashed in her eyes, and she started up with her snide, sarcastic tone. Bagged something good again? TSK, that roe deer leg sure is fat. Struck it rich, haven't you? So much you can't finish it, going around handing it out to people. I ignored her and walked straight up to third uncle to hand him the meat. Third uncle got lucky and shot a roe deer. This leg is for you and third aunt to enjoy. Third uncle's expression eased a little as he hefted it. Good grief, this is fat. You should just keep it and eat it yourself. Kid, what did you bring it over for? It's the least I can do. You've helped me out plenty lately. Chun Jinhua watched from the side with envy burning in her eyes and cut in sourly. Chongwu, this nephew of yours is really filial. But you know, being filial has to be about family first and outsiders second. Xiangyang, I hear you not only shot a bear and a roe deer, but also dug up some treasure on Old Black Mountain. Sold it for quite a bit of money, didn't you? Something stirred in my mind, but I kept my face expressionless. Stepmother, who's been feeding you this nonsense? Nonsense. Her voice shot up and she stood, pointing at me. The whole village is talking about it. They say you dug up an old wild ginseng and sold it in town for several hundred yuan. Li Xiangyang, you're really something, getting rich in the quiet. Do you still have this family in your eyes? Do you still care about your dad, about your grandma? Grandma Chen Xiuqin put on a stern face and backed her up. Xiangyang, it's not that grandma wants to lecture you. Whatever else you say about Jinhua, she's your stepmother. She's fed you all these years and never let you go hungry or cold. Now that you've got money and your wings have hardened, you split off from the family and don't recognize your own people? Got a little money and don't know how to show some respect to your elders? Your dad and I are still alive, you know. A wave of disgust washed over me. Never let me go hungry or cold. I knew perfectly well what kind of days my brother and I had lived before. Show respect? When I split off from the family, that scumbag father Li Changming hadn't so much as breathed a word. And now he suddenly remembered he was an elder. And grandma, always favoring Chun Jinhua and Li Xiangdong, jumping out to say such things now was truly laughable. Grandma, stepmother. My tone was flat, but left no room for argument. The family division document is right there in black and white, stamped by the production brigade. Every cent I, Li Xiangyang, have earned was traded for with my life. It has nothing to do with the Li family, nothing to do with you. I'll fulfill whatever obligations I'm supposed to fulfill in the future, but if you think you can get money from me for free, that's impossible. You ungrateful wretch. Chen Jinhua, choked speechless, went livid and started making a scene. Everyone listened to this. Is this how a person talks? Li Chongwu, look at your nephew. Got a little money and turned his back on his own flesh and blood. Today you'd better hand over the money. At least half. Or I'll go to the party secretary to settle this. I'll go to the town leaders. I'll report you for being unfilial. Report you for undermining socialism. This was just making a scene for no reason. She'd slap any crime on me she could think of. Third uncle couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table hard. Chen Jinhua, that's enough. What business is Xiangyang's money to you? He traded his job placement to split off, and you yourself agreed to it. Now you come making trouble because you see he's got money? Have you no shame? Li Chongwu, who are you calling shameless? I'm his stepmother. An older brother is like a father, an older sister-in-law like a mother. I have every right to manage him. She shrieked, hopping up and down. His own mother's still alive. Does he need you managing him? Third Aunt Su Xiaoyan couldn't hold back either. She set down the shoe sole and said coldly, just as the room was descending into a shouting match, an arrogant voice rang out from the yard. Auntie, what's going on? Who's been bullying you? The door curtain flew aside, and Chin Chong walked in wearing a knockoff military uniform, his hair long, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, with two thuggish-looking flunkies trailing behind him. Chin Chong was Sifong Village's notorious little tyrant, who relied on his father's power to steal, cheat, and do every kind of evil. He'd bullied me plenty in the past, treating me like a lackey to be ordered around, beating or cursing me the moment anything displeased him. Xiaoqiang, you're finally here. Chen Jinhua, as if she'd found her backbone, immediately started wailing. You've got to stand up for your auntie. That ungrateful wretch Li Xiangyang dug up ginseng and pocketed all the money for himself, without a thought for the family. When I said a couple words to him, he even tried to hit me. Li Chongwu and the others are all helping him bully me. Chin Chong shot me a sidelong glance, his face full of contempt. Li Xiangyang, you? Have some nerve now. Huh? Daring to bully my auntie. He walked right up to me, his finger nearly jabbing my nose. Heard you've been pretty full of yourself lately? Shot a bear, bought a mule, dug up ginseng, earned a little lousy money, and forgot your own name? My aunt asking you for money is doing you an honor. Hurry up and hand over half to show your respect to my aunt. And cut me off a big chunk of your best meat and bring it over too. Otherwise, he sneered, reaching out to slap my face like he used to. That habitual gesture of humiliation. Looking at that familiar, revolting face, memories from my past life, and all the old and new grievances instantly surged up. To be reborn only to be bullied by scum like this. I, Li Xiangyang, might as well go buy a block of tofu and knock myself dead on it. I was no longer that boy who let others push him around, who didn't dare fight back. In the instant his hand was about to touch my cheek, I moved. My left hand shot out like lightning and clamped onto his wrist. My 5 fingers like iron pincers, my right hand balled into a fist, and with no flourish, carrying all my long-suppressed rage, I slammed it straight into his nose. Crack. A dull thud. Ah! Chen Chong let out a shrill scream, blood instantly gushing from his nose. He staggered backward, seeing stars. It all happened too fast. Everyone in the room was stunned. No one had expected me to strike. Chen Jinhua's wailing cut off abruptly. Third uncle and third aunt's mouths hung open, and even grandma gave a frightened shudder. Chen Chong's 2 flunkies froze for a moment before snapping to. UF ****ing looking to die? Huh. Daring to hit our brother Chong. They came charging at me, howling. I gave each one a single kick, sending the 2 lackeys sprawling on the ground. I released Chen Chong's wrist and stepped in after him, and before he could recover from the searing pain, I planted a kick in his stomach. Ugh! He cried out and doubled over like a big shrimp. I grabbed his long hair and forced his head up, staring coldly at his face, streaming with snot, tears, and blood. Chen Chong, you listen to me carefully. My voice was low but cold enough to freeze. I remember every way you treated me before. From today on, we're even. But if you ever dare come mess with me again, or lay a hand on my family, I leaned close to his ear and said in a voice only the 2 of us could hear, I won't mind making you disappear. I mean what I say. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try. With that, I flung him to the ground like tossing out trash. Chen Chong curled up on the floor, clutching his nose and stomach, whimpering, without a trace of his former arrogance, just fear and agony. Only then did his 2 flunkies recover, dizzily trying to crawl back up. Chen Jinhua was so frightened her face went white, her finger trembling. You dare to hit people? The world's turned upside down. I'm going to report you. Have you been thrown in jail? I shook my wrist and looked at her coldly. Stepmother, you listen carefully too. Today I'm letting this go out of respect for Grandpa and Grandma. From now on, stay out of my family's affairs. My money, my things, they have nothing to do with you or the Li family. If you dare come making unreasonable scenes or throwing tantrums again. I pointed at Chen Chong moaning on the ground. He's your example. I don't hit women, but I've got plenty of ways to make you shut up. Don't believe me? You can go ahead and try to. My eyes were too cold, and the vicious edge in my tone was completely undisguised. Chen Jinhua stumbled back 2 steps in fright and plopped down onto the edge of the Kong, her lips quivering, unable to get out a single word. Only now did she truly realize that this stepson before her was no longer the silent pushover she could bully at will. Grandma was also shaken by this sudden ruthlessness and didn't dare say a word. I paid them no more attention and said to Third Uncle, keep the meat. I've got things to do at home, so I'll head back first. Sorry to have caused you trouble today. Third Uncle came back to himself from his shock, glancing at the pathetic Chen Chong on the floor, the frozen Chen Jinhua, and then at me, calm-faced yet seemingly wreathed in a killing aura. His emotions were complicated, but in the end, he just nodded. Go on home. Be careful on the way. I walked out of the yard without looking left or right, and from beginning to end, I didn't spare the 2 of them another glance. Only after my figure had disappeared did Chen Jinhua burst out crying, Wah, and throw herself down beside Chen Chong. Xiaoqiang, are you okay? You 2 hurry up and help him up and get him to the clinic. That murderous Li Xiangyang. I'll definitely have my brother deal with him. Propped up by his 2 flunkies, Chen Chong barely managed to stand, his nose bridge a bit crooked, his face covered in blood, his stomach aching badly, his eyes full of venom. Li Xiangyang, you just wait for me, he muttered threats vaguely, but he didn't dare say them too loudly, terrified I might come back and beat him again. Third Uncle sighed and said coldly to the still wailing Chen Jinhua, That's enough. Stop howling. Hurry and get his injuries looked at, and come make trouble at my place less often from now on. Chen Jinhua shot Third Uncle a hateful glare, then helped Chen Chong out. both of them thoroughly disgraced. The yard fell quiet again, leaving only that plump roe deer leg sitting on the table. Third, Aunt was still shaken. Husband, did Xiangyang go a bit too hard on him? Chen Chang's father. Third uncle was silent for a moment, then shook his head. Chen Chang had it coming. He bullied Xiangyang plenty in the past, and even today Xiangyang held back. As for Chun Baohua, humph, he knows perfectly well what kind of person his son is. Xiangyang is in the right. Chen Chang struck first, and Chun Jinhua was the one who started the scene. As long as Xiangyang doesn't make any big mistakes himself, Chen Baohua won't dare do anything to him openly. Our dad's still here. Even as he said this, third uncle knew full well that this feud was now thoroughly settled, and the days ahead were likely to be even less peaceful. Yet looking at the roe deer leg on the table and recalling his nephew's steady, ruthless bearing just now, he strangely felt a bit more emboldened. This nephew's wings had truly hardened, and the skies over Sifang village were probably about to change. After delivering the meat to third uncle and Uncle Guanquan, the little bit of unpleasantness stirred up by Chun Jinhua, and Chen Chang quickly faded. Bothering with people like that was beneath me. My whole mind was now on how to make life better, keep my family fed and warm, and make big money to achieve financial freedom. But I made a note of the venomous look in Chen Chang's eyes at the end. This kid was just like his father Chun Baohua, petty and vindictive, and there'd surely be friction down the road, so I'd have to guard against it. Back home, after finishing lunch, the washed vegetables had all dried off, and Mom and I began pickling. How good this crock of pickled vegetables turned out would determine just how much happiness I'd have this whole winter. I spread coarse-grained salt at the bottom of the porcelain crock, arranged the dried whole radishes, and filled the gaps with Jerusalem artichokes. Here the Jerusalem artichokes weren't cut, all left whole. Next, a layer of salt, then carrots, cucumbers, peppers, cucumber curls, cowpeas, cilantro, celery, and a few green onions, and finally, pot herb mustard, with salt sprinkled between every layer. After sprinkling salt over the top layer, I poured in most of a bottle of strong Beidakang liquor. Then we pickled the cabbage. Dinner was sand grouse stewed with hazel mushrooms, plus a stir-fried plate of roe deer heart, and Wanwan ate quite a lot. The whole family was warm and happy together, and I truly savored this life of ours now. The next day, I grabbed a chunk of roe deer meat, about 3 pounds, planning to take it over to the village doctor, Liang Songsho. Dr. Liang was a good guy. He'd lent me his bicycle before, so I owed him a thank you. Carrying the meat, I strolled over to the clinic at the east end of the village. The courtyard gate was open, and Liang Songsho was crouched in the yard sorting through some medicinal herbs he'd laid out to dry. Uncle Liang, keeping busy, huh? I smiled and handed him the meat. Roe deer, I bagged myself. Just a little token, give it a try. Liang Songsho pushed up his glasses, and when he saw it was me, he smiled. Xiangyang, I didn't even do anything to help you. Oh, this meat's fresh, thanks. He didn't put up much of a fuss and took the meat. Perfect timing. I'll slice some tonight, stir-fry it with chili peppers, and have a couple shots of liquor. Come on in and sit for a bit. No thanks, Uncle Liang. Got a pile of work waiting at home. I waved my hand and was about to leave when I suddenly heard hushed voices coming from the inner room of the clinic, laced with excitement and a hint of nervousness. The voices sounded kind of familiar. Brother Jiang said his dad heard it from old Sun, that hunting veteran. Somebody spotted the tracks and fresh tree scratch marks of Bear King up in that stand of linden trees on the north slope of Bear Ridge. Figured it's gotta weigh 900 pounds. My ears perked right up. Only an exceptionally huge brown bear gets called Bear King. That's a real monster, worth serious money. For real? A Bear King that big? My dad bagged a 400-pounder a couple of years back, and it nearly wore him out. Dead serious. Uncle Dew's already put the word out. He's planning to round up a few more old gunners in a couple of days, bring the dogs, and go take it down. Bear gallbladder, bear paws, bear hide. That's a boatload of money. Too bad we don't get a cut. Hey, Brother Chong, what if we could. I've got a Type 56 semi-auto at home. The Dew family's got a shotgun, plus 4 dogs. Chill. Keep it down. Dr. Liang's right outside. My ears twitched, and I could make it out. Inside the room was Chun Chang's voice, and the other was Zhao Zhiming. So they were at Liang Songsho's place. Chen Chang probably got beaten up yesterday and came to check on his injuries or get some medicine. Bear Ridge? Bear King? An 800 or 900 pound brown bear? My heart jumped. This was a big one, worth more than 10 times that little black bear from before. An intact gallbladder, 4 bare paws, that massive hide. It would absolutely be an astonishing fortune. Getting my hands on it would help my plans down the road enormously. Du Haitao was organizing a crew to go hunt it in a couple of days. My eyes flashed. Once news like this spread, more hunters going meant more variables and more people to split the money with. If I could get to that brown bear ahead of them. A bold idea popped into my head. I immediately dropped the idea of going home. I exchanged a couple more pleasantries with Liang Song's Ho, then turned and left, picking up my pace. Back home, I quickly got ready. Bear Ridge lay even farther north of Sifeng Village. Steeper mountains, denser forests, truly remote, deep wilderness where hardly anyone set foot. Knowing the spoiled brat temperament of Chun Chong and his gang, once they got wind of a get-rich chance like this, there was no way they'd hold back. They might sneak off to do it today. I had to beat them to it. I checked my gear. The Browning was fine for small stuff, but against a brown bear it was better than nothing. The Eagle brand double barrel loaded with slugs. Now that would do the job. An elm cudgel, a hunting knife, rope, plenty of dry rations and water, and I brought the slingshot too. I took black charcoal along. Big Yellow was getting old, and this trip was too dangerous, so I left him behind. Ma, I'm heading into the mountains. I might be back late. Seeing me fully geared up, Mother knew this wasn't an ordinary hunting trip. She asked worriedly, "Where are you going?" "Be careful. Just going to check out the north side." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." I smiled, called over the excited black charcoal, and man and dog once again plunged into the forest, this time headed for Bear Ridge farther north. To stay hidden and move fast, I didn't bring Li Xiangtao, and once I entered the woods, I stashed my weapons in the weapons slot. The mountain path grew harder to walk. I had good stamina and traveled light, and black charcoal was full of energy too, so we climbed and scrambled the whole way. I stuck to the high ridges as much as possible, observing the game trails and any signs of humans below as I went. After about 2 hours or so, I'd penetrated deep into Bear Ridge. Even the air felt heavier. The forest was dead silent. Even bird song had grown scarce. Black charcoal was unusually alert, no longer running off, sticking close to my leg with his nose working nonstop. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out not far off. Something was up. I immediately crouched down and signaled black charcoal to stay quiet, reached out my hand, and the double-barrel shotgun appeared in my grip. And no wonder I was being so careful. In the woods, the most dangerous thing is never the animals, it's people. Holding my gun, I gently parted the bushes and stared ahead intently. In a forest clearing about 100 meters ahead, a scene was unfolding that made my pupils shrink to pinpricks. These guys had gotten here even faster than me. Honestly, if I hadn't been so desperate for money, I really wouldn't have wanted to wade into this mess. Whether it's a black bear or a brown bear, the best time to kill one is in winter when they're hibernating in their dens. That's the lowest risk. Dens come in 2 types, sky dens and ground dens. A sky den is a tree hollow, usually home to the smaller black bears. A ground den is a mountain cave. Chun Chong was holding the Type 56, frantically pulling the trigger at a brown, mountain-like shape in the center of the clearing. It was a brown bear, a true colossus. Its shoulder height nearly topped a grown man's chest. It definitely weighed 800 or 900 pounds. Its whole body was covered in coarse, needle-stiff brown-black fur, and when it reared up on its hind legs it looked like a moving wall of flesh. Right now, it was utterly enraged, its bloody maw gaping open in an ear-splitting roar. Chun Chong's aim was pathetic. Sure, he'd hit it, but nowhere vital, which only made it wilder. Du Yujiang was nervously loading the shotgun, trying several times, but couldn't even get the shell in. Du Yujiang's 4 hunting dogs, though, were loyal and brave, throwing themselves at the bear to bite. The lead dog couldn't hold back and shot out like a bolt of black lightning, going straight for the back of the bear's hind leg. A classic hunting dog trick, tearing the tendon to make the prey bleed and slow down. The other 3 surrounded it too, their barking sharp and piercing. But the bear's reaction was blood-chilling. It didn't even fully turn around. That pillar-like right hind leg just swung back almost casually. There was a muffled thud. and the lead dog's body twisted grotesquely in midair. Its yelp cut in half before it flew off at an angle, slammed into a linden trunk, and slid limply down, motionless. The remaining 3 dogs went berserk. The spotted dog and the yellow dog lunged for the bear's belly from left and right. The bear roared in irritation, its massive body spinning with unbelievable agility, and swung its left forepaw. With a spine-tingling wry-up, the spotted dog leaping in from the left had half its head and the skin of its neck split open like a rotten watermelon under a blunt axe, red and white splattering across the ground. The yellow dog's teeth had just grazed the bear's belly before it could bite down when the right paw came slamming down. The yellow dog went rigid all at once, its spine giving off a string of clear cracking sounds, and then it fell silent, blood foam and chunks of guts spraying from its nose and mouth. The last dog was the smartest of the pack, but by now it was scared witless too. With a whimper, it tucked its tail and turned to flee. Too late. The bear suddenly charged forward a few steps, caught up, clamped its jaws around the dog's hind end, and flung its head like it was tossing a toy. There was a crisp crack, and the howling stopped dead. The dog's sacrifice bought a little time, but it also scared Chen Chong and his 3 friends completely out of their wits. All they could think about was saving their own hides. Watching from a distance, I was a bit speechless. The dogs had held out this long, so by rights the gun should have been loaded ages ago. At this close range, a full magazine would drop it, Bear King or not. That was a Type 56, firing 7.62mm rifle rounds. But Chen Chong and Du Yujiang were long paralyzed with fear, hands trembling, unable to get the rounds in. Seeing the dogs all dead, the 4 of them panicked outright, scrambling and stumbling off in every direction, screaming and wailing, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs. At a moment like this, nobody thinks of fighting back. They just want to outrun the guy next to them. Help! Zhao Zhiming, running last, glanced back and was scared out of his soul, tripping over his own feet and crashing to the ground. The bear seemed to lock onto this closest target, abandoning the others. With a low growl, its huge body lunged over with startling agility, raising its paw and slamming it down hard. With a spine-tingling, muffled splat, Zhao Zhiming didn't even get to scream. His entire upper body was practically flattened. He was clearly done for. Mama, Yu Xiaodong, running up front, caught a glimpse of this hellish scene over his shoulder, and his crotch was instantly soaked. He scrambled into the bushes beside him on all 4s, not daring to look back, disappearing off to who knows where. Du Yujiang, in his panic, tripped over a tree root and collapsed at the foot of a Korean pine. Watching the bear close and step by step, blood dripping from the corner of its mouth, he was so terrified he fouled himself, his eyes full of despair. Chen Chong had actually made it a few dozen meters and was hiding behind a big rock, trembling. His Type 56 had long been dropped in the middle of the clearing. He peeked out furtively, saw Zhao Zhiming's grisly fate and Du Yujiang's hopeless plight, and his face went ashen. Forget saving anyone. He was nearly fainting from fear himself. He turned and kept running. Killing Zhao Zhiming didn't seem to satisfy the bear. Its bloodshot little eyes fixed on the collapsed, utterly defenseless Du Yujiang. Growling, it strode over with heavy, rapid steps, its bloody maw gaping open, ready to enjoy its feast. Du Yujiang was completely stunned, eyes shut, waiting for death. As the bear passed by the Type 56, it seemed to remember something and delivered a swipe right at the gun. Watching from afar, my eye twitched. I'd been planning to sneak that gun into my weapon slot later. After a smack like that from Bear King, it was probably a goner. I kept edging toward the clearing. Du Yujiang couldn't die, at least not now. If he died, unless I gave up on hunting this brown bear, things would get very complicated, and some things would be hard to explain. Keep moving forward. I was about 70 meters from the bear, with trees blocking the view. No clear firing window. Just as I rounded the trees, the bear had reached Du Yujiang and brought a paw down. I couldn't worry about anything else and raised my gun to fire. First shot. Boom! The deafening blast erupted, far deeper and more violent than the Type 56 or the shotgun. The bear's massive body shuddered hard, a spray of blood bursting from behind its left shoulder blade. It let out an earth-shattering roar of pain, and the paw aimed at Du Yujiang visibly veered off. It immediately reared up, twisting its body wildly to find its attacker. Though the shot had hit, it hadn't killed it. Its fat and muscle were just too thick. It spotted me in an instant, its most savage nature fully unleashed by the searing pain and the new threat. Abandoning the screaming Du Yujiang right at its feet, it let out an even more frenzied roar and charged at me on all fours like a runaway heavy tank. The speed was terrifying. 70 meters was nothing to an enraged giant bear. It closed the gap in a heartbeat. My heart pounded, but my hands were steady as a rock. I didn't run. Turning your back on a beast like that is suicide. 30 meters. The bear bore down on me with the force of a tidal wave, its shadow swallowing me whole. Now head on the head. A cold light flashed in my eyes, and the instant its body rose to its highest point, I squeezed the trigger. Boom! The second shot exploded almost in unison with its roar. I poured nearly all my focus and strength into that shot, aiming right between its brows. The slug tore through the air with tremendous force and drilled savagely into the bear's skull. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. The bear's lunging motion locked abruptly in midair, then came crashing down, thud. The earth shook, dust flying everywhere. Its enormous body smashed down less than 5 meters in front of me, rattling the very ground. Its limbs twitched a few times, blood froth gushed from its nostrils and mouth, and finally it went completely still. The gunshots echoed through the valley. I stood there holding my gun, my chest rising and falling slightly. Those 2 shots, especially that last one, going head-to-head with an enraged bear, had drained an enormous amount of my focus and strength. But that's the courage a proper hunter has to have. Handing your back to your prey is a death wish. I scanned around. Du Yujiang was unconscious, and Yu Xiaodong and Qin Chong were nowhere to be seen. After confirming no one else was around, I slung the shotgun over my back, and in an instant, the Browning appeared in my hand. I put 2 more rounds into the bear's head. Say what you want about this gun being weak. It depends who you're comparing it to. At close range, it can punch through steel plate. It just does less damage. This was my usual caution. Black Charcoal rushed up and barked a few times at the bear's carcass, then looked around warily. I didn't let my guard down either. Last time I saved third ant, a second bear burst out and nearly scared me to death. Only after confirming there was no movement did I turn my attention to the scene. Qin Chong and Yu Xiaodong were long gone. Du Yujiang lay slumped under a tree, his face white as paper, both eyes shut, passed out. A big chunk of flesh was missing from his left thigh. Clearly from that last swipe the bear had veered off, and blood was still pouring out. Zhao Jiming lay in a pool of blood, already dead, his corpse a gruesome sight. Faced with Du Yujiang's dire condition, I still thought the bear was more urgent, especially the gallbladder. Leave it too long, and the bile gets reabsorbed, drastically reducing its value. I strode over to the carcass. Up close, this behemoth was even more staggering, 800 or 900 pounds, like a small mountain of flesh. I noticed its belly was slightly swollen, and my heart lurched. A female bear? Nursing? That meant the cubs were very likely nearby. No wonder it had been so ferocious, so reckless. It was probably protecting its young. I pushed my doubts aside and got down to business first. Using my hunting knife, I carefully made an opening in the bear's belly and reached in to feel around. Soon I touched a warm, springy, sack-like object, the gallbladder. Luckily, it hadn't been punctured this time. Holding my breath, I extremely carefully separated it and pulled it out. When the intact gallbladder was there before my eyes lit up, firm as glue, its surface shimmering with a faint coppery sheen. Copper gallbladder. My heart surged with joy. Bear gallbladders come in grades: vegetable gallbladder, iron gallbladder, copper gallbladder. Copper gallbladder is also called gold gallbladder. The bile is thick and concentrated, with extremely high medicinal and monetary value. A rough estimate puts it at over 1,000 yuan. For this female bear to grow a copper gallbladder, she had to have been in her prime. I immediately wrapped the copper gallbladder layer by layer in oilcloth and tucked it into the deerskin pouch against my body, making sure it was completely secure. Having dealt with the most precious item, I finally looked at the Type 56 Qin Chong had dropped. The gun lay not far from Du Yujiang. I picked it up and couldn't help shaking my head. The body had several dents from being warped by immense force. The barrel was bent, and the forestock was shattered. This gun was ruined. The chances of fixing it were extremely slim, and even if it could be fixed, I wouldn't dare use it. Useless little wastrel. I cursed and tossed the ruined gun aside. Type 50 SIXs were a rare commodity these days. What a shame. By rights, I should have gutted all the bear's innards and organs. Otherwise, given enough time, the cavity would stink and the meat would spoil. But I'd just taken a look. This bear was yellow lard grade, so the smell would definitely be strong, and besides, I never intended to keep its meat anyway. Let it stink. I sliced off 2 big chunks of meat with my hunting knife and threw them to black charcoal, then walked over to the unconscious Du Yujiang. Blood was still gushing from his left thigh. I had to stop the bleeding fast, or blood loss alone could kill him. Looking at Du Yujiang's ghastly pale face, I remembered how arrogant this guy had been before, and anger welled up in me. I felt no sympathy, but I couldn't actually let him die here either, or the trouble would be even worse. Qin Chong had probably run back to get help. Before he fled, he must have heard my gunshots. I quickly tore open his pant leg, exposing the horrific wound. A big chunk of flesh clawed off the thigh, the biggest danger being the bleeding. But out here in the middle of nowhere, where was I going to find something to stop the bleeding? My eyes swept over his waist, and I noticed a small leather ammo pouch hanging there. I took it off and dumped it out on the ground. A few 7.62mm rifle rounds tumbled out. I glanced at the shotgun lying not far off, and a crude but effective folk remedy flashed through my mind. Without hesitation, I picked up 2 rounds, carefully pried them open with my knife tip, poured out the propellant powder inside, and spread it evenly over the bloody, mangled wound. Then I took out matches. SSSRT. The match flared, and I brought it near the powder. Hump. A small burst of fierce flame erupted from the wound, accompanied by the smell of scorched protein. Ah! Du Yujiang let out a horrific, inhuman scream, his whole body convulsing violently as if struck by lightning, jolted awake from unconsciousness by the pain. His eyes bulged wide and bloodshot, veins popping out on his forehead, the immense agony nearly making him pass out again. The flame died instantly, the bleeding points and muscle of the wound cauterized by the high heat, and the blood stopped right away. Only that patch of flesh was charred black, a ghastly sight. I looked at him expressionlessly. Bleeding stopped. You won't die. Just tough it out. Du Yujiang trembled all over from the pain, his teeth grinding, his eyes at me full of fear and venom. But even more, there was the relief of having survived a brush with death. Having dealt with him, I immediately stood up and, gun in hand, searched the surroundings. A nursing female bear very likely had cubs, and during the fight, I thought I'd heard faint cries. I followed the direction where the female bear had first appeared, rounded a few huge weathered boulders, and behind them was a jumble of rocks and dense underbrush. Black charcoal followed at my side, nose working non-stop, when he suddenly gave a low bark at a crevice in the rock pile. I walked over and used my gun barrel to push aside the concealing dry grass and vines. Deep in the crevice, a furry, chubby, tawny brown little creature huddled, letting out faint whimpers like a puppy. A brown bear cub. It looked to be just over a month old, maybe 20-some pounds, its eyes not fully open yet, its body covered in soft, downy fur, utterly adorable. It seemed to sense its mother's scent was gone, and to feel a strange creature approaching, and it shrank fearfully deeper into the crevice. I froze for a second. I'd actually guessed right. There really was a cub. No wonder that female bear had fought so desperately. Looking at this helpless little bear, my feelings were a tangled mess. With the mother killed, this cub had almost no chance of surviving in the wild. It would either starve or be eaten by other predators. Take it back? Raise a brown bear? The mere thought struck me as crazy. But watching it tremble, I thought, after all, it was a life. Then suddenly I slapped my forehead. I was still trapped in ordinary thinking. I had the animal slot. Animals under contract were absolutely loyal to me. So what was there to hesitate about? Take it home and raise it. Once I gathered enough animals down the road, I'd open a zoo. With that settled, I scooped up the cub and returned to the clearing. Seeing me come back from behind carrying a creature that looked like a dog, Du Yujiang looked closer and gave a violent start. Bear, a bear. Bear my foot. Something this tiny and you're scared. I was speechless. The two of us waited there. I cleared the fallen leaves from the clearing, chopped some branches, and lit a bonfire, even though it was daytime, of fire eaters animals. I had no way of hauling Du Yuzhong back on my own. I loaded all the guns full, even the double-barrel shotgun of Du Yuzhong's. One more gun meant one more measure of safety. The smell of blood at the scene was overpowering, and I worried it might attract something, but luckily no predators showed up. Du Yuzhong kept complaining he was cold. I knew it was from the blood loss, so I lit 7 bonfires ringing him around, somewhat like Zhuge Liang praying to heaven to borrow more years of life. After a few grueling hours, as the sky was about to go dark, noisy voices and shouting finally came up from below the mountain. Any later, and Du Yuzhong wouldn't have held on. Yujiang, Yujiang, Mengzi, Xiangyang, where are you? It was third uncle's voice, and Du Haitao's anxious bellowing, and other people shouting. Qin Chong had run back and reported it. People had come. I hesitated no longer. I took off my jacket and wrapped up the terrified, motionless cub, holding it in my arms. The cub struggled once, then, seeming to sense I meant no harm, gradually settled, only whimpering softly. Carrying it, and with black charcoal at my side, I went to meet them. The people who arrived saw the gruesome scene and the strange sight of Du Yuzhong surrounded by 7 bonfires, and every one of them was stunned. There were quite a few. Third uncle Li Changwu, Du Yuzhong's own father Du Haitao, Zhao Jiming's own father Zhao Changyin, 2 old hunters, and Chun Baohua with his son Qin Chong. Yu Xiaodong had actually come back along with them, his face ghastly pale, in a daze. The first thing they saw was Zhao Jiming's brutalized corpse. Zhao Changyin rushed over, took one look, and collapsed to the ground as if struck by lightning. His mouth open, but no sound coming out, only tears streaming down silently, as though the sky had fallen in an instant. A white-haired man burying his black-haired son. Then they saw Du Yuzhong, his leg cauterized to stop the bleeding, his face twisted with pain, barely clinging to life. Du Haitao lunged over with red eyes. Yuzhong, my son, how are you? Seeing the grisly state of his son's leg, even this rough, burly man nearly passed out. Then, at last, everyone's gaze was fixed on the center of the stage. There lay the mountain-like carcass of the brown bear, spattered with blood, and standing beside it was me, cradling a living, furry bear cub in my arms. The double barrel slung across my back, the hunting knife at my waist, the wary black charcoal crouched at my feet. My clothes were disheveled and blood-stained, yet I stood tall and straight, my eyes calm, as if I wasn't the one who had just been through a life-and-death struggle. The stark contrast left everyone too shocked to speak. After a few seconds of silence, Du Haitao suddenly looked up at me, his eyes complicated. There was gratitude, but even more, a barely perceptible flicker of greed. His gaze drifted involuntarily to the bulging deerskin pouch at my waist. Clearly the most valuable thing was in there. And not just him. The 2 hunters, Chen Baohua, Qin Chong, and Yu Xiaodong all instinctively looked at that deerskin pouch. Bear gallbladder, and the gallbladder of a bear king, no less, was definitely top grade. Into the smell of blood in the air, it seemed a different scent had crept in. I sensed those stares. I gave the restlessly squirming cub in my arms a gentle pat, and under everyone's gaze, slowly handed it over to third uncle, who had stepped forward to hold. Then my right hand reached seemingly casually behind my waist, and when I raised it again, the Eagle brand double barrel was already in my grip. The muzzle pointed down, but the click of the bolt chambering around was clearly audible. My eyes swept over Du Haitao, Yu Xiaodong, the Chen father and son, and the 2 hunters. My tone was flat, but carried an undeniable chill. What's the matter? What are you all staring at? Want the bear gallbladder too? I paused, the muzzle tilting up slightly to point at the ground, full of menace. Or should I lay out for all you elders exactly what happened here today, start to finish? Qin Chong, Du Yuzhong, Yu Xiaodong, Zhao Jiming. They ignored all warnings, snuck a malicious Type 56 into the deep mountains, and provoked a giant bear. Because of that, Zhao Jiming lost his life and Du Yuzhong is gravely wounded. If I hadn't happened to arrive, not one of them would have made it down this mountain alive today. My voice wasn't loud, but every word cut like a knife. Qin Chong and Yu Xiaodong hung their heads in shame. Du Haitao's face went from green to white and back. Zhao Changyin looked at Chun Chang and the others with grief-stricken fury, his eyes full of hatred. I went on, I killed this bear, so the gallbladder is naturally mine. Anyone got a problem with that? I leveled the double barrel, my eyes sharp as I scanned the crowd. Though Du Haitao and the two hunters were armed too, they were completely cowed by my presence. And besides, the reasoning was on my side. Du Haitao opened his mouth, looked at his son's wretched state, then at the cold gun in my hand, and finally bowed his head dejectedly with a long sigh. I've got no problem with it. Xianyang, thank you for saving my Yujia. The words came out with difficulty, but at least he'd made his position clear. Zhao Changyin held his son's corpse, tears pouring down his aged face, powerless now to argue over anything, only glaring resentfully at Qin Chang and the others. Why did the four of you go up the mountain, and only my Mengzi died? Zhao Changyin screamed hysterically. Uncle Zhao, we didn't want this either. Qin Chang said, mustering his courage. You didn't want it, you think my Mengzi wanted it. Zhao Changyin lost control of his emotions. His son's death had hit him too hard. Once he'd gradually calmed down, the two hunters hastily waved their hands. Xianyang, what you killed is of course yours. We just came to help. I looked at Chun Baoguo again. Party Secretary Chun, what do you say? Chun Baoguo had nothing to say either. With the household responsibility system now in place, things weren't like they used to be. Even if he was tempted, with so many people watching, there was nothing he could say. Of course it's yours. Seeing no one else raise any objection, I finally eased my expression. I walked over to the carcass and, with practiced skill, sliced off the bear's nose, the two kneecaps, and the four thick, meaty paws, and stuffed them into a sack. These were the most valuable parts besides the gallbladder. As for the huge remaining body and the hide, I gave them a glance. The hide had been punched full of several holes by Qin Chang and Du Yujiang. 7.62 millimeters rounds are not .22. They leave big holes on impact, so the hide was now Swiss cheese, its value drastically reduced. And the bear meat was piled up like a mountain. I couldn't possibly haul it away alone, and with so many people around, I couldn't use my space either. Besides, this yellow lard meat had fat that was yellowed and gave off a rank, gamey smell. It wasn't good eating. Rather than go to all the trouble of taking it away and drawing envious stares, it was better to do everyone a favor. I don't want the bear meat or the hide, I said to the crowd. Party Secretary Chun, Uncle Du, Uncle Zhao, and you two elders, you handle it. Carry it back and divide it up. Consider it some compensation. I glanced at Zhao Jiming's corpse. My meaning was obvious. At these words, Du Haitao, Chun Baoguo, and the others looked considerably relieved. Though the most valuable part was gone, a bear this big meant no small amount of meat and hide to divide, a decent compensation, especially for Zhao Changyin's family, who had just lost their son. Xianyang, how could we accept this? One old hunter said, rubbing his hands. It's only right. I can't haul it away by myself anyway. I waved my hand. I'll trouble you elders to clean up here and carry Zhao Jimeng and Du Yujiang down the mountain. It's getting dark, the smell of blood is heavy, and it's not safe. Everyone quickly agreed and got busy. Some chopped branches to make stretchers, others carved up the bear meat. The mood was heavy but orderly. A few more villagers arrived one after another. Du Haitao looked at the 4 hunting dogs' corpses lying on the ground, each in a different gruesome state, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes, only to be replaced by a darker impulse. He walked over, silently dragged the 4 dog carcasses off to the side, and actually began to skin them. Third uncle, holding the bear cub, saw this and knitted his brows tight, saying to me in a low voice, "This Du Haitao, the dogs died working themselves to death for him, and he actually skins them for the meat. What a piece of garbage." I saw it too, and my opinion of him sank even lower. Hunters regard their hounds as partners. Even when one dies, they usually give it a proper burial. Someone like him who just treats them as food is exceedingly rare. It showed what a cold-hearted man he was. The men worked together to lift Zhao Jiming's corpse, and Du Yujiang was strapped to another stretcher, screaming in pain from time to time. The carved-up bear meat and hide were bundled and shouldered by a few of the men. Carrying the cub, guns on my back, the sack of bear paws on my shoulder, and with black charcoal beside me, I walked in the middle of the group. The party made its way down in silence, the atmosphere oppressive. By the time we got back to Sifang village, it was pitch dark. The news of Zhao Zhiming's brutal death and the corpse being carried back hit like a thunderbolt, instantly stirring up a tremendous uproar in the little village. Heartrending wails immediately rose from the Zhao household, and grief blanketed the whole place. At the same time, the news that I had single-handedly killed a giant bear king and obtained a precious copper gallbladder and a bear cub swept through every corner like a whirlwind. The village's web of relatives was tangled and intricate, and with little else exciting to talk about, this news was sure to spread even further tomorrow. All sorts of complicated stares turned toward that dugout home at the foot of the cliff. Did you hear? Li Xiangyang took down that bear king on Bear Ridge all by himself. A copper gallbladder. Good heavens, an 800 or 900-pound brown bear. How'd he do it? It's not even hibernation season yet. Qin Chang, Du Yujiang, and those cowards nearly all bought it. Zhao Zhiming's gone, and he brought back a bear cub. This Li Xiangyang, he's turning into some kind of legend. Du Haitao skinned his dead dogs and ate the meat. He's really no kind of human at all. Chatter flew every which way, with people saying all sorts of things. But no matter what, my reputation was now firmly established, even overshadowing the earlier business of killing the black bear and digging up ginseng. In a village that lives off the mountains, a hunter who can bring down a bear king on his own is a truly formidable man, one to be held in awe. Third uncle recounted in detail everything he'd witnessed on the mountain to grandfather. After the old man heard it all, he stayed silent a long while, puffing away on his dry tobacco pipe, a complicated light flickering in his cloudy eyes. Finally, he rapped the pipe bowl hard. Our village, we've got another mighty gunner now, huh? His tone held emotion, gratification, and also a barely perceptible trace of worry. He's cut out to be a hunter. All right, just too much in the spotlight. Then, when the talk turned to Du Haitao skinning and eating his hunting dogs, grandfather and third uncle laid into him together. Beast. Scum. Grandfather was so angry his beard quivered. A hunting dog that dies protecting its master is a loyal servant. Is what Du Haitao did the act of a human being? He's straight up ruining the good name of hunters. Who's going to want to go up the mountain with him after this? Whose good dog would dare go out with him? Bah. Third uncle shook his head over and over. Before I just thought he was aloof and cheap, always after little advantages. Never figured his heart was this cold. Those dogs were fed pretty well too, and he just up and ate them. AI. Inside the dugout, I had no time to bother with the commotion outside. I set the little cub, shaken but fairly quiet now, in the corner of the Kong and made it a nest out of old cotton batting. The little guy was probably starving, and having left its mother, it was very anxious, whimpering and whining. Mother was startled to see me bringing home a live bear cub. Xiangyang, can you even keep this? What if it hurts someone when it grows up? Don't worry, Ma. I know what I'm doing. It's still small right now. I'll raise it and see. We'll figure it out when it's bigger. Worst case, I'll release it back into the deep mountains. Or, there's always a way. I reassured her. Wanwan and Li Xiangtao wanted to come over and play with the cub, but I shooed them back. I still needed to wait for it to settle down emotionally before making the contract. Oh, right, Ma. Is the water boiled? It's ready. I'll bring it over now. Once Mother brought the water, I took out the copper gallbladder wrapped layer by layer in oilcloth from the deerskin pouch and carefully opened it. The dark golden gallbladder gleamed with a rich luster in the oil lamp's light, firm in texture, completely undamaged, in superb condition. So this is a copper gallbladder? Mother studied it. Though she didn't know much about it, she could tell it was extremely precious. Yeah, in excellent condition. After examining it carefully, I treated it with hot water and hung it up in a cool spot. There were also those 4 thick bear paws that had to be sold quickly. The gallbladder needed a week or 2 to dry in the shade, but now the whole village knew I had a valuable bear gallbladder on hand. Keeping it in the dugout was a ticking time bomb. Thinking that some pharmacies also buy fresh bear gallbladder, I decided to go ask Liang Songsho for a lead, and tomorrow head to town or the county to unload the gallbladder and paws, so as not to invite trouble by dragging things out. Looking at the little bear curled up in the corner of the Kong, I got some cornmeal and pumpkin, boiled it into a small bowl, let it cool, and fed it to the cub. Maybe it was famished. The brown bear cub polished off the entire bowl of pumpkin cornmeal porridge and then, still not satisfied, licked the bowl absolutely clean. I placed my hand on the cub's head again, and the system prompt appeared. Brown bear cub, unnamed, no hostility. Contract slot occupied by full barrel hound Laifu. Accelerate. 100 yuan. The first acceleration cost 100 yuan, the second 400, and each one after that doubled. Luckily, this cub had no hostility, otherwise I'd have had to pay to remove it at the same cost as acceleration. I gritted my teeth. Accelerate. Contract. The instant the contract was completed, I felt an indescribable connection form between me and the little brown bear. Having already gone through the experience of contracting Laifu, I adjusted quickly. I checked the system panel. Brown bear cub, unnamed, male, constitution enhanced, intelligence improved. What should I name it? I thought about it. Whatever. I've already got a Laifu, so I might as well call this one Chongwei. Chongwei beats up Laifu. Perfect match. The next day, I got up very early. Today I had to deal with the bear gallbladder. Bear kneecaps can be used like tiger bone to make medicinal liquor, and the bear nose, gallbladder, and paws all had to be handled fast. Keeping them at home wasn't safe. I handed Chongwei to Mother. Ma, I'm going to the county today to sell off the stuff I got yesterday. I'm afraid of trouble if I drag it out. I've named this brown bear cub Chongwei. Keep an eye on him for me. You can let Wan Wan and Little Tao play with him. Just don't play him to death. All right, don't worry. I'll keep him safe for sure. Feed him the same as last night. Yeah, feed him like that for now. When he's a bit bigger, we'll start giving him meat. Xiangyang, be careful on the road to the county. Don't worry, Ma. Stepping out of the dugout, a layer of white frost coated the grass outside. The weather had really turned cold. The gallbladder was carefully wrapped in oilcloth inside the deerskin pouch. The 4 bear paws were in the sack on my back, and the bear nose I wrapped separately in a clean cloth and kept against my chest. I loaded all the guns and stashed them in the weapons slot. I walked briskly and reached the clinic in no time. The door had just opened, and Liang Song's-ho was crouched in the corner poking at that cast-iron stove. The firewood was damp, giving off nothing but smoke and no flame, and it made him cough a couple of times. Uncle Liang. He looked up and, seeing me, was a bit surprised. Xiangyang? This early, something up? I reached back and pulled the door shut, then laid everything out. Uncle Liang, these are a bear's nose, gallbladder, and paws. Take a look and see which ones you can use. Whatever you can't, I'm planning to go sell. I don't feel safe keeping them at home. Liang Song's-ho first opened the first cloth bundle, a complete brown bear nose, still carrying a bit of that rugged wild mountain air. Good stuff. His voice rose several notches. He carefully cradled it up to his eyes. Complete, undamaged. Even the finest fuzz on the tip of the nose is still there. This kind of quality is hard to come by. He looked up at me. You're really willing to sell it? Prepared properly, this thing works wonders on stubborn sores and inexplicable swellings. Those old hunters all treasure it and keep it hidden away. It's not much use to me. If you need it, Uncle Liang, naturally you get first dibs. He mulled it over for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. This bear nose is exactly something I can use. How about 30 yuan? The village co-op purchasing station would give 20 at most. Sure, whatever you say, Uncle Liang. I didn't make a fuss. He counted out 3 big 10 yuan bills from a drawer and handed them to me. The gallbladder? Let me have a look. I took out the gallbladder. Liang Song's-ho took one look. Firm and lustrous texture, fine dense veining, and amber sheen. This is a top-grade copper gallbladder. His voice trembled a little. He hurriedly dug out his reading glasses, put them on, and moved to the window. Quality like this. I haven't seen more than 3 of these in my whole life. He examined it for a good 2 or 3 minutes before slowly straightening up, taking off his glasses, his expression complicated. Xiangyang, I heard yesterday you killed a bear king on Bear Ridge and saved some people. I was half skeptical at first, but seeing this gallbladder, I believe it completely now. Impressive. That was just luck, I said modestly. He shook his head and didn't press further. How do you plan to handle this gallbladder? Take it to the co-op purchasing station. I'm afraid their processing methods would ruin it, and with the state monopoly purchase prices, they'd never offer much. Right you are. Liang Song's-ho stroked his beard. I've got an old friend in Yilan County town, Shinan Yun, who runs a pharmacy called Bai Chao Tang. His family's been in the medicinal materials business for generations. The man's upright, knows his goods, and can pay a fair price too. Bai Chao Tang. Something clicked in my mind. I recognized that name. Before my rebirth, it had grown into a chain traditional medicine brand across the Northeast. Right now, it must be just getting started. Anyone you recommend, Uncle Liang, I'd surely trust. It's just that if I show up cold like this, I'm afraid he won't take me seriously. That's easy to handle. Liang Song's-ho went back to his desk, took out a sheet of paper, and swiftly wrote, Brother Nanyun, I have a younger acquaintance, Li Xiangyang, who has a top-grade copper gallbladder to sell. This young man is steady and capable, of upright character. Liang Song's-ho. He folded the paper and handed it over. Give this to him when you get there. Out of respect for me, Sure Nanyun will give you a fair price. I took it with both hands and put it away solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Liang. Don't thank me yet. He took a key down from the wall. Ilan County is 50 or 60 li from here. You planning to walk? My bicycle's just sitting idle, ride it there. I'm putting you to too much trouble, Uncle Liang. What trouble? He pressed the key into my hand. Remember, don't flash your money around. Keep your wits about you on the road. Get there and back early. I stopped refusing and wrapped the bear gallbladder back up, tied the sack of bear paws onto my rear rack, hopped on my bike, and headed out of the village. Once past Sifong village, the road turned into winding mountain trails. The dirt road was rough going. I had to dodge potholes while keeping an eye on the cargo behind me. I found a deserted spot and stashed the bear paws into the cargo bed of my transportation slot, traveling light now. Much faster this way. The late autumn mountain forest was a riot of color. Birch leaves glowed a dazzling yellow. The oak leaves were so red they looked like they might bleed, and the pines and cypresses stayed deep green. I took in the rare scenery as I rode. Only recently reborn could I afford to enjoy such things. Give it some time, and this sense of wonder would fade. I rode for over 2 hours without a single break, and by the time I spotted the drab gray outlines of Ilan County's buildings, the sun had already climbed to the southeast. I pulled out the bear paw sack and tied it back onto my rear rack before entering town. The county was livelier than the town, just as I'd expected. The roads were much wider. There were 2-story buildings along the sides, the occasional small shop with a hanging sign, and a constant chorus of bicycle bells. People in blue work uniforms walked by in 2s and 3s, their chatter and laughter mixing with the news broadcast blaring from a distant loudspeaker. Following the address, I turned into a relatively quiet old street. The bluestone-paved road had been worn smooth by the years, lined on both sides with old-style wooden storefronts. The Bai Chao Hall sign hung right in the middle of the street, and it was nothing like the small shop Liang Song's-ho had described. It was a full 2-story affair with a commanding storefront. A gold-on-black plaque hung high, the characters old-fashioned and heavy, and both vermilion doors stood wide open, revealing a spacious hall inside. I parked and locked my bike at the door, then took a good look around. This place was far bigger than I'd imagined. The ground floor storefront was wide open, with a row of dark brown medicine cabinets running floor to ceiling, easily 50 feet long. Behind the counter, 2 young men who looked like apprentices moved briskly filling prescriptions, and a few landscape paintings and calligraphy scrolls hung on the walls. It was clearly a century-old, well-established shop, and it had real class. I'd barely stepped over the threshold, carrying my goods, when a young man in a gray Chinese-style jacket came up to greet me, a smile on his face. Hello, comrade. Are you here for medicine or to see a doctor? I'd like to see Mr. Shernanyan. The young man sized me up, his expression unchanged. Shopkeeper Sure is upstairs receiving a guest. What's this about? If it's medicine, I can help you. Someone asked me to bring Mr. Sure something. I pulled out Liang Songsho's note. This is a letter of introduction. The young man took it, unfolded it, and glanced at it, and his expression immediately turned serious. He read the signature and contents carefully, then looked up and studied me again before nodding. Please wait here. I'll go up and let him know. With that, he turned and headed up the stairs. I felt a bit of a pang inside. No matter the era, having connections really does make things easier. I stood in the hall and looked around. The scent of medicinal herbs was thick, and the cabinets against the walls had at least 100 little drawers, each labeled with a yellowed tag. A brass scale sat polished and gleaming in one corner of the counter. The whole hall radiated the steady dignity of an old, established name. After about 5 or 6 minutes, footsteps came down the stairs. The young man came first, followed by an old man in his early 50s, dark blue robe, round-framed glasses on the thin side. The old man's eyes settled on me, and he smiled. So the young man must be Li Xiangyang. Quite an impressive young fellow. Hello, Mr. Shi. I wouldn't say impressive. Shi Nanyan smiled and waved the note in his hand. Why not? Song's Ho has very high standards. If he thinks highly of you, then you must be the real deal. Come, let's go upstairs. The second-floor reception room had a rosewood tea table by the window for elegant armchairs and a rubbing of the compendium of Materia Medica hanging on the wall. Sit wherever, no need to be formal. Shi Nanyan took the head seat and told the young man, Xiao Chun, go brew a pot of tea. Use the long jing from that celadone jar in my cabinet. The young man acknowledged this and left. Only then did Shi Nanyan look me over carefully, curiosity in his eyes. Brother Song's Ho said you brought a top-grade copper gallbladder? I do have one. I set the deerskin pouch on the tea table and slowly opened it. The moment the antique copper-colored bare gallbladder was fully revealed, the casualness on Shi Nanyan's face vanished instantly. He didn't rush to touch it. First, he put on white gloves, then carefully cupped it in his hands and carried it to the bright light by the window. The old man examined it with the utmost care, turning it against the light to study its color, pressing it gently with a finger to feel its firmness, leaning in to smell it, then pulling out a magnifying glass to inspect the texture inch by inch. The whole time, the room was so quiet you could hear the faint cries of vendors on the old street outside. When Xiao Chun brought the tea, he saw the scene and set the tray down softly before retreating to one side, barely daring to breathe. After a full 7 or 8 minutes, Shi Nanyan let out a long breath. He carefully placed the gallbladder back beside the deerskin pouch, took off his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Excellent. This is a genuine copper gallbladder. There was excitement he couldn't suppress in his voice. Rich with bile, perfect in texture. Rare, extremely rare. I can tell it hasn't been long. It hasn't been processed yet, just given some initial treatment. He looked at me again, amazement in his eyes. Xiangyang, did you hunt this bear yourself, or did someone else? I got it in the forest yesterday. He nodded. To bring down a giant bear like that single-handedly, the younger generation is truly something to be reckoned with. As he spoke, he sat back down in the armchair, tapped the tabletop lightly with his fingers, pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, I'll take this copper gallbladder. Name your price. I'd done the math on the way here. The supply and marketing co-op's purchase price would top out around 800 or 900, maybe 1,000, but that was the state set rate. For a private deal, with quality like this plus Liang Songshou's goodwill. Mr. Shi, you're the expert. You decide. I lobbed the ball back to him. Shi Nanyan smiled and held up 3 fingers. 1,200 yuan. That's the highest I can go. If it were a black bear's gallbladder, I could push it a little higher. 1,200 yuan. Even though I had a rough idea, hearing that price still gave me a bit of a shock. In 1982, an ordinary worker's monthly wage was only 30 or 40 yuan. 1,200 was equal to 3 years' entire income if someone didn't eat or drink. He saw my surprise and explained, by market rates, a copper gallbladder of this quality, if it meets someone who knows the goods, could fetch anywhere from 1,100 to 13 or 1,400, but that's rare. I'm offering 1,200. First, because the goods really are excellent. Second, for Brother Songshou's sake. And third, he looked at me, his gaze sincere. Xiangyang, I can see you carry yourself steadily, and your eyes are clear. You're bound to have more finds in the future. Consider this an investment on my part. Baijiao Hall is my family's legacy, and it's the foundation for my fresh start. Let's be friends. Whenever you come across good medicinal materials, just bring them to me. The prices will always be fair. Those words hit home. Last time, that ginseng root sold for far less than I'd hoped, so from now on I definitely wouldn't be selling anything of decent value in town. What I needed wasn't just a single high price. I needed a stable, reliable channel. I smiled. Let's go with your price. If I get anything rare in the future, Baijiao Hall will be my first stop. Good. Refreshingly straightforward. Wait here a moment. Shi Nanyun rose and stepped out, and before long returned with a thick stack of 10 yuan notes. Xiangyang counted. I didn't play coy. I counted it carefully, twice. 1,200 yuan, not a fun short. I wrapped the money back up, tucked it into the innermost layer of my satchel, and strapped the bag tightly across my chest. Mr. Shi, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you about. I wasn't in a hurry to leave, and pointed to the sack behind me. I've also got 4 bear paws on hand. Do you buy those here? Shi Nanyun shook his head with a wry smile. Bear paws are a fine thing, but this is a medicine shop. We mainly deal in medicinal herbs. Bear paws can be used in medicine, but they're more of a food item. If you want a high price, I do have a suggestion. Please, go ahead. There's a new restaurant on East Main Street in the county called Chiwei Zhai. 3 stories, very impressive. He lowered his voice. The owner's surname is Fan Siming. He's got wide connections and plenty of nerve, and specializes in high-end wild game and specialty dishes. Bring your bear paws to him, and the price won't be low. Chiwei Zhai? I made a note of it. Thank you for the tip, Mr. Shi. Don't mention it. He took a business card from a drawer, handwritten with Shi Nanyun, Bai Chao Hall, and a phone number. If anything comes up, you can call the shop. If I'm not around, Xiao Chen will pass the message along. I took it with both hands and put it away with care, then left Bai Chao Hall. By the time I stepped outside, it was nearly noon. I found an empty alley and put the 1,200 into my transportation slot before feeling at ease. Then I found a small eatery near the old street corner that looked clean and ordered a bowl of plain noodle soup and a plate of stir-fried potato shreds. The broth was steaming hot, and as I blew on it and ate, the chatter beside me caught my attention. 2 middle-aged men in Blue Machine Factory work uniforms were talking at the next table over about their meal. When it comes to eating, nothing beats Chiwei Zhai. Last week, our workshop director treated us, and I tagged along. My God, the flavor. Chiwei Zhai? That new place on East Main Street. I hear it's crazy expensive, and you have to make a reservation. Expensive? Yeah, but there's a reason for it. I hear they've got all kinds of rare dishes. Bear paw, deer whip, hazel grouse, big lobster. Too bad we couldn't afford to order those. We just had the ordinary hazel frog stewed with potato, and it was so good I nearly swallowed my own tongue. Now I had the picture. This Chiwei Zhai was going the high-end wild game route. Following the location Shi Nanyun had given, I rode toward East Main Street. It was the busiest, most up-and-coming part of Ilan County, and Chiwei Zhai was even easier to find. A newly built 3-story building stood at the street corner, towering above the rest, with upturned eaves and bracket sets, an elegant and imposing facade, a gold-on-black sign gleaming in the sun, and 2 strings of big red lanterns hanging by the door that really stood out. There were even a few cars with out-of-town plates parked out front, plus a whole crowd of bicycles. I parked my bike, straightened my clothes, and walked in carrying my sack. The ground floor hall was spacious and bright, all matching redwood tables and chairs, with a floor of polished terrazzo. The most eye-catching thing was the row of large glass aquariums against the wall, clean water circulating, oxygen bubbling up. A few 50 or 60-pound Kunming lake fish drifted slowly, scales gleaming. A soft-shell turtle the size of a wash basin lay on the bottom, and in separate tanks were snapping lobsters, king crabs, and sea fish I couldn't even name. To see this much-lived seafood in an inland county in 1982 said plenty about the place's clout. A man in a neat mouse suit, about 30, came up to greet me with a professional smile, though his eyes quickly swept over my clothes and the smile faded a bit. Hello, comrade. I'm the floor manager. Are you here to dine? We require reservations in advance. Hello. I'm not here to eat. I stated my business directly. I've got something I'd like to see if your shop sells. I gestured toward the sack. His eyebrows lifted slightly. What is it? Bear paws. Fresh. I lowered my voice. The manager's expression changed instantly, and he looked me over seriously again. Bear paws? Please wait a moment. For something like this, I'll need the owner to come see it himself. This way, please. Have a seat in the 3rd floor reception room. He led me up to the 3rd floor, and along the way, I could see waiters carrying platters of delicious dishes in and out of the private rooms. On the 3rd floor was a quiet little room, tastefully decorated. Ink-wash landscapes on the walls, a rosewood tea table by the window paired with 2 elegant armchairs. I didn't sit. I stood at the window looking at the street below. About 3 minutes later, footsteps came from outside the door. The door pushed open, and a middle-aged man in his 40s walked in, wearing a dark blue wool mouse suit, hair combed straight back. His gaze went straight to the sack at my side. "Young man, I'm Fan Siming, the owner of Chiwei Zhai. I hear you've got bear paws on hand." He cut right to the chase, his voice booming, radiating tremendous confidence. I turned, neither obsequious nor arrogant. "Pleased to meet you, Boss Fan. Take a look at the goods first." I opened the cloth bundle, revealing 4 thick, enormous bear paws. Fan Siming stepped forward and only needed one glance. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He picked up a front paw and hefted it to feel its weight, examined the pads and fur carefully, then leaned in for a sniff. "Fine bear paws." He set it down. "These should be from a brown bear, right? And an adult, big brown bear at that." "Young man, did you hunt this bear yourself?" "Just got lucky." Same line as always. He gave me a long, deep look, then suddenly laughed. "Bringing down a big brown bear like that takes more than luck. You've got real skill, young man. I'm impressed." He sat back down in the armchair and tapped the tabletop with his fingers. "Since you know the trade, let's speak plainly. Bear paws are a top-tier ingredient, but they take enormous effort to prep and cook, and there aren't many customers for them. These 4 are in perfect condition, so here's my price. 40 for each front paw, 35 for each back paw, 150 yuan for all 4. What do you say?" The price was about what I'd expected, even a little higher. Last time at Daqing Town, I sold 8 bear paws plus the meat for only 210, and 4 of those were from a half-grown black bear. So you can see how ruthlessly the town co-op had lowballed me. Selling to individuals was definitely the way to go. And more importantly, I needed this channel. "You're a straight shooter, Boss Fan. Let's go with your price." His smile widened, and he called out the door. "Xiao Lu, bring 150. Then he turned back to me. "Where are you from, young man? Your accent sounds like the local mountains." "Daqing Town. We live off the mountains." "No wonder you've got such impressive skills." He thought for a moment, then added, "If you catch other wild game in the future, deer meat, wild boar, hazel grouse, hazel frogs, that sort of thing, as long as it's fresh and good quality, bring it over. The price will definitely make you happy." Just then, Manager Lu came in with the money, 15 Tinyuan notes, crisp and new. I took them, counted carefully, and put them away. Fan Siming handed over a business card too. Name, Chiwei Zhai, and phone number. "Call this number if anything comes up." Taking the card, I had a thought and probed a little. "Boss Fan, do you buy fish here? Certain special cold water fish, for instance?" His eyebrow shot up. "I do. As long as it's high quality, live, and rare on the market, I'll buy it." "Why, you got a source, young man?" "Not yet, just asking." I didn't close the door on it. The cold spring wouldn't erupt again until next year. When it did, I could raise some cold water fish there, and the quality would definitely be top-notch. But it was way too early to bring that up now. I hesitated, then spoke up anyway. "Boss Fan, one more presumptuous question. You've got wide connections. Do you happen to know a channel for getting a more useful piece of hardware?" As I said it, I made the shape of a gun with my hand. Fan Siming's eyes narrowed slightly. He reappraised me, then smiled. "So you feel that for hunting big game, your gear isn't quite up to the job, young man?" I didn't deny it. He pondered a moment, then lowered his voice. "As for a channel, it's not that there isn't one. I've got a friend named Zhou Jianfeng who's got some connections in the forestry sector and up in the mountains. People call him Zhou the Tiger. He can get his hands on certain things, prices depending on what you want. If you need it, I can introduce you." Zhou Jianfeng, Zhou the Tiger. My heart skipped a beat. I'd heard the name vaguely in my past life, and it wasn't a good reputation. Word was he was ruthless and reckless, dealing in scarce goods and contraband, mixed up with all sorts of shady characters, and it wouldn't be long before he ended up executed. Dealing with someone like that was far too risky. My foundation was still shallow. I'd only just gotten a bit of money and had no reason to wade into that mess. At that thought, an apologetic look crossed my face. "Thanks for the kind offer, Boss Fan, but I was just asking casually. I don't need anything that good now. If I really do need it down the road, I'll come trouble you again." Sharp as Fan Siming was, one look at my expression told him I had reservations, and he didn't press. "No problem. Come find me whenever you need it." We chatted a bit more, then I got up to say goodbye. By the time I walked out of Chiweizhai, it was past 2 in the afternoon. Now that I had money, of course, it was time to spend some. I parked my bike outside the supply and marketing co-op, found someone to swap some ration coupons, and went in for a look around. There wasn't much on the shelves, all daily necessities: thermoses, enamel basins, cotton cloth, soap, white sugar. I bought 5 pounds of white sugar, 3 bars of soap, 2 tins of clam oil cream, some fruit candy, and cut 6 feet of dark blue cotton cloth. Thick, perfect for winter clothes. It all came to under 10 yuan. The clerk was a plump middle-aged woman who eyed me curiously as she wrapped everything in craft paper. Buying so much, young man getting married? Just for home. I smiled and left it at that. I got back on my bike, a bulging bundle now on the rear rack. Once out of the county, the same as before, I put everything into my transportation slot. On the way back, I kept doing the math. Today I'd taken in 1,350 new, plus the 300-some I'd had left over. In this era, this money was a staggering fortune. But good steel has to go where it counts. I definitely needed to buy a Type 56 semi-auto, ideally through proper channels, legal and cheap. New guns on the black market cost even more than the co-op, and I wasn't interested in used ones. I also had to build a house, set up an orchard, raise fish, money for every angle. And if I ran into an animal I really wanted, an adult one that was hostile, I'd have to spend money to clear its hostility, plus money to free up a contract slot. That got my mind wandering. Right now it was a freezing morning and night, and only around 10 degrees at midday. In another month it'd be bitterly cold, and biking definitely wouldn't hold up long term. But I still needed a vehicle. I couldn't keep borrowing from others whenever there was an emergency at home. Suddenly, I had a better idea. I'd go back and form a contract with Air Dan, the Mule. Yes, freeing up a contract slot would cost another 400, but once contracted, Air Dan would grow faster, become smarter, and be easier to give commands to. Then I'd rebuild a comfortable donkey cart, design the cover well, and come winter I could sit inside wherever I went instead of suffering out in the cold. At that thought, I felt a fresh pang over my money. It comes fast and goes fast. Still, the contract money wasn't wasted. Every year it generated one free contract used that didn't conflict with the paid ones. It was just that paid contracts got more and more expensive. Contracting Air Dan would cost 400, and after that it doubled each time. 800, 1600, 3200. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. In this era, those were all huge sums. From now on, I'd have to think long and hard before contracting any animal. Contract the ones most useful to me first, and once I was rich, this kind of money would be pocket change. Before long, I reached the village. Both sides of the dirt road were lined with big yards. The houses weren't much to look at, but the yards were genuinely huge. Unlike before, when I'd hurry past with my head down and nobody paid me any mind, today several people actually greeted me along the way. "Xiangyang, you're back? Brother Xiangyang, come by our place when you've got time." "Hey Xiangyang, been to town? That rear rack stuffed full. What good stuff did you buy?" Those greeting me included uncles I'd hardly interacted with before, as well as young men around my age. Gone was the old distance and indifference. Now there was a bit of courtesy, even a trace of barely concealed envy and awe. I nodded politely to each of them, a faint smile on my face. I knew this was the change the Bear Ridge battle had brought, and combined with hunting the bear and digging up the ginseng before, all of it piling up until quantity turned into quality. Everyone knew I'd been on an incredible run of luck and had made a fortune lately. Poor folk in a busy market go unnoticed. Rich folk deep in the mountains have relatives from afar. In this village that lived off the mountains and worshipped strength, a hunter who could single-handedly bring down the reigning bear was no longer the good-for-nothing anyone could ignore or push around. I, Li Xiangyang, had finally made a name for myself in Sifeng village, a capable man who could stand on his own 2 feet and hold up a household. Cutting across most of the village, I inevitably passed by the old Li family yard. There was that fence lashed together from tree branches, the familiar gate. Without meaning to, I slowed my pace. Inside the yard, my stepmother, Chen Jinhua, was carrying a battered basin toward the pig pen. She looked up, and through the sparse gaps in the fence, she caught sight of me riding by, and that fully stuffed bundle on my rack. Her face darkened instantly, as if she'd seen something utterly offensive, and she spat, "Pa," hard onto the ground, muttering curses under her breath before turning and going inside, slamming the door so hard it shook. I heard that "pa," and I saw the mix of jealousy and hatred in her eyes. Not a ripple stirred in me. If anything, I found it funny. That home that had once suffocated me, made me feel stifled and desperate to escape, now looked like nothing but a passing cloud. I'd already broken free of it. Never again would I have to watch her face. Never again endure my father's spinelessness and favoritism. Thinking of how Chen Jinhua, Li Xiangdong, and Li Xiaohua ate white flour steamed buns there while my brother and I only got coarse corn buns, a wave of bitterness washed over me. But at least it was all in the past now. I was going to make a good life, build a big house, lease a mountain and plant fruit trees, lease a creek and raise hazel frogs, and let these people fret and stew until they couldn't sleep at night. There was also Qin Chang's family. Even though the harm they'd done me had happened before my rebirth, I had no intention of letting it slide. I'd endured that pain for real, every bit of it, and I'd settle that account slowly. My eldest brother, Li Xiangdong, had probably already started work at the forest railway station in town, landing that iron rice bowl that should have been mine in my past life. Qin Chang wouldn't turn on his own cousin, but since Li Xiangdong had taken part in Qin Chang's scheme against me before my rebirth, I couldn't let him just sit there enjoying that iron rice bowl in comfort. A cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth. I pushed down hard on the pedal, leaving behind that yard so laden with unhappy memories. After riding a bit more, the mood turned suddenly heavy as I passed Zhao Zhiming's home. A white cloth for summoning the soul had already been hung on the shabby gate, fluttering feebly in the autumn wind, and from inside the yard came the muffled sobs of a woman and the heavy sighs of a man. A few neighbors had gathered at the gate to help with the funeral arrangements, and their eyes were complicated when they saw me ride up. Some sympathized with the Zhao family. Others sized up me, the bear-slaying hero. I slowed down, gave a slight nod toward the gate in respect, and didn't stop. I felt a pang of sorrow too. Even though Zhao Zhiming had gone along with Du Yujiang and Chen Chang on some rotten schemes, his crimes hadn't warranted death, and now a young life had been lost in the mountain forest just like that. Hunting looked impressive, and people envied you when the halls came in, but only those who'd lived through it understood the danger and cruelty involved. This only strengthened my resolve to develop mountain farming and animal husbandry as quickly as possible and reduce my reliance on risky hunting. Not that I'd stop hunting, but I'd spread out the risk and build a solid base. After riding a while longer, I reached Third Uncle's place at the far east end. Third Uncle was chopping firewood in the yard. Looked like he'd pretty much recovered. When he saw me, he put down his axe and came out to greet me. "Xiangyang, you're back? How'd things go?" I stopped and took the bulging bundle off the rack. Inside was mostly the daily goods and food I'd bought in the county, meant to keep up appearances. I lowered my voice. "Third Uncle, it went smoothly. Sold the goods, got a decent price, and I made 2 good connections. One buys medicinal herbs, one buys wild game." I didn't say exactly how much I'd sold it for. The figure was too big, and the fewer people who knew, the better, even Third Uncle, my closest relative. It wasn't that I didn't trust him. It's just that flashing wealth invites trouble, and the more people who knew, the more of a potential headache it'd be for his family too. Everyone knew I was making money now, but they'd never imagine I could make this kind of money. Third Uncle was a sensible man. He caught on the instant he heard it. He clapped my shoulder and said, gratified, "Smooth is good. Connections are good. The road ahead will be wider now. Hurry home. Your mom must be waiting anxiously." "All right, Third Uncle, I'll head back for now. Come by another day." I got on my bike and continued toward the dugout at Cliff Mountain. What I didn't notice was that, just as I passed the old well at the center of the village, a pair of eyes full of resentment and jealousy was fixed on me from a nearby yard, especially on that stuffed bundle on my rear rack. That venomous stare belonged to Du Haitao. Du Yujiang was still lying on the heated brick bed recovering, hooked up to an 4-drip, his leg wound and high fever making him cry out and groan from time to time. Liang Song's-ho had suggested taking him to the town clinic for treatment, but Du Haitao had said it was nothing, that an 4 at home would do, because he didn't want to spend the money. Du Haitao had a wicked fire bottled up inside. He resented his good-for-nothing son for being so reckless he'd nearly gotten himself killed. But even more, he hated me. He hated me for snatching away the bare gallbladder and glory that should have been his. Hated me for making him lose face in front of everyone. He even felt I was his nemesis. His son had nearly died in the forest, and all his dogs were dead too. Now, seeing me come home fully loaded, he was almost certain. This kid must have gone and sold the bare gallbladder, come back with a fat wad of cash, and bought all this stuff. That bulging bundle probably held new clothes, good meat, white sugar. He could practically picture me counting a fat stack of bills, smug as could be. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. Why? Why did this greenhorn kid have such incredible luck? Able to dig ginseng, able to slay the raining bear. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and grab everything off my bike, but he didn't dare. The ruthless look in my eyes made him quail inside. Just you wait, kid. We'll see about this. Du Haitao squeezed the words out through clenched teeth, his sinister glare fixed on my receding figure until it vanished at the far end of the little path toward Cliff Mountain. Back at the dugout, my mother was hanging out the freshly washed laundry by the door. Wanwan was crouched to one side watching ants haul things away, and my younger brother Li Xiangtao was chopping firewood. Mom, I'm back. I parked my bike and lifted down the big bundle. Ah, good. You're back. Did everything work out? My mother wiped her hands and came over. It did. I opened the bundle and first took out the 6 feet of dark blue cotton cloth. Mom, take this cloth. It's getting cold. You, sis, and Wanwan should each make yourselves a thick new padded jacket and pants. This color hides dirt, perfect for working. My mother stroked the thick, soft fabric, her eyes a little moist. You child, it's not easy earning money, and here you are spending it recklessly. What needs spending gets spent. I took out an oil paper packet next, holding a few pounds of hard fruit candy. Unwrapped 2, popped one into Wanwan's mouth and handed the other to Li Xiangtao, who came running over. Wanwan sucked on the candy, her eyes crinkling into little crescents, and cried happily, "Sweet. Thank you, uncle." Li Xiangtao grinned foolishly too, clutching his candy like a treasure. Watching this scene, my mother felt a warmth spread through her. Her son really had grown up, really had become someone to lean on. I took out the soap, clam oil cream, and other odds and ends and set them aside. I'd just finished when, taking the bowl of hot water my mother poured, and before I'd even brought it to my lips, a clamor of footsteps and Chen Jinhua's shrill voice came from beyond the wall. Li Xiangyang, get out here. I frowned, set down the bowl, and went to the door. There, led by my stepmother Chen Jinhua, 5 or 6 people came marching over, full of hostility. Besides her, there was my eldest brother Li Xiangdong, second uncle's wife Lu Hongfang, and Lu Hongfang's 2 sons, Li Xiangbua and Li Xiangbing. They wore different expressions. Chen Jinhua had that mean, entitled look. Li Xiangdong stood awkwardly behind his mother, his eyes darting away. Lu Hongfang wore a fake smile with scheming hidden beneath it, and her 2 sons looked impatient and greedy, their eyes darting straight into the dugout. Oh, everyone's here? This dugout's dug out pretty decently. Chen Jinhua opened with a snide tone, her gaze sweeping over my mother and me. Looks like you really did strike it rich, buying all this stuff. She'd spotted the clothes and other goods set aside. My mother's face darkened, and she stepped in front of Wanwan. Chen Jinhua, what are you here for? You're not welcome here. Oh, Su Yunxia, what v you got to be smug about? Say what you will, I'm still Xiangyang's mother. I need your permission to come to my son's home. Chen Jinhua planted her hands on her hips, spraying spittle as she talked. Li Xiangyang, I hear you've made a lot of money lately? Bare gallbladder, ginseng, sold quite a bit, didn't you? I looked at her coldly. What's it to you? How is it nothing to me? Her voice went up a notch. I'm your mother. Now that you've made money, shouldn't you show some respect to your elders? Shouldn't you help out your brothers? Look at your eldest brother, 27, and still no wife. And why is that? Because our family's house is run down and our circumstances are poor. Now he's finally landed the forest railway job, but marrying a wife and building a house. Which of those doesn't cost money? You're his younger brother and you've struck it rich. Are you just going to stand by and watch your big brother stay a bachelor? She yanked Li Xiangdong forward. Xiangdong, tell him yourself. Don't you urgently need money to build a house and get married? Shoved off balance, Li Xiangdong stumbled, his face even more awkward, and he lowered his head and mumbled, "Mom, stop it." "Why should I stop? This is important business." Chen Jinhua wouldn't let up and pointed at Lu Hongfang and her sons. "And there's your second aunt's family. Xiangbua is 23, Xiangbin is 19. They'll both be getting married soon, and their place isn't nearly big enough. They need a new house too. We're all one family. Now that you've got the means, Li Xiangyang, you ought to give your brothers a hand." Lu Hongfang immediately chimed in, her face blooming like a flower. "That's right, Xiangyang. Look how capable you are now. You can even take down the reigning bear, and you dug up ginseng, so you must have made a fortune. We won't borrow much, just 400 per family, 800 total. Once your big brother and Xiangbua get married and get back on their feet, they'll pay you back for sure. We're all one family. Blood is blood. If you don't help us, who will you help?" 800 yuan. I nearly laughed out of sheer anger. This was shameless taken to its absolute limit. Here I was still living in a dugout I'd carved out of the earth, able to hear rats scurrying and rustling across the tar paper and thatch ceiling as I tried to sleep at night, with no idea yet how I'd even get through the winter. And these so-called relatives, with houses and land of their own, not a thought spared for how to work hard and get ahead, had the gall to come to my door demanding loans, opening with 800. The nerve. This was outright robbery, robbery dressed up in the banner of family ties. My mother shook all over with anger. "Chen Jinhua, Lu Hongfang, have you no shame? When Xiangyang was split off from the family, what did any of you ever give him? Now that he's doing a little better, you swarm in like flies that smelled blood. 800 yuan. How do you even open your mouths to say it? Xiangyang earned that money with his life on the line. Why on earth should he lend it to you to build houses and marry off wives? Go earn it yourselves if you've got the ability. Su Yinxiao, what do you count for? Do you have any right to speak here? A woman who's been divorced, and you've got the nerve to point fingers and give orders?" Chen Jinhua immediately turned her fire on my mother, her words vicious. "Say that again." My eyes went ice cold in an instant. I stepped forward, planting myself in front of my mother, and glared at her. Chen Jinhua flinched under my stare, but with numbers on her side, she puffed up her chest again. "What? Am I wrong? She was divorced by your father. I'm your legal mother. Your money ought to go to our family first." Lu Hongfang backed her up. "Exactly, Xiangyang. The old Li family has to help the old Li family. Shut those rotten mouths of yours. Chen Jinhua, what do you even count for? Go take a piss and look at your own reflection." I couldn't hold back any longer and roared the words out.